by TriStar Move, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, 102.5, 106.3 The Game, streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda J. Gentry. Live in the hillside. I don't even know why I almost said that.
Of course I have it.
It is.
Your
Today,
brain's been somewhere else lately.
it's a big show today. Breaking news earlier today, John Robinson has been fired by the Tennessee Titans as their general manager. What a freaking shocker today. What was your, not initial reaction of like why or anything else, but when you heard the news that Robinson was fired, how stunned were you?
Do you want to hear my reaction?
Yes.
What? That was my reaction. Like, pure, unadulterated, just very genuine reaction. I was sitting alone in my apartment, sitting at my desk, and I just go, what? That was my reaction.
Wild. So here's the deal. We're going to get to your phones early and often today, 615-737-1025. But today is one of those days where everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody says, this is because Mike Vrabel didn't want the A.J. Brown trade, and John Robinson made the A.J. Brown trade, and how dare they make the A.J. Brown trade, and that's why one guy will say that. And I'm sure the A.J. Brown trade is a big part of this. I told you all yesterday, I said, in other organizations, not thinking it was going to be this organization, but in other organizations, I said, this game gets people fired. I didn't think it'd be the general manager, and I didn't think it'd be right away. But here's the one thing I'll say, though. First off, John Robinson was a good general manager. Regardless of whether or not you got mad at the draft picks, the idea that he couldn't draft is ridiculous. In his first draft as general manager, he hit 3 All-Pros in the first 3 rounds. You have to at least know something about football in order to do that. When the Titans hired John Robinson, they were the worst organization in the league. They were worse than the Browns. They were worse than the Jets. They were worse than Washington. They were worse than all those teams that are terrible. They were the worst. They were 2-14 in 2014. They were 3-13 in 2015. They had the worst record in each of those 2 years, and they have never had a losing season since. That is because of John Robinson. He is the one constant over the 7 years that he was the general manager, different coaches, different quarterbacks, and they've never had a losing season. So regardless of whether or not you thought Robinson was doing a good enough job, and clearly the Titans didn't think Robinson was doing a good enough job, Robinson did a good job as general manager. He got the starting quarterback, who's the second best quarterback the team has ever had. He got the starting quarterback in exchange for a 4th-round pick. So Robinson, it was not a bad general manager. That being said, I think there's something here we don't know.
There has to be.
I'm embracing the what don't we know. And I mean, I wrote them all down about all the things that it could have been or couldn't have been, or I wonder if there was a confrontation. Was there a confrontation between Vrabel and Robinson? Was there a confrontation between Vrabel and Amy Adams Strunk? Robinson and Amy Adams Strunk? Was there something on the side, with the Green Bay trip and that plane and who was drinking and who brought the liquor on there and who was in charge and all that kind of stuff, like a high school party? And that the investigation brought to light that Robinson okayed the booze and all of a sudden, he's going against the league policy? Was it just that Amy Adams Strunk sat there in her box on Sunday and watched A.J. Brown beat the crap out of the Titans? I mean, if this were me, and I go back to Robinson as a whole, I think Robinson's done a good job. I've said many times that I will never advocate for the firing of John Robinson because Floyd would have never let that happen. Like, not that he wouldn't have let them fire him, but he never would have said on the air that they should fire John Robinson. So I will never advocate for the firing of Robinson. At the same time, I mean, how many AJs and Julios and Vic Beasleys and Clowneys and Isaiah Wilsons and Caleb Farleys and Dylan Radenses do you get?
And that's why I understand that John Robinson was able to bring this organization back to where it wanted to be after so many years of missing the playoffs. But after a while, drafting A.J. Brown and Corey Davis, who was able to contribute for at least a few years to this team, drafting Derrick Henry and Jeffrey Simmons and finding Ryan Tannehill on the cheap, those are all good things and important things that laid the foundation for this football team. But this is a what have you done for me lately league. And what John Robinson has done lately, at least on the draft side of things, is whiff on the first round in 2020, whiff on the first round in 2021, whiff on the second round in 2021. You bring in Julio Jones for a dumb deal. You're overpaying Robert Woods, and you trade arguably the best player on your team for not much in return.
The problem is, even if that's enough to get you fired, and I'm not saying it is or it isn't, even if that's enough to get you fired, and let's be frank here, if Robinson didn't win, he would have been fired for these moves. Like, if the Titans were Indianapolis, like 4-7-1 or whatever it is, they would be firing the general manager for these draft picks. And like the Julio trade was trade. But that waits till the end of the year.
That the timing is fishy. That the bad drafting, I mean, you can wait 5 or 6 weeks because you're not going to change anything from now until the end of the season based off of bad drafting. There was a sense of urgency here, a reason why they decided to part ways with John Robinson on December 6th and not in February.
Well, I think back to the owners sitting in her box on Sunday, watching A.J. Brown go ham, and deciding she wants to fire the general manager right then and there. If that's in fact what happened, and I don't know that to be true, you don't do it right now.
No.
I mean, this team is going to make the playoffs. I talked about this at length yesterday because I thought Vrabel's crossroads comments were so ridiculous after the game when he was talking about our season's at a crossroads and guys have to trust the coaches and not point fingers. And I'm like, that is like a team, like that's a 3-9 team that says things like that. Again, the season on the brink, we're at the crossroads. That's media talk. That's not football talk. This team's going to make the playoffs, and they're going to host the Miami Dolphins or the Buffalo Bills or the Baltimore Ravens or whomever at Nissan Stadium in the first playoff game. Are they going to win? Probably not, but they might. And so let's say they beat the Dolphins, which I don't think is crazy. Then the next week, they play a divisional round playoff game. Well, what if Josh Allen gets hurt? Could they beat Buffalo?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so, you don't do that. You don't fire the general manager, so now you have to call the team in and say, guys, we've decided to fire the general manager. And the players are like, why? Well, we think that you guys suck. That's why we're fired. That's what it is, right? If that's the message. If there's not something else here.
But if there is something else there that the players are completely aware of.
Stay with me if there's nothing else there.
If there's nothing else, then that is the message that I would take if I'm a player is you really think that we're that bad that you're going to fire the GM in the middle of the season?
Yeah, we don't think we can win. That's what it is. And you don't do that. Not when you know you're going to make the playoffs. Not when you know, again, not that it's likely, but it is possible that, for instance, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen all get hurt. And now
knock on wood,
you could go to the Super Bowl. I mean, we've seen crazier things. We've seen Eli Manning take 2 teams from the 6th seed to the championship twice. And Eli Manning was probably just as good as Ryan Tannehill as a quarterback. So we've seen crazy things happen before.
Hot take.
I mean, we've seen these crazy things happen, and you don't just make the distraction of firing the general manager 5 weeks before the playoffs. That doesn't make any sense, which makes me think there had to be a confrontation. There had to be something. It wasn't just Amy sat up in her box and was stewing so hard over A.J. Brown's performance Sunday that she went down after the game and picked up the phone and said, fired! Because that's something that Johnny Joe in Section 319 does. That is not something that the owner of a billion-dollar corporation does.
Unless there's cause.
Unless there's cause, which goes back to what do we not know? There's something here that we don't know. If there was a confrontation between the head coach and the general manager, and let's just say I own the team, because I'm not firing the general manager 5 weeks before the playoffs, even if I think this guy stinks. I'm not firing the general manager. And I don't think that about Robinson.
What's the point of doing that?
Again, what are you telling the
players?
players?
You're not going to make any trades. You're not drafting from now until the end of the season.
What are you telling the players?
Right.
And the only thing you're doing is finding guys off the street or guys on other teams' practice squads, which is probably the thing that Robinson's best at.
And also, like, those are such minimal moves that if you're a GM that is...
Don't talk about Andrew Adams like that.
But, I mean, come on. Let's be real here. These are not moves that are going to make or break your job.
I know. But I go back to, again, you don't do this move unless something happened. Like, if I owned the team and Vrabel and Robinson were getting into it, that they could not work together anymore, and I had to make a choice between Vrabel and Robinson, and that was what happened, then I could see it. Like, if there was a confrontation there. Or if there was a, hey, we're going to fire you at the end of the year. Well, if you're going to fire me at the end of the year, fire me now. Or, hey, Mike's going to make the final decision starting now as opposed to you. Well, in my contract, it says I make the final decision, so if you're going to do this, you have to fire. Like, it had to be something like that. It had to be something like that. Unless I've got a total misread on this organization and it's being run as poorly as Dan Snyder runs Washington. Because that is what this is. Like, just a spur of the moment, had a bad game against a guy that you traded, fired the general manager 5 weeks before the playoffs with no extra inside what's going on. That's Dan Snyder. And this is not Dan Snyder. So that bothers me. Here's the second thing. And I promise your phones today, and we will get to them today, 615-737-1025. I think this is probably what's going to happen. And under no circumstances do I want this. Whatever position you want to call it. Some people call it president of football operations. Some people call it general manager. Some people, whatever. Chief football player picker. Whoever that is.
CFPP.
Whatever. Whoever's in charge of football. There has to be one person at the top who's ever in charge of football. I don't want it to be Mike Vrabel. And I know it's going to be. I know that whoever comes in here, even after the season, and they hire a general manager, Vrabel will have more power than that person. Vrabel will pick the players. Vrabel is going to do the Bill Belichick and everything else, all the other guys that are, my team, my organization, Gruden with the Raiders, where the coach is doing everything, and that's what's going to happen, and I hate that. Because I don't believe that that's successful. And I don't think Vrabel's earned the right. And plus, what experience does Mike Vrabel have evaluating players as a personnel guy?
I feel like Mike Vrabel wouldn't even want that distraction.
Oh, please. You don't think Mike Vrabel would say, I can do it?
I mean, I think he probably would, but does he want to?
I mean, I hear Vrabel's calling the offensive plays.
Maybe that's for the best.
Vrabel has never coached offense in his life. But he barely played offense in his life.
No, I hear you. But
And
when
so
the
you want
offensive
Vrabel?
But the offensive coordinator isn't doing a great job.
Well, then why don't you let me call the plays?
I don't want you to call the plays.
See, that's the point. Vrabel's never
I
done
trust
this before.
Vrabel calling the plays
I do
more
not.
than some
Calling
random
offensive
person
plays.
off the street.
Somebody who's never called offensive plays. You trust Matt Patricia calling offensive plays?
No.
Okay. But, of course, Vrabel's probably like, I can do it. So, I mean, again, the two things here. There's something or some things we don't know. And I'm not ruling any of it out. I am not ruling out that there was a confrontation between he and Vrabel that led to a situation where the owner had to make a choice. I am not ruling out that this stems from that plane coming back from Green Bay. I am not ruling out that this could be over a power struggle between the two and who gets to make the final say, and Robinson saying just end it now as opposed to wait longer, whatever. I don't know. And neither do you all. There's no way. But there's something there. And I think because Vrabel doesn't keep things hush-hush very well. So if there's a story to be told, it will get out. The second thing is I don't want Vrabel in charge of the organization. I'm worried that ultimately that's what's going to happen. I also think that right now this kind of feels like a nuclear missile to the season, which I don't like either. Not that I had
though?
Yeah.
They're still going to win the division. They're still going to make the playoffs.
I know, but this is a distraction that a team that is, we don't do distractions, is now. I mean, this is a next level.
Then how bad could it have been?
Again, I don't know. Nobody knows. And I'm not going to pretend to know. But it had to be something. I see your phones. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. I got a lot of theories. Wow, what a bombshell today. John Robinson out as general manager of the Titans. Ryan Cowden, and I like Ryan Cowden. I mean, I don't really know Ryan Cowden, but what I do know I like. Ryan Cowden's in charge, but let's not kid ourselves. Who's in charge of the organization? Starting now. Vrabel. 615-737-1025. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. By the way, we are doing an extra hour today, so the Stillman & Company program will be 2 to 7 as opposed to 2 to 6. Coach Bob Shoop, I feel bad. Coach Shoop watched the whole tape, which apparently was a terrible tape to watch, and I had to tell Coach Shoop, like, we ain't talking about the Eagles tape today. But Coach Shoop will join us later in the week. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. That's right. Hiller is giving away cash for the holidays, and they are celebrating from now until the end of the year with special deals. Hiller wants to make sure that every child experiences the joy of Christmas, and they're donating $50 in toys to Toys for Tots with every tankless water heater purchase. And they're giving away a $250 Visa gift card with each unit. Get a $500 Visa gift card when you buy select new HVAC systems, or get a $500 Visa gift card with the purchase of any new whole home generator. More details are online at happyhiller.com. As always, Happy will be here. The service is free. These deals are only available until the end of the year, so schedule today. Hiller, they're great. They take great care of my home. They can do the same for you. Proud supporters of the Preds, the Vols, Vandy. Hiller, call the Happy Face Truck today.
Want the latest on college football and Nashville sports?
He looks like 1,000 quarterbacks I've seen in a college game.
Join Outkick 360's Chad Withrow every Friday at 5 with Stillman & Company.
The coaching staff kept him and got rid of the other guy.
He'll bring opinions and charisma for a full half hour every week.
If he's so great in the locker room, then give him a coaching gig.
Chad Withrow is presented by Two Rivers Ford. Custom order your new Ford from Two Rivers Ford on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Welcome to Smashville, home of the biggest hits in hockey and the loudest parties on Broadway. Join us at Bridgestone Arena Saturday, December 10th for a special Star Wars-themed game as your Nashville Predators take on the Ottawa Senators. Purchase your Star Wars-themed tickets at NashvillePredators.com/tickets to receive a limited edition Philip Forsberg bobblehead. That's NashvillePredators.com/tickets. NashvillePredators.com/tickets. And we'll see you at Bridgestone Arena. May the Force be with you, and let's go Preds.
There's no gift that's more beautiful, more versatile, or more meaningful than a beautiful piece of jewelry gifted from the heart. And there's no better place to find that gift than Genesis Diamonds. At Genesis, making memorable moments is our specialty. This holiday season, we put together our most impressive selection of can't-miss gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, bands from $100 to $250,000. And now through December 12th, we're offering 5 years, zero-interest financing on any holiday purchase with absolutely nothing down. So the beautiful Eternity Band is just $50 a month. Or that 2-carat pair of diamond stud earrings, just $100 a month. Everything's included in this amazing offer. Even our huge selection of hand-picked GIA-certified diamonds and our luxury pre-owned Rolex watches. Make it a Christmas to remember with something special, something timeless, and something beautiful from Genesis Diamonds. Get 5 years, zero-interest financing with zero down now through December 12th. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information.
This message is for the guy who isn't perfect in the bedroom. And let's be honest, who is? Maybe the issue is getting it up or keeping it up, or maybe it's finishing too soon. If any of these performance hiccups sound familiar to you, don't sweat it. Hims can help. At 4hims.com, you can go online and get clinically proven prescription medication that treats these issues prescribed for you, if appropriate, by licensed medical providers. And the medication is shipped free to your door in discreet packaging. Plus, Hims gives you unlimited follow-up visits with medical providers. No one's perfect in the bedroom every time, but with Hims, you can get a lot closer than before. And chances are, your partner will agree.
To get started today, go to 4hims.com/perfect. That's 4hims.com/perfect for your free visit. FORHIMS.com/PERFECT.
It's on. It's happening. Remember, you can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter.
Get out of the way, I'm watching the game.
Presented by the law offices of Amanda Gentry. You're listening to Stillman & Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Yeah, let's focus on the A.J. Brown part of this because that's really the one thing that you could look at. Again, Andrew, you noted from a timing standpoint, and definitely a miscalculation by the entire Titans organization, though indications are that Mike Vrabel definitely wanted to hold on to A.J. Brown, and John Robinson was willing to part with him relatively quickly. It's not like this was something that was bubbling behind the scenes for months and they had to convince him to trade him away. No, he traded him away and then wound up doing a deal that was in line with basically where he should be paid. It wasn't top of the market. It was dressed up as $25 million per year, but it actually came in south of that. Like, I don't know what else you would have expected. I know they said that, he didn't quite fit the budget, but I don't know what else you would have expected to be able to pay a guy of his caliber. He got what he was worth. So that was the miscalculation there. But Tom notes it. Much as there are misses, there are plenty of hits for John Robinson, both in the draft, free agency, undrafted free agency, elsewhere. This is a team with a lot of talent, and that's why, Andrew, I know that there are many folks, because we've heard from them both in the agent world and also in other front offices right now who are absolutely blown away by this, and we keep hearing the same thing. Nah, there's got to be something else. There's got to be something else.
Okay, that's Garofolo on NFL Network, Mike Garofolo, and that's what makes the John Robinson firing so incredibly hard to figure out from this one standpoint. There's a lot of things to fire Robinson over. I mean, the AJ trade is number one, especially after what happened Sunday.
Julio trade.
I contend the Julio trade was worse.
I cannot get on board with that.
I contend that the Julio Jones trade was actually worse because of what it did to the team's potential to compete at that point, what it did from a financial standpoint, what it did for the draft pick that they lost at that point. Like, they didn't get a Traylon Burks in return for Julio Jones. And Julio was so washed up. Like, that move would have never happened if Floyd Reese was healthy, because he would have called John Robinson. And I've really gone out of my way to not put words in Floyd's mouth, because that would be something that he'd be really against. But he would have kept John Robinson from making that move. He would have called John Robinson and said, don't make that move.
And I guess to that point, I can understand where you're coming from, because when the AJ trade happened, I understood where he was coming from.
Sure.
I saw the reason
we didn't
why.
vote for the Julio
With
referendum.
Julio, I didn't understand any of it.
So there's AJ, Julio, Clowney, Beasley, Isaiah Wilson, which I think is pure incompetence to not know that the guy's off the rails, and they drafted him. Which people are like, well, how were they supposed to know? I'm like, that's the job. Dylan Radin stinks. Farley, was a risk. Everybody. Chris Sanders, the most positive person in the world, flipped out on draft night when they took Farley. So there's things there that are like, dude, what you doing drafting Isaiah Wilson? What you doing trading for Julio Jones and paying the money and a high pick for Julio Jones? You know better than that. And so those things are part of it. The other side of the equation, though, is Robinson did a lot of winning. I mean, like, the teams that usually fire their general managers are the bad teams. And this team wins. This is not the NBA where everybody makes the playoffs every year. This is different. Like, this is not Kentucky basketball where getting bounced in the first round is like some crime. Nobody in the NFL gets fired after making the playoffs.
But also, I could understand if, and this is just a complete conspiracy theory that I'm cooking up myself, if Vrabel has gotten to the point where he's so frustrated, where he's thinking, I'm winning in spite of the players that you're giving me, and I just simply can't do it anymore. I can't continue to make chicken salad out of chicken poop. I need better players. I can't continue to win these games.
So that was the Bill Parcells thing. When Bill Parcells was in New England, and he had the infamous press conference where he went up there and said, they want you to cook the dinner, but they won't let you buy the groceries. Mm-hmm. I know. But John Robinson hired Mike Vrabel. That's again, if that's the case, then Vrabel won a total power struggle, and he stabbed Robinson in the back, which is ironic considering how Vrabel got his job. But even then, that doesn't make sense that they would do this now.
Like, I know.
John Robinson.
None of it makes sense why you do it now.
Let me just say this now. John Robinson is a good general manager. I know people don't want to hear that because they're mad about Isaiah Wilson and they're mad about the AJ trade and everything else.
But there are a lot of people that are good at their jobs that lose their jobs.
Sure. But normally in the NFL, it's the guys who are bad at their jobs that lose their jobs, except for Todd Downing. It's the guys who are bad at their jobs that lose their jobs, not the guys who are good. And I'm not arguing one way or another. I mean, truth be told, I'm 50-50 on it as far as should they, was Robinson doing a good job lately? Probably not. Did Robinson do a good job as the general manager? Yes, but I am 100% against it without knowing what went down behind the scenes because something went down. But I'm against it with 5 weeks to go before the playoffs. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, and I did promise your phones. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Joe just texted me and said they traded for Julio. What are you talking about? Did we say they didn't trade for Julio?
I'm pretty sure we literally just said that a few
We went
times.
over the money in the draft picks.
Yeah, they traded for Julio.
I don't know what Joe's talking about. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Cedric's going to kick us off today. Go ahead, Cedric.
Jared, you are the king of talking out of both sides of your mouth. You can't sit here and open the show.
John Robinson's tenure. Hold on, Cedric. I'll let you finish. John Robinson's tenure, in my opinion, is literally the definition of both sides of the mouth. That, like, you can bitch about him all you want, which I think you're about to do, but remember what it was like when Mike Reinfeldt was here. You remember what it was like when Rustin Webster was here. How'd you like the Jake Locker era, Cedric?
Listen, that is not what I'm saying is you get on here, you say that dude did a good job, and then I see you on Twitter, and this guy stinks, this guy stinks, this guy stinks. You know what John Robinson is? If Baker Mayfield's Cleveland Browns were in this division, they would win the division every year, and they suck. If you put us in any other division in the AFC, we have a losing record, and we don't make the playoffs. This guy, we have one elite player on the offense, one elite player on the defense. The guy continues to miss on first-round draft picks. It is time to get that bum out of here. That is a big boy move, Amy Adams Trump. We're in a major NFL market now. We got a new stadium coming. Thank you, Amy. Thank you. Let's go. Tighten up. Ooh, run it. Let's go, baby. Woo!
Okay. That's the first reaction.
Go
I
team,
do not.
go.
Thank you, Cedric. I do not share that same reaction.
I mean, I understand that reaction whenever it's really deserved. Like, if John Robinson was so horrendously awful at his job and you get him out and you're like, thank goodness, finally, all right, on to the next one. John Robinson was not that bad of a general manager. I think he was a good general manager that made some incredibly costly mistakes that cost him his job.
John Robinson is going to win 3 straight division titles. The last time before John Robinson took over the worst organization in the NFL that the Titans won the division, I was a freshman in college. Like, this is what I said when they fired Mike Mularkey. And I mean, I guess it's worked out, but when they fired Mike Mularkey, I'm like, look, man, I spent a lot of time watching Mike Munchak and Ken Wisenhunt and Jeff Fisher coach this football team. And I knew Mike Mularkey was a good coach. Now, Vrabel's probably a better coach. But it's not like the Titans have 4 Lombardis to sit here and say, hey, Jared, don't you see this was the right call? And so I'm just convinced of this. This didn't happen. Like this, the Julio trade is not why Robinson got fired today.
No.
The AJ trade is not why Robinson got fired today.
No. Something
the
else
Isaiah
happened.
Wilson pick, the Dylan Radins pick, the Caleb Farley pick, that is not why John Robinson got fired today.
Those will all be on the receipts of the reasons why John Robinson got fired. Julio, Isaiah Wilson, Caleb Farley, trading A.J. Brown, all of those will be referenced. But why today?
But the idea that the caller had about that Amy Adams Strunk sat there in the box and was like, we're moving into a new stadium, so let's fire the GM today.
No.
You don't run billion-dollar corporations like that. Especially with they're playing a game on Sunday against Jacksonville, who has no fans. I guarantee you that stadium's not sold out. What's the message to your fans today? You fire your general manager. What's your message for the season? We ain't good enough. You're trying to sell tickets. You're going to make the playoffs. And your message is, we ain't good enough? Nobody does that.
And
Dan
also,
Snyder doesn't do that.
If this was a move simply based off of the A.J. Brown trade and how the game went down on Sunday, and that was the only reason why he was fired and the only reason he was fired today, that's bad business.
Clown show.
And I don't think Amy Adams Strunk is a bad businesswoman.
I have like I just have like a one little piece of notes in front of me. And one of the things that I have in here is like, this is a Cleveland Browns move. Not to say that, like, and again, there's something we don't know.
With all of the information that we have.
It's a Cleveland Browns move.
But we know there's something missing. There has to be.
Agreed. Big if, and I'm not saying this is what happened because I don't think this is what happened. But if the owner is sitting up in her box on Sunday and just stewed over the AJ trade so much that she decided that's it, and I'm firing him, that's a Cleveland Browns move. That is where the owner cannot control his impulses, doesn't think for a second, and gives Deshaun Watson $250 million guaranteed. That is a Cleveland Browns move.
But if it was such a rash reaction to that game, wouldn't he have been gone Sunday night?
So I do wonder if, like, there's a whole process of, HR and legalese and
But
all
don't
that
you
kind of
think
stuff.
with all the HR and the legalese and the talking, it'd get out?
So this is the second time she's fired somebody in season. The other time was Ken Wisenhunt, where it was 100% what was going down on the field, and he 100% deserved it, and 100% had to happen right then and there, and that happened on a Tuesday too. So make of that what you will. Now, I don't know if I've ever told this story, but Floyd, he and I were doing the afternoon show that day. This was before Jared and the GM. He and I, though, were doing the afternoon show, and I said to him, are you going to call Underwood at some point? And he looked at me and goes, I don't know, I might have, because it was bad. It was bad. Like, what the Texans are now, that's what you were. And I was like, are you going to call Underwood at some point? And he said, at some point I'm going to have to call somebody. Said that at like 6:05 on that Monday night. Wisenhunt got fired at 10 a.m. or whatever it was the next day. So make of it what you will. Your phones, 615-737-1025. And the one place, and I do have a lot of sympathy for John Robinson, and I do think John Robinson is a good man. And I will not back off of that until I hear otherwise, and I don't think I will. But the one place where I don't have a lot of sympathy for John Robinson. We'll get to that. 615-737-1025 and your phones. Stillman and Company, 1025-1063 The Game.
Want a chance to win tickets to an upcoming Preds game?
Yes.
Tune in to Robbie and Rex Road every weekday Preds game day at 8:45 for Preds Pick to Click. Guess a goal scorer and win.
I'll take Roman Yost.
Matt Duchene.
Pick to Click is brought to you by TJ Anderson Homes of Benchmark Realty. Visit tjandersonhomes.com to see why they are referred so often. And by Superbook Sports, voted #1 sportsbook in Vegas. Download their app today.
Preds Pick to Click.
We are 1025 and 1063 The Game.
They say a good craftsman never blames their tools, and the best always choose the right one for the job. For the builders and makers of this world, nothing beats knowing you've got what you need to get the project done. Northern Tool is a problem solver's paradise. And with savings of up to 50% off and great new deals dropping every week, we've got the perfect gift for all the solvers on your list. We're made for this. Come see us in store or shop online at northerntool.com.
What's up, everybody? Michelle Knasvik here for Superbook Sports. And when it comes to sports, listen, everything is happening right now. Football, basketball, hockey, a little World Cup. And there's no better place to wager on all of it than Superbook Sports. When you sign up, deposit, and wager all in the same day, Superbook will give you a bonus up to $1,000. Yes, I said it, $1,000. When the sports world is busy, it is time to get busy winning some money. So download the Superbook Sportsbook app or visit superbook.com to wager and win today. Visit superbook.com for terms and conditions. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-889-9789.
Need cash for the holidays or to pay off credit cards right now? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. This is great. You can keep your low mortgage rate and still get cash out. That's right. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low rate. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will come your way, and it only costs you around $300 a month. Use that money to pay off whatever bills you have, credit cards, consolidate other debt, or start a home improvement project. With Loan Pronto, you can access up to 95% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need the appraisal. Even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Do it now before the holidays. Call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Hey, it's Hutton. Interest rates are rising, but not at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. Replace your old unit fast before new regulations increase prices up to 20%. Get a new unit today at today's price and receive up to $1,500 off, or get 18 months of no payments, so the first payment is not until spring of 2024. At Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, all new systems come with a 10-year parts and labor warranty. Schedule your appointment now at springhillac.com. That's springhillac.com.
Men, are you asking yourself questions like, why am I gaining fat? Why is my energy or sex drive down and maybe haven't been getting the exercise you need? If you want to get back to the man you used to be but just don't have that youthful energy, that edge you once had, you very well might have low testosterone. Low T causes all kinds of issues, from a reduced libido, lower drive, and bad sleep patterns to problems with muscle gain, bone density, and more. It may even contribute to erectile dysfunction, and if this sounds like you, it's probably time to get treated for your low T. At the Tennessee Men's Clinic, we've treated thousands of men for low T. We've seen them put on muscle, add to their energy, improve their sex lives, get better sleep, and just feel better. Plus, if you're like most men, you'll see results in only a few weeks. So make an appointment today and experience how testosterone therapy can truly change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 with results in minutes. Call today, 615-208-9090, or go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Visit our website to learn more, including side effects, treatments extra, results vary.
Wednesday on Chase, Willie, and D-Mace, the fallout from the John Robinson firing for the Titans. Mike Vrabel will face the media for the first time. Jonathan Hutton from Outkick joins us. Tune in starting at 10 a.m. on 102.5 The Game.
Hey, Nashville. This is David Price. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
What did John Robinson do? Let's take our guesses. What did he do, AJ?
I mean, there's so many possibilities. I guess it's just probably just some minor disagreements that have kind of continued to happen throughout the season. I guess that's all it might be.
Okay, so you're saying pissed off Vrabel?
No, just say I don't know. He probably has disagreements with the front office as well. I would imagine the ownership, and everybody there.
So pissed off the owner?
Yeah, obviously, if the owner's firing you, they're not happy.
Okay, so you're saying he pissed off the owner?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he did to piss off the owner, but yeah, that's what I'm.
This is your guess. My guess: pissed off Vrabel. Okay. Your guess?
Him and the OC were having a power hour on the back of the plane.
Okay. Might have got caught on tape.
Might have got caught on tape.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good point. That's the direction I was going as well.
Tone?
Yeah, it's something unfootball related.
Okay. I mean, that's.
It has nothing to do with disagreements with the ownership or Vrabel or a trade he made. This guy is into some stuff, okay?
Tone.
It was a Pat McAfee show. Again, I don't know what he did. For this to be an in-season firing, I don't know what he did. Let me say this. I just want to get this out there, and I see your phones lined up, and they are. The first show I ever hosted with Floyd, I've told this story 1,000 times. The first show I ever did with Floyd, I didn't really know him that well. And so we were just sitting there before we went on, and I was trying to shoot the breeze with him, and this was right after the draft in 2015. And I said, Floyd, are the Titans going to be any good this year? And he looks at me and goes, we don't have a right tackle. And I was like, that's a big deal, isn't it? He's like, right tackle? Yes. And so I've never forgotten that. And every time they went into the draft without a player at a certain position, he was like, well, if you don't have a guard, you have to draft a guard. You can't go into the year without a guard. But the last 2 years, they've gone into the season without a right tackle. How freaking hard is it to get a right tackle?
Apparently pretty darn difficult.
I mean, get a right tackle. So the one thing that I don't have any sympathy for, and I think Robinson's a good man, and I wouldn't have made the move today, and again, unless there was, something off the wall crazy or whatever. But the one thing I don't have any sympathy for is you can't go into training camp with Anthony Ferkser as your starting tight end. You can't go into training camp 2 years in a row without a starting right tackle. You can't do it. I got sympathy for the idea that Taylor Lewan got hurt and Dennis Daly has to play left tackle and he's a backup and that is what it is.
But there was zero depth on the offensive line.
I don't have any sympathy for taking Roger Saffold, who just made the Pro Bowl, and putting a 270-pound backup in there. I don't have any sympathy for that. And so those are the things that I look at with this organization that I'm like, what the hell, over the last couple of years. Everything else, they're risks that didn't work out. And that's the nature of the GMing.
But that's what gets you fired, is you understand that you have to make risky decisions, and they could work out, and they could not, and you could lose your job.
You have to understand when you draft Caleb Farley that if it doesn't work, it could cost you your job. Again, like I said and will continue to say, I think there's something else here. I don't know what it is. I think there is something else behind the scenes that went down within the last 72 hours, and that is why he is fired today. Not why he got fired totally, but why he got fired today with 5 weeks before the playoffs. 2-4 is up next. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. What you got, 2-4?
Hey, Wade, do you think that it was possibly behind Todd Downing? Maybe they wanted him out. Vrabel didn't want to, and then there was like a power struggle there.
If there was a power struggle, thank you for your call, 2-4. If there was a power struggle over Todd Downing, why would the guy who wants Todd Downing out be the one who gets fired?
And also, is that really going to be the hill that you die on?
And isn't that going to happen?
Todd Downing.
Just like with most things, wouldn't that happen after the season?
After the season. Like, I keep going back to that. Every way that I could justify this move being made, and there are several things that justify this move being made, but at the time, I can't justify it unless there was something so critical and so pressing that it needed to happen right now. But you can't wait like literally a month and a half to make these moves. If there is a power struggle, if there was, discrepancy on who should be fired, who should say, so on and so forth. If you're upset about the drafting and the trades and the free agency moves, so on and so forth. You can't wait a month and a half.
I mean, what are they going to do? Draft a new line?
Right now?
Trade for a quarterback?
You're going to trade for a quarterback on December 7th?
Right.
When you can't make trades?
That doesn't
make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
The timing makes no sense whatsoever to basically kind of wave a white flag on the season whenever you're going to make the playoffs.
Rick's up next. Thank you for calling. What you got, Rick?
Hey, Jared, I just wanted to say that I do agree with you that John is a good manager, but he's not the best. And there was only really one good thing he was good at, man, and that was rounds 5 through 7 in the draft. The man could only pick up the diamonds in the rough.
I guess that Derrick Henry's a real bum.
Do what?
I said, I guess that Derrick Henry's a real bum.
This year, yeah, it's kind of looking man.
I think that Kevin Byard, he stinks too, and Jeffrey Simmons, and A.J. Brown, all terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, good take, Rick. Thank you for your call. This is the thing. You have to be fair. I yelled at somebody about this yesterday. Just because Robinson got fired today doesn't change it. You have to be fair. The Isaiah Wilson pick was an unmitigated disaster. And it wasn't a disaster because he couldn't play, which I don't think he could, but it was an unmitigated disaster because the guy was freaking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and the Titans draft process didn't figure it out. I mean, we hear all these stories about how they measure the inseam of your pants to figure out if you're a guard or a tackle, and how they have these psychoanalysis at the combine where they sit down with you and they quiz you on everything. And all of a sudden, remember when Jeff Ireland got in trouble because he asked Des Bryant if his mom was a prostitute? Like, they ask everything in these meetings. They psychoanalyze these people. It's part of the job. And they couldn't figure out that Isaiah Wilson was off his freaking rocker. Then they went after Caleb Farley with a horrible medical, and he re-hurt his back. Those are bad. Bad, 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 bad. The Julio trade, you could see it coming from a mile away. Bad. We begged him not to make that trade on this show. We begged him. We said, don't do it. He's old. He's hurt. He said, don't do it. And you all got mad at us, but you all know we're right about that. But at the same time, with throwing that out there, you don't get to ignore Jeffrey Simmons, A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry, Kevin Byard. You don't get to ignore the 3 division titles that Robinson's going to win. You don't get to ignore the AFC Championship game. You don't get to ignore the trading a 4th round pick for the second best quarterback in the team's history. You don't get to ignore that. You have to be fair. You can't say, all John Robinson ever could do is pick in the later rounds. Really? Because Jack Conklin's pretty good. You don't get to ignore the good that this man did. And that's all. I think that we have talked about the bad plenty on this program today and for always. But you can't just call in and say, bad. All he could do was draft. All he could do is find Andrew Adams on the Pittsburgh Steelers practice squad. That's all he could do and nothing else. No, you don't get to do that. That's not fair. Now I'll say this. John Robinson with the offensive line.
Woof.
Bad. Over the years. Bad. 615-737-1025. Again, we're back to you. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company. 1025-1063 The Game.
Every Wednesday at 8:45. Join Robbie and Rex Road for The Choice is Yours.
2 sports questions, 2 non-sports questions.
They'll answer a couple of questions about life and sports. The Choice is Yours is built by Jarrett Companies. You have a choice. So when you have a need for site and utility work, fire protection, concrete and asphalt services, the choice is simple. It's Jarrett Companies. For more, visit JarrettCompaniesInc.com. The choice is yours. Wednesdays at 8:45 on 1025 and 1063 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 Code Red meteorologist Greg Bobus. Our forecast here for you today, leading us into the upper 60s to near 70. Rain dying down a little in toward the afternoon, but still pockets of sprinkles and light rain will remain throughout the afternoon into the upcoming evening.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hey, Robbie Stanley here, and you can give the gift of Preds hockey this holiday season with the Smashville Stocking Stuffer presented by 47 Brand and Local IQ. This includes 2 hockey tickets, a Preds 47 Brand hat, and a $20 food voucher, all starting at just $79. Visit NashvillePredators.com/stocking for more info, or check out the 5-game pick plan presented by Hattie B's. Pick any 5 games and select your seats, plus receive a Preds car flag and a $10 gift card to Hattie B's. Visit NashvillePredators.com/tickets for details.
Hi, this is Ben Talbot, local owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Nashville. We have a lot to be grateful for this year, and I want to say thank you to our customers in Nashville and throughout Middle Tennessee. I hope everyone has a safe and happy holiday season from Pella Windows and Doors of Nashville.
When it comes to procuring my adult beverages for the big games, I saddle up and head to Red Spirits and Wine. Red's titanic selection of beer, wine, distilled spirits, and cigars is second to none. And Red's Cracker Jack crew always delivers a winning combination of service and value. There's no 2 ways about it. Red is top of the range. Open 7 days a week at Highway 70 South in Bellevue. And check us out at redspirits.com.
In 1972, a Nashville family business story began when Bill and Beverly Finley founded Volunteer Hose and Gasket. 3 generations have grown the business into the local industry leader, supplying just about anything to anybody, from the largest of contractors to your neighbor that mows his own yard. Over 1 million items in stock: belts, belting accessories, gaskets, gauges, hose fittings, hydraulics, industrial hoses, lubricants, sealing products, tubing, fire protection, and more. All at volunteerhose.net. If Volunteer Hose and Gasket doesn't have it, then you probably don't need it. Call them at 615-242-0461.
All of us who work for Cromwell Media, the owner of this radio station, take a great deal of pride in our work. We honor each other for making a difference on our team and in our community. This month, we're congratulating Austin Fullwider, who handles our commercial logs for 6 years of service, and Sean Fort, our Director of Sales, along with David Janes, one of our part-time producers on 1025, 1063 The Game, are each celebrating 2-year anniversaries. Want to be part of what we do? Contact us at together@cromwellmedia.com and let's have a conversation.
Chase McCade.
You get a little fired up for that. Pads start popping.
Willie Donick.
And you're just thinking, this guy's unbelievable.
And Derek Mason.
Now I got to run a little bit faster so I don't get hit.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on Nashville's best sports talk, 1025 and 1063 The Game and the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
1025 and 1063 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Just back in February, the Titans gave long-term contract extensions to both Coach Mike Vrabel and their general manager, John Robinson. Just 10 months later, Robinson is out as GM, and Ryan Cowden, a longtime executive to Robinson, was that ownership was not happy about the direction of the roster that he had assembled, even though at this point, as you mentioned, the Titans are 7-5 and they've got a more than 3-game lead in the AFC South division. Certainly, as you look through Robinson's drafts, he's had some big hits. He drafted Derrick Henry
and A.J. Brown. He drafted Harold Landry. They also had some high-profile misses, including the likes of Isaiah Wilson and most recently Caleb Farley, who has struggled to be on the field. If you go back about a month or so ago, Mike Vrabel spoke in a press conference and was asked about the offense, and he said, if you haven't figured it out yet, this is how we're going to have to play. That was a sign that there was frustration about what they lacked at the wide receiver position, in particular on that offense. Of course, the trade of A.J. Brown back in April to the Eagles did net them a promising young receiver in Treylon Burks, but he too has had some injury issues and has not stayed on the field. Just 2 days after that game, and A.J. Brown having more touchdowns and receptions and receiving yards than all the Titans wide receivers combined, the guy who drafted him and traded him, John Robinson, is out in Tennessee.
So Tom Pelissero right there brings up a Vrabel press conference. I want to say it was after the Colts game. You know, hey, that's how we're going to have to win them all, which I remember that quote. Mm-hmm. I think it was after the second Colts game. If you haven't figured it out by now, that's how we're going to have to win them. And that was the way. He doesn't know how to pronounce Treylon Burks' name. But he brings up an innocuous Vrabel comment after the Colts game 2 months ago. Well, I mean, that's got to mean something, right? He's not pulling that out of his ass.
I don't know. Because it is a very, that's a quote that, I even forgot about.
Sure.
It's a quote that we've talked about for a couple of days, and I even forgot about it.
I can't even, I think it was the second Colts game. It might have been the first Colts game. I can't remember.
The fact that we can't even remember. It can't mean nothing. Or maybe they went digging for some sort of evidence to prove that there was animosity between Vrabel and Robinson. And I'm not saying there was, but maybe if this was an idea or a way that they wanted to frame this situation. But it is a very interesting point that you make.
Again, it was a whatever comment. It wasn't like the comments he made after the Eagles game.
See, that's a bigger thing to me is we're at a crossroads.
We're at a crossroads and everybody has to make the choice if they're going to show up to work with good energy, and we have to trust the coaches, and that was what the hell is he talking about?
But when I heard that quote, and correct me if you thought differently, my first thought wasn't they're going to fire John Robinson.
Nope.
John Robinson is the crossroads. I thought surely it's a coordinator of some sort. Surely it's an attitude shift that they feel that they might need to be in the locker room. Not let's fire the general manager 2 days later.
I don't. Again, I'm with all you out there. I'm trying to piece this together. Because on the surface, it doesn't make sense to me. John is up next. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting, John. What you got, Johnny?
Hi. I tend to agree with you. That it has nothing to do with roster management or the loss on Sunday. What I think it is, I think it's related to Downing. I don't think it's a matter of whether he's going to be fired or not going to be fired. I think that they violated one of the big NFL rules, which after they got back from Minnesota, they were drinking on the office property and before he took off and went to a bar. And that is a big no-no in the NFL. Is you cannot consume liquor on the property of the team offices. And
so John, I think thank you for your call. I'm not going to say I think you're onto something because I have no idea, but I'm not ruling it out. I do think we were talking about this during a break, which is there are some obvious on the spectrum, right? There is you called that agent 2 days before the legal tampering period and the league fined you $50,000 and don't do that. The league doesn't want you doing that. That's on one end of the spectrum. Mm-hmm. And caught with child porn is on the other end of the spectrum, right? Where it's get that man to jail right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Straight to jail.
So on the spectrum, that exact spectrum we're talking about, stole some Gatorade towels, to use at home on the treadmill, and the other one. The drinking, the playing, the team property, the facility, the who knew, who condoned it, who brought it, that is somewhere, I think, towards the firing scale of if you knowingly violate a team rule or there's tape of something or to me, I think that the Green Bay plane trip is very much on the table with this. That happened 3 weeks ago. The league said they would launch an investigation. Usually takes a couple of weeks. They start figuring things out and then bang, You know, it's like, oh, look at this. We found that John Robinson did this. Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not counting out the possibility that the league launched an investigation, found the incredibly damning evidence, whether with John Robinson specifically or for the team as a whole, and they said, you know, we have to put this on the senior most employee, which would be John Robinson.
Or Robinson greenlit it, and there's proof of it.
Yes, that too. However John Robinson has been found liable, where the league says you need him out right now. And I don't know that's just speculation here, which would explain the timing if the NFL pushed it and had a sense of urgency with get him out right now. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if that's how the league views that situation.
Well, we don't know what he did or didn't do.
I mean, drinking on the plane.
But we don't know.
I don't know
what
exactly what he did. All I know is Todd Downing got arrested for your DUI, and all evidence points toward he was probably drinking on the plane or on Titans property of some sort. But even that is an assumption. So, but let's say it is. Let's say they did find that Todd Downing was drinking on the plane and that John Robinson was somehow liable or responsible for it. Would the league really put that much urgency on firing a GM for drinking on the plane?
So years ago, and this is not an apples to apples situation, but years ago, Ken Rosenthal, baseball reporter, wrote a story in The Athletic about how the Atlanta Braves front office was treating people inside the organization poorly. And so, you know, the Braves denied it or whatever, and Major League Baseball launched an investigation, and they found out through their research that the Braves were basically running in Venezuela like the Wild West and paying guys under the table.
Oh, my gosh.
And all kind, like with 15-year-olds before they were legal to sign and all this kind of stuff.
Okay, way worse.
Well, but, I mean, it was just kind of, it's like paying basketball players before NIL money. You know, everybody did it, but it was like they found out.
Everybody was paying 15-year-olds?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah. In baseball, they're trying to find these guys as young as possible, and they're trying to sign them for $100,000 out of Caracas, and they hope they turn into Ronald Acuna.
Jeez.
That's just baseball.
Did not expect a Caracas mention on the show today.
So they figured that out. You know, they found out that they basically were skirting the international signing rules.
Uh-huh.
And so, I mean, at that point, Brian Snitker, who's probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame, just won the World Series with the Braves, Brian Snitker was going to quit. They were playing the end-of-the-year series at Miami. He hated the general manager. He was going to quit as soon as the season was over. The Braves were going to fire him. And all of a sudden, Major League Baseball called the Braves and said, get that general manager off the road right now. And so the Braves brought him back to Atlanta. They interviewed him. They fired him that day. So Major League Baseball called, did their investigation. The Braves fired the guy that day. They picked up Snitker's option just because they wanted stability in the organization. And then he went on to win the World Series, and he's won the division every year since. What I'm saying is that when the league does the investigation, sometimes they find other things than exactly what they were looking for. And I'm not saying this is what happened because I don't know, but it would not surprise me if there was something with that Green Bay plane investigation that Todd Downing's DUI led to. Get him out of here. And I'm not saying it happened, but I'm not saying it didn't happen.
But, I mean, we don't know what happened. So all we can do is speculate off of
More
the information that we
phones.
do have.
More of your phones. 615-737-1025 is your phone number, 615-737-1025. Plus, I think the number one question that has to be asked on the Vrabel, Robinson, Amy front about all of this. And we'll do that next. Stillman and Company right here, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
You love the game.
Predators win it in overtime. Touchdown, Tennessee.
We live the game.
My quarterback needs me to step up.
He can make a defense pay.
We are
1, 2, 3, 9.
I think it was a good game. You had a couple of big plays.
Yossi scores.
The Game. Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
With PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I started my first business in a dingy basement of a factory in 1986. Instead of customers, my visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. To psych myself up that I was going to succeed, I wore formal business attire and a tie to that lonely factory basement every day. I was a total type A business geek, crunching spreadsheets for my accounting. Today, my fifth successful business, Patriot Software, makes accounting simple for accountants and non-accountants alike. eliminating the need for many of us business geeks to crunch spreadsheets or wear formal business attire ever again. Go to patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of accounting software free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money.
Hey, it's Jared. If you're listening to us on I-24 towards Murfreesboro or I-65 towards Spring Hill, make sure you check out 106.3 for another great way to hear Nashville's best sports talk.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information.
This message is for the guy who isn't perfect in the bedroom. And let's be honest, who is? Maybe the issue is getting it up, or keeping it up, or maybe it's finishing too soon. If any of these performance hiccups sound familiar to you, don't sweat it. Hims can help. At 4hims.com, you can go online and get clinically proven prescription medication that treats these issues, prescribed for you, if appropriate, by licensed medical providers. And the medication is shipped free to your door in discreet packaging. Plus, Hims gives you unlimited follow-up visits with medical providers. No one's perfect in the bedroom every time, but with Hims, you can get a lot closer than before. And chances are, your partner will agree.
To get started today, go to 4hims.com/perfect. That's 4hims.com/perfect for your free visit. FORHIMS.com/PERFECT.
Live from the Game Nashville studios. WPRT FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne.
Robbie and Rex Road, Chase, Willie, and D-Mace.
Stillman Company. Nashville's best sports talk. 102.5 and 106.3.
Ranks and he scores! On both sides of the one big possession.
Touchdown, Middle Tennessee.
The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury. He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman & Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda J. Gentry. The Vrabel administration has started signing their executive orders today as Mike Vrabel has taken the oath of office as the leader of the Titans football operation, even though officially Ryan Cowden is in charge of the football operation.
Yeah, don't you be spreading rumors now.
Let's not kid ourselves. This is the Vrabel administration now. You know, the 43rd president of the Tennessee Titans football operations.
Do you really think Amy would let that happen?
Would let Vrabel take over?
Yes.
Yes. I think that's probably what this is about. So apparently, Ian, the Titans have released a bunch of guys.
I don't know about a bunch, but they did release fullback Torrey Carter and and outside linebacker Sam Okwonu, and then a couple of guys on the practice squad, and then they've added kicker Shudek back to the practice squad.
Okay. And they signed somebody off Atlanta's practice squad, too, who I've never heard of. And that's not important. Here's the one question. I see your phones, and we'll get to them. But here's the one question that I want to ask right now, and I want everybody's opinion on this. Is there any chance that this was simply Amy Adams Strunk was unhappy with her general manager, and she sat up in her box at the Philadelphia game, and she couldn't take A.J. Brown going off on the Titans anymore, and just decided right then and there to fire John Robinson, and that there wasn't some sort of a blow-up, there wasn't some sort of a confrontation, there wasn't some sort of behind-the-scenes thing that we don't know about, that it is as simple as Amy decided Sunday that the A.J. trade was the straw that broke the camel's back, that she was mad about that. She was mad about the Julio trade. She was mad about the Isaiah Wilson and Caleb Farley picks. She was mad about the offensive line. She was mad about Clowney. She was mad about Beasley. She had had enough of it and just decided, I'm done, and that's it. And with 5 weeks to go before the playoffs with the team in first place, Amy Adams Strunk just said, that's it, enough, goodbye, pack your bags, get out, go, see ya, never again. Is there any chance that that's what happened? And not only that that's what happened, but there is not something extra to it.
I think there's a chance that it is simply just Amy was fed up. And
bigger than the Joe Rexrode. Oh, of course there's a chance, like a legitimate chance.
I would give it like a 5% chance.
Ian, do you think there is a legitimate chance, like a true, like actual possibility that there is not a bigger story behind the curtain?
I mean, I don't know. I'd like to think so. The timing is just, the timing is just really confusing.
Of course there's something behind the curtain, right?
I mean, yes, the timing, to Ian's point, the timing, to me, all signs point towards something else, something bigger is going on here. And I'm leaving room for the chance that maybe Amy really just is that fed up. And maybe Sunday, it was the final straw, and she was over it and done. But I think she's a better owner than that. The timing is so fishy that there has to be something else.
There's really not a lot of roster moves to make at this point, is there?
Like, what's the point right now?
There's no damage to be done.
Other than to prove a point to John Robinson, if, let's say, in April, when John Robinson sat down with Amy Adams Strunk and said, we want to trade A.J. Brown, she said, okay, fine. And I'm just guessing. Okay, fine. You have the green light. You have my permission. But if this doesn't work out, you're getting fired. And John was like, okay, fine. I'm okay. I can live with that.
That's what McAfee said today, that it was like, did they have a bet that's like, okay, if we win the AJ trade, then I get to coach. And if you win the AJ trade, then you get to be GM.
I mean, maybe.
That is so Looney Tunes, though. Like, I'm
leaving room for the possibility. Do I think that's the case? No.
If that's what happened, as a Titan fan, a part of me dies inside today. That if the owner just, on a whim, fires the general manager because of like an impulsive decision, and the owner just fires the general manager because of the impulsive decision 5 weeks to go before the playoffs, then part of me dies as a Titans fan inside. Because then I know you're never going to be any good. If that is how think about it. Jerry Jones has never done something this impulsive, except the single biggest mistake of his career at the owners' meetings, getting drunk in 1994 or whatever it was, and bragging about how he won those Super Bowls and any coach could coach the Cowboys, and Jimmy Johnson finding out about it. That's it. Jerry Jones. Yeah, Jerry doesn't make impulsive decisions like that. I can't imagine Amy makes impulsive decisions like that. Bud, yes. Bud Adams, I think there's a legitimate chance that would happen, and that Mike Munchak would be installed as general manager tomorrow. Like, I think that there's a chance. Not Amy. So I have to believe that there's something behind the scenes that we don't know about that led to this. I have to believe it. And if I don't, then I am going to be incredibly depressed. I mean, again, think about the message that this sends to the team. The playoffs are in 5 weeks. Everybody knows the Titans are big. It's not like the Colts, who looked like morons when they hired Jeff Saturday. Everybody knew their season was over anyways. But imagine the message it sends to the players of a team meeting at 8 a.m. this morning, and everybody comes in there, and they're all filing in on their day off, and Vrabel and Amy and Burke Nihill sit them down and say, guys, we've decided to make a change. We fired John Robinson. Well, even though the players really don't care that much about anybody except for themselves, there is going to be a natural reaction of why.
Right.
And then the answer is, we just didn't think John was doing a good enough job as general manager. Well, what's that tell the players?
We're not good enough.
And what's that tell Traylon Burks? That if all of a sudden, the AJ trade.
2 days after the Eagles game.
Trade was so bad. It's like Traylon Burks is sitting there like, hey, I'm the best receiver on this team, guys. I don't suck that bad.
I just got knocked out, okay? There's nothing that I can do about that.
I caught a touchdown. Guys, what the hell?
I caught a touchdown and I was unconscious.
So this is a team that is going to be trying to compete in the playoffs, and you fire the general manager, and you're telling the players that they stink? So now when they play the Miami Dolphins in the wild card round of the playoffs, in which the Dolphins might be favored by 3 points, but we talked about this last week when the Titans lost to the Bengals, about how if the Titans had played a cleaner game, they could have won. And so, there has to be something.
The only real football move that I thought when it happened was, the only thing was do they not want to really lose Ryan Cowden? He was the only one, that's what popped into my mind. Is he that popular within the building that he's gotten job or interviews with other teams that they really think he has an opportunity to leave, and they just want to find a way to keep him. That's the only thing that popped into my mind, like legit reason.
I stand by this. The chief football operator going forward is not going to be Ryan Cowden. It's going to be Mike Vrabel. And I don't like it. And maybe they'll win 2 Super Bowls because of it, but I don't like it. And everybody knows I'm a Vrabel fan, but I don't like the idea of Mike Vrabel being the chief football operator. For the most part, I don't believe in that. And people casually forget the story that it was Bobby Greer, the general manager of the New England Patriots back when they had such things. It was Bobby Greer who was in Ann Arbor, Michigan when Lloyd Carr said, Bobby, you have to draft my quarterback. You have to. Now, I'm not saying that Bobby Greer was the one who made the Brady pick. It was Belichick. But it was Bobby Greer and Belichick, and a couple years later they fired Bobby Greer, and nobody's ever talked about Bobby Greer. Chris Greer, the Dolphins, his dad, they don't ever talk about Bobby Greer because the Patriots won all those Super Bowls. Well, I don't know if you guys have watched football for the last 3 years, but how's the Patriot way working out right now?
Not so hot.
So keep that in mind. Let's go back to your phones. Phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHonda.com, 615-737-1025. Daniel is up next and has been waiting patiently. Thank you for calling. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, Jared. Thanks for taking my call, man.
Sure.
I know we're all reeling. We're still trying to piece some things together, and it may very well be something behind the scenes. But my thought was that I don't think it could be the drinking issue, the drinking on company property or on the plane or any of that. Because if it were for that reason, wouldn't Downing have to go too? I mean, he was the one who was actually doing it, right?
So I will put it to you like this. I think there's a jurisdiction that is different. And the jurisdiction of what your general manager did, and because a lot of people have said, well, I mean, if Robinson gets in trouble over this, then why would Downing not get in trouble over this? Thank you for your call, Daniel. If Robinson gets in trouble over this, why would Downing not get in trouble over this?
Which was my question.
That is, I think, an NFL and legal thing. The NFL doesn't want to set the standard of a coach getting a DUI and then being fired. Because a lot of coaches, I'm not saying a lot of coaches get DUIs, but it happens. And it's going to happen again. And a DUI is not necessarily, in this league, a fireable offense. But for the Titans to fire John Robinson, if the league saw something that was, allowing behavior that is absolutely strictly forbidden, then the guy who runs that team and is in charge of that plane has a higher standard of which to uphold the organization's values. I also think, too, Todd Downing getting a DUI from a league perspective is only going to result in a suspension for Todd Downing once all this is done, and the league will come down and give him a 3 or 4 game suspension. If the league sees that John Robinson violated league rules, they could come down with a huge fine, and then Amy Adams Strunk has to pay it. And so there's a difference. I mean, it doesn't sound like they fired John Robinson for cause. So it does sound like John Robinson will be making some money over the next couple of years, regardless of what he does. Jared and the GM too?
Yeah.
615
John.
By the way, can I Robbie and Joe do the call the shot? Can I call a shot?
Sure.
Robinson goes back to the Patriots.
As what?
Like number
a scout?
No, as the number 2 guy there behind Belichick.
Really?
Yeah. The Patriots love doing that. They love having other people pay their bills. That's why Patricia is calling the plays, because he and Joe Judge are being paid by the Lions and the Giants. And so if Robinson is getting paid here, then they can pay Robinson $30,000, and Robinson will take all his money from here. And he's got to be better than, I think, Mike Groh. Al Groh's kid is the one running their personnel department. Robinson has to be better than that. And so he kind of takes over the Nick Caserio, Scott Pioli, Floyd Reese role, and that is what he becomes. Just call him a shot. Robinson goes back to the Patriots. 615-737-1025. Back to your phones on the John Robinson firing. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company, 102.5-106.3 The Game.
Every Wednesday at 8:45. Call. Join Robbie and Rexroad for The Choice is Yours.
2 sports questions, 2 non-sports questions.
They'll answer a couple of questions about life and sports. The Choice is Yours is built by Jarrett Companies. You have a choice. So when you have a need for site and utility work, fire protection, concrete and asphalt services, the choice is simple. It's Jarrett Companies. For more, visit JarrettCompaniesInc.com. The choice is yours. Wednesdays at 8:45 on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Winning this award is truly like winning the Super Bowl of car dealer awards for Mercedes-Benz.
Edwin Vickery, General Manager of Mercedes-Benz of Music City.
Culture, eat strategy for lunch. You have to hit on all cylinders to win this award. You can strategize all you want. You got to still have the right tools, and our tools are our people.
Live the dream with 3-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best award winner, Mercedes-Benz of Music City. Go to mbofmc.com.
How to say I love you without words and make your money go further this year? A beautiful piece of jewelry from Genesis Diamonds, and we're making it easy with 0 interest financing. That's right. While interest rates are on the rise everywhere else, at Genesis Diamonds, we're lowering rates all the way down to 0% with 0 down. This is in addition to Genesis' amazing, unbeatable value prices. How about a 5-carat diamond bracelet for only $85 a month? Or a luxury pre-owned Rolex Submariner or Datejust? Pay nothing down and spread the cost over 5 years. Everything's included in this amazing holiday offer, but this is only through December 12th, so shop early. Unique designer jewelry, colored gemstones, classic diamond studs, handcrafted engagement rings starting as low as $35 a month with 0 down. Even our GIA certified diamonds are included. Let Genesis help you find that remarkable gift for the season and enjoy low payments and 0% financing for 5 years with no money down. Merry Christmas from Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Paul Feinbaum here for the Southeast leader for cranes and equipment rental, Craneworks. The Craneworks team in Nashville, Birmingham, and Mobile is ready to make your next construction or maintenance project a big success. Give Craneworks a call for your next lift, machinery moving, or rigging project. And don't forget, RentalWorks has a full line of rental equipment for jobs both big and small, and now offering qualified operators for all equipment, including aerial and earth-moving equipment. Call Craneworks at 877-282-LIFT or visit them on the web at craneworks.com.
Men, are you asking yourself questions like, why am I gaining fat? Why is my energy or sex drive down and maybe haven't been getting the exercise you need? If you want to get back to the man you used to be but just don't have that youthful energy, that edge you once had, you very well might have low testosterone. Low T causes all kinds of issues, from a reduced libido, lower drive, and bad sleep patterns to problems with muscle gain, bone density, and more. It may even contribute to erectile dysfunction, and if this sounds like you, it's probably time to get treated for your low T. At the Tennessee Men's Clinic, we've treated thousands of men for low T. We've seen them put on muscle, add to their energy, improve their sex lives, get better sleep, and just feel better. Plus, if you're like most men, you'll see results in only a few weeks. So make an appointment today and experience how testosterone therapy can truly change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 with results in minutes. Call today, 615-208-9090, or go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Visit our website to learn more, including side effects, treatments, extra. Results vary.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
We want to hear from you.
Thanks for taking the call.
Join the conversation. Call or text at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
He had 5 years to get this right. And for all intents and purposes, he did get it right. He put this franchise back on track. Now, has he made decisions that were questionable? I think every GM does. But to the level that you end up firing him. Even though I'm thinking I'm surprised, they did the same damn thing to Malarkey. They fired Malarkey after going to the playoffs.
Yep.
They got rid of him. So I'm sure we shouldn't be that surprised in a sense of we saw a coach take a team to the playoffs. Seemed like the team was heading in the right direction, and they end up firing him. And I'm sure that came from above. They had to get the okay from above. They do it again when they fire their GM with 5 games left in the season.
I mean, it is ironic if, in fact, what everybody, for the most part, assumes is that Vrabel stabbed Robinson in the back. It is wildly ironic that Vrabel stabbed Malarkey in the back Robinson stabbed Malarkey in the back to hire Vrabel, and then Vrabel stabs Robinson in the back.
It's karma.
It is very Shakespearean of the Tennessee Titans to have that happen.
Very Caesar-esque.
I mean, it is. I think something happened.
At 2, Vrabel?
Yeah, exactly. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com, 615-737-1025, reacting to the firing of John Robinson. Kenston is up next. Good to hear from you, Kenston. Go ahead.
What's up, Jay? Good to hear from you guys as well. Hello, Carolina, sorry. I want to bring up a perspective that maybe everybody hadn't talked about, because I know every GM has good signings, bad signings, good draft picks, bad draft picks. And I think for the most part, people would say John Robinson was on the good side of both, even though some of the draft picks hadn't shaked out recently. But the perspective that I want to bring attention to was, if it was AJ, right, how much of the Jeffrey Simmons comments over the last couple months about not having enough money and wanting to do things but couldn't get it done, if that perspective was maybe losing another superstar this offseason kind of played into it and was like, hey, let's just go ahead and relieve this guy of his duty so he doesn't make the same mistake twice.
So somebody asked me that question, Kinston, and I'll be honest with you. I think 0%. I think this has nothing to do with Jeffrey Simmons, and I'll tell you why. Because I thought the Simmons comments in the Athletic article where Simmons said that they just said that they don't know when they'll be able to pay me, if they'll be able to pay me, or where they're going to get the money from or whatever, well, I found those to be really weird comments and weird negotiating comments. And if you're the owner and you like the job the general manager is doing, but then you don't like the way he's negotiating the Simmons contract, wouldn't the phone call then be to, hey, call him back and tell him no. Tell him that what we said earlier is not true, and tell him, say you're sorry and make up for it. Like, that's what I believe. I think the fact that they went into the last 2 training camps without a right tackle is a much bigger problem to me than what may have gone on in the Jeffrey Simmons negotiations. But maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think this has anything to do with Simmons negotiations. Jeffrey Simmons, regardless of who the general manager is, whether it's John Robinson, Floyd Reese, Jared Stillman, Attila the Hun, whoever the general manager is, Jeffrey Simmons is going to be on the Tennessee Titans. You don't trade Jeffrey Simmons. They're not going to trade Jeffrey Simmons. He is going to be signed here, regardless of who the GM is. So I don't think it has to do with Simmons. So when he asks what chance do I think that I say 0%.
But I think it's more about the deals that have been done rather than the deals that are in the process of being done. Because what kind of message does that send Jeffrey Simmons? That while you're in the middle of contract negotiations, we're firing the guy who we're negotiating your contract with?
I guess that means start over.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I don't think that's the case, though. But
we'll see how the Vrabel administration approaches their policy.
Or rather, the Cowden administration.
Vrabel is running the team. And I don't need a source on this. I don't need any inside info. And I like Ryan Cowden fine. I don't need any inside info on this. Vrabel is running the team. It's owner, Vrabel. It's common sense.
Is it?
Do you think Vrabel's not running the team?
I don't think he's running the team, so to speak. I think that now he has much more of a say.
So you think they're going to go out and find a real general manager this offseason, and the real general manager will be Mike Vrabel's boss?
What else would the plan be? Have Mike Vrabel run the team?
Yes.
That's a really bad decision.
They'll find a general manager, and the general manager will be in here, but he will work for Mike Vrabel.
He will be a facade.
Just like, I'm trying to think around the league. For instance, Kansas City. Brent Veach does not pick the players. Andy Reid does. Even though Brent Veach is the general manager, John Dorsey, for all those years, was the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs. And then he and Andy Reid didn't see eye to eye totally. And next thing you know, John Dorsey's out. Brent Veach gets promoted, but Andy Reid runs the Chiefs. that is what is going to happen here. I will be shocked if that's not what ends up happening here.
It just feels like a very big undertaking.
Well, I mean, think about all the guys around the league that do it. That's all the guys that are the leaders of their organization without somebody where it's owner coach are either like these established dudes with Super Bowls, Belichick, Andy Reid, or college guys. Because in order to get a college guy, you basically have to guarantee Urban Meyer or Matt Rule that, hey, you get total control of your team. And that never works out because those people don't know anything about scouting players in the NFL. And I just don't think Vrabel has enough experience, nor do I trust his judgment enough for him to be able to pick the players on a consistent basis.
And that's my question is, I love Vrabel. Look, I think he's a great coach. What has he done to deserve that?
I mean, I think Vrabel's a good rah-rah motivator. That's what I think. Like, I think
he's a good coach.
I don't think Vrabel is like an expert schemer. You know, I don't think that all of a sudden, I don't think the Titans shock you all the time as far as, you know, what they do. This is not, I think Vrabel he gets the best out of the team. He gets them to rally around each other. He gets them to believe.
I think that's the reason why the Titans have won a lot of games that they really shouldn't have won.
Sure. I think that's the difference between Steve Kerr and Mark Jackson. But Bob Myers is the one who decided to draft Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and all those guys. And I prefer GMs as opposed to putting the coach in charge. But I think they're going to put the coach in charge. Wayne is up next. Thank you for calling. What you got for me, Wayne?
Hey, guys, a couple things. First of all, is the plan is to have Mike Vrabel run the team. They're basically just giving him enough rope to hang himself, and he'll be gone in a year or two. Secondly, when it comes to why John Robinson was fired, listen, our offensive line is horrible. Our wide receivers are horrible. How can you justify him continuing to be GM after all the drafts he's had and all the free agents he's signed? Our offensive line and our wide receivers are in the shape that they're in, and I'll hang up and listen.
Thank you. I can give you the justification. They're about to win their third straight division title. I mean, like the thing about Robinson that makes it incredibly hard to do that. When Rustin Webster was the general manager, Rustin was a good man. Is a good man. Rustin's a good man. But when Rustin Webster was the general manager, it wasn't hard to argue about whether or not he should keep his job. It was obvious. And the answer was no. They were the worst team in the league. With John Robinson, I mean, just on the surface, if I were to tell you, hey, you're going to hire a general manager, he's going to have 7 winning seasons, he's going to make the playoffs 5 times in 7 years, and he's going to win 3 straight division titles and get you to an AFC championship game, all without the luxury of picking at the top of the draft for a quarterback, you'd have to say the general manager's doing a good job. That's the general manager's only job in football.
I think that's why we all were so stunned that this move happened. If he was deserving, then none of us would be stunned. We'd say, all right, don't let the door hit you on the way out, John.
Sure. I mean, again, two training camps in a row, they've shown up without a right tackle, without a starting right tackle. And that is ridiculous. And so if this were a team where it's like, yeah, they're going to bust on, one pick because the guy's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They're going to bust on another pick because they take a guy that had back surgery a week before the draft. They're going to trade for a washed up old guy who's no good, like when Joe Thomas traded for O.J. Simpson with the 49ers. They're going to trade away one of their best players. They're going to, if you were to say that, I'm like, yeah, that guy will get fired. But then when you say he's going to have 7 seasons, win 7 times, I'm like, well, you don't fire coaches that win. You don't fire GMs that make it to the playoffs 5 out of 7 times and win 3 straight division titles. You don't do that. And that's exactly what's happening here, which makes me believe that there's something more to it. It's
there
not as
has
simple.
to be.
It's not as simple as, look at the wide receivers, Jared. It's not that. It can't be that simple. More of your phones. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. Caroline, though, wants to tell you about the Caesar Sportsbook app.
Yes, I do. It is time for the Caesar Sportsbook Report. Now, your first bet with the Caesars Sportsbook app. It is on Caesars up to $1,250. Just sign up using the promo code RadioFull, one word, RadioFull, and then place your first bet. And if you win, that money is all yours. Go enjoy it. But if not, don't worry about it, because you'll get that stake back as a free bet. Now, I'm looking at the CFP, and I know we've got plenty of time to go, but there have already been some big shifts in Vegas. TCU opened as a 9.5-point dog to Michigan. That spread has already shrunk to TCU plus 7.5. So if you want to put some bets in for the CFP and you think TCU is going to be able to keep it close against Michigan, I'd say go ahead and put some money on it before that spread might shift even more. Open to new users in Tennessee who are 21 or older. If qualifying bet loses, bet amount returned as a credit. Must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Gambling problem? Call or text the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789. Caesars Sportsbook. You bet, you get.
Hey, this is Matt Duchene, and this is Nashville.
Running down the left side with Duchene. Duchene scores! Matt Duchene with the overtime winner.
You're listening to the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Hal Gill here for my friends at Dunkin'. Everyone celebrates the holidays in their own special way, but you go twice as hard as everyone else. So does Dunkin', which is why they've created 2 espresso-rich holiday signature lattes. The minty, cocoa-dusted peppermint mocha and creamy cinnamon sugary toasted white chocolate lattes are handcrafted with bold espresso and topped with whipped cream to help you do the most this year. So swing by the newly remodeled Dunkin' on Bradley Parkway in Nashville or the new Dunkin' in Mount Juliet and grab one today on the double.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information.
This message is for the guy who isn't perfect in the bedroom. And let's be honest, who is? Maybe the issue is getting it up or keeping it up. Or maybe it's finishing too soon. If any of these performance hiccups sound familiar to you, don't sweat it. Hims can help. At 4hims.com, you can go online and get clinically proven prescription medication that treats these issues, prescribed for you, if appropriate, by licensed medical providers. And the medication is shipped free to your door in discreet packaging. Plus, Hims gives you unlimited follow-up visits with medical providers. No one's perfect in the bedroom every time, but with Hims, you can get a lot closer than before. And chances are, your partner will agree.
To get started today, go to 4hims.com/perfect. That's 4hims.com/perfect for your free visit. FORHIMS.com/PERFECT.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Coming up on the Wednesday edition of Robbie and Rex Road, we'll be joined with Paul Kaharski from paulkaharski.com at 8 a.m. And we'll begin to preview the Titans and the Jags on Sunday in Nissan Stadium. The fun all starts at 6 a.m.
Hey Nashville, this is Vanderbilt head coach Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Get back to John Robinson. Yeah. Something happened here.
Yeah, big time. Oh, yeah.
Something happened here. This ain't.
Need some inside sources. We got to call Vrabel, call somebody.
Amy Adams like, yeah, you made good teams. We're number one team. With our coach, though, yeah, I think if we had a GM that was a little bit more aggressive and was able to make these bigger moves, and GM's probably like, are you guys giving me the money to do this? That's probably what he's going to say.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Privately in the con, because everybody has somebody else. Okay, we've learned that in every business. There's always, you talk to the person that we think is to blame, they have their own story as well. Unless they're just owning being terrible at what they do. I assume John Robinson has his own story in this entire thing. I'm excited to maybe hear it. Probably won't, though, because that's how the NFL works, especially at the GM position. Who are they going to hire? They're going to try to get somebody aggressive? Is that what that sounded like to me?
Yeah, or just just do the Vrabel thing. Yeah. We've talked about how Vrabel's reached that level of head coach. Like, let's say, he's not that level to be the GM, too. And
No. Do not want Mike Vrabel as the de facto general manager of the Titans. And yet, it's going to happen.
What if he's great at it?
Vrabel? Mm-hmm. He goes out and drafts the next Tom Brady and the Titans win 6 Super Bowls because of it?
Yeah.
I will be the next Dan Shaughnessy who there's a column. It's like a very famous column in the Boston Globe because the Patriots traded 2 first-round picks to the Jets in order to be able to hire Bill Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan Shaughnessy wrote a column on the front page of the Boston Globe that is Patriots will rue the day that they hire Belichick. And
Cold takes exposed.
Or it will be something like hiring Belichick is the worst decision ever. It was something like
Joe Milton, Michigan's biggest mistake and Tennessee's greatest gain.
Only times 1 trillion. But yes, that's exactly what that is like.
Same idea.
Exactly what that is like. I will be willing to be that guy. Aiden is up next on John Robinson. Thank you for calling. What you got, Aiden?
Hey, so it's times like these, like where I wonder what Mr. Reese would say about like what the Titans need in a GM. I mean, what I would want to see, like I want to see someone that's going to address this offensive line because it is an issue, and then I want to see someone that's going to heavily invest into the secondary and the future of the secondary because the last, I guess you could say, GM, John Robinson was not very good at investing in that. And I wanted to know what would you like if you're the GM, what would you be investing in?
Okay, good call, Aiden. I want to start with the first thing you said about I wonder what Floyd would say. I got to tell you, I don't think Floyd would say anything today. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. I think he'd stay so far out of this, it would be one of those days where it's like pulling teeth doing a radio show with Floyd. You would think on the surface that doing a show with Floyd would be great for something like this because who would have the insight like Floyd Reese would? But I remember when they fired Mike Mularkey, I remember how we were talking about different coaches because that's what coaching search season is where it's like, what about this guy?
Mm-hmm.
What about that guy? What about this guy? Could this guy work? And Josh McDaniels was an interesting candidate for the job because of the New England thing and everything else. And I was like, do you think McDaniels would be a good coach? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? He was like, I know Josh is a coordinator, but you worked with him every day for 4 years. You would know if the guy can coach or not.
But if he endorses him and he's bad, then it's GM Floyd Reese endorses Josh McDaniels as a great coach.
So he said to me, Floyd goes, here's the deal. You can say whatever you want. Looking at me. He goes, you can say whatever you want, and nobody cares. If I say something, it ends up on ESPN.com, and everybody in that facility is going to read that, and I don't want to put them in that position. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, I think everybody in the car now that hears Floyd maybe non-committal about these coaches is like, makes sense.
That does make sense. I get it.
Makes sense.
I
Hey,
get it.
don't throw anybody. And because of his love for the Titans, he's in the Titans Hall of Fame. So because of his love of the Titans, but yet at the same time, his love of John Robinson, and I do think he'd be very upset about the news today. He endorsed John Robinson. He loved John Robinson. He thought John Robinson was a great general manager before they even hired him. Because of that, I think he'd have a real tough time with this. I really do. And I'm not going to lie to you all either. I do think that, part of me is hurt about the fact that they have let John Robinson go, regardless of why they did it or whatever it may be. Because I did feel like that was a connection to Floyd of him being the general manager of this team. And I just personally hate that. I'm not sure anybody else cares, but that's how I feel about it. Tommy is up next. Thank you for calling the program. You go ahead, Tommy.
Okay, I got a couple things to say from an owner's standpoint. Okay, she's got a general manager. Lucky to have her. Lucky to have her is what she thinks. Over the last few years, if you remember, we had Clowney and Julio. That cost us $25 million. Then we hired Isaiah Wilson.
Tommy, I'm going to let you go. Your phone's driving me crazy. I will say this, though. I will say this. I know exactly where you're going. Thank you for your call. I will say this. I mean, I just couldn't, like the phone. It was just, I couldn't do that. So, I think I know where he's going with this, right? Which is since the AFC Championship game, the Titans have drafted practically nobody. And they signed Jadeveon Clowney for $12.5 million, Vic Beasley for $9.5 million. So now that's $20 million of the owner's money that went right down the toilet. They traded for Julio Jones, which was like $17 million or whatever, and they front-loaded the money and the pick. But just think about the money.
I know
the Julio money. So that's almost another $20 million.
Yeah.
So now you're almost at $40 million now, and then your picks with Radens and Wilson and Farley, and it's one thing to
add in the $10 million for Robert Woods because honestly, Robert Woods ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Robert Woods kind of sucks.
So that's $50 million.
And at the same time, like with the picks, it's one thing to draft a Corey Davis or an Adoree Jackson who starts for your team and is a starter in the NFL and doesn't live up to the billing of what they're supposed to be. And I'll argue that I still think Robinson's worst decision was the Corey Davis pick because of what that pick could have meant to the team had they traded back and with that draft and everything else. But it's one thing when you draft the Corey Davis and he's just a regular player. He's not a great player. That's a knock, but it's not the end of the world. Mm-hmm. It's another thing when you draft Isaiah Wilson and he never plays a meaningful snap for you. That is...
and when that happens more than just once.
What did I say yesterday on the program?
What did you say yesterday?
That game, yesterday.
That's what gets people fired.
That game gets people fired. Now, I still think there's more to it than just AJ balled out.
There has to be.
But like I said yesterday, not thinking that it would mean the general... I mean, I was talking about like the secondary coach, not the general manager. But a game like that gets people fired. Even with this organization, apparently. Cody is up next. Thank you for calling the show. What you got for me, Cody?
Hey, Jared. Kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but I'm going to go down this list anyways. So as impressive as last season was with 90-something players coming through, it shows a dramatic, glaring inconsistency. And it all started with the Panda, Caleb Farley, Adoree Jackson, Corey Davis, Julio Jones for a second. Our entire O-line right now is made up of backups, with the exception of an aging Ben Jones. Starting a season with Jadeveon Clowney and Vic Beasley as starting players, not retaining Jack Conklin for our O-line, and not retaining A.J. Brown in his performance last week. I agree. That is what got J-Rob fired.
I just don't think it did right today.
And
Thank you, Cody.
And to Cody's point, I think those are all things that will be cited.
Sure.
And John Robinson's hits and misses, those will all be cited in the misses. Those are all part of the story. Why Tuesday, December 6th, in the middle of the season?
Yes. And in the middle of a season where you know you're going to the playoffs.
And, I mean, might get a pretty good matchup in the playoffs. Might go to the divisional round of the playoffs. I don't think this team is going to win a Super Bowl, but you're making the play. You're winning the division easily.
This isn't the NHL or the NBA where you have to win 7 games every series. So almost 90% of the time, the better team is going to win. This is football where if one Jeffrey Simmons... the Titans played the Buffalo Bills 2 years ago. And the Titans hadn't practiced for 2 weeks because they all had COVID, and the game got pushed back to a Tuesday, and Buffalo was the hottest team in the league, and they picked off Josh Allen twice early on, and they blew him out. And it was the most ridiculous, like lopsided, who could have seen it coming game ever. All it takes is one of those, and you're in the AFC Championship game. This team was 9-7, got into the playoffs only because the Houston Texans had already locked up their spot. And because they had already locked up their spot, they rested all of their players. The Titans get in the playoffs on the last day, and they end up with a 17-7 lead in the AFC Championship game. At that point, the Titans are one Patrick Mahomes tip pass away from the Super Bowl. As that bad as that team was at 2-4, as bad as that team was at the end, where just like this team when they couldn't beat the good teams, that team couldn't beat the Saints at the end of the year. They couldn't beat the Texans at home with everything on the line. They couldn't win those games. They beat the Colts, they beat the Raiders, they beat the Bums, but they couldn't beat the good teams. And yet, finally, they get there and they win a couple of games, bad matchups, bad game plan from Belichick. Nobody saw it coming. They're in the AFC Championship game, and they're one play away from the Super Bowl. And not to say that this team's going to be one play away from the Super Bowl, but this team is going to be one of the top 4 seeds in the AFC, and we've seen crazy things happen before. I saw the Titans literally pull a miracle against the Buffalo Bills and end up in the Super Bowl. I've seen these have happened too often. This is how fickle the league is. Vrabel won his first championship because of some concocted rule nobody had ever heard of. Well, it looks like Tom Brady's not throwing, but he might be throwing, and so and now they kick 2 field goals in the snow and they win the Super Bowl. Vrabel knows this. And so the idea of, well, we didn't like the draft pick 2 years ago, so we're firing you 5 weeks before the playoffs and signaling to our players that our team is no good, that does not make any sense.
And your career was single-handedly dependent on this one move of trading A.J. Brown. And if you lose to the Eagles, then you're going to be fired. Like, that's just bad business. People don't do that. And I cannot imagine that the A.J. Brown trade and John Robinson's job security was completely dependent on that game on Sunday. Was it a bad look? 100%. But that wasn't the reason why he was fired.
What do you think now about the just the thing I threw out there yesterday? I didn't really hammer it, nor do I necessarily believe it, but just the theory that if I didn't know better, I would say Vrabel's game plan was hanging Robinson out to dry.
No.
I mean,
no. Because I go back to win or lose against the Eagles. I mean, that shouldn't make or break somebody's job. So Vrabel, on purpose, losing that game. Vrabel doesn't do that. Vrabel wouldn't do that.
His game plan sucked. Loaded phones to get to, and we will get to them. Stillman and company. Again, John Robinson has been relieved of his duties as general manager. And this was not normally what the Titans do. This was not a mutual parting. This was a, you gone, and I am almost stunned by that, considering the fact that he won more than almost any other general manager. And I had assumed Floyd has the record with 111 wins as the Titans general manager. I assumed that was eventually going to fall because of Robinson. Guess not. Not that I'm happy about that. I'm not, but I just guess it's not going to happen. Play silly underdog picks today. Pick 3 football underdog teams you think will win this week for a chance to win great prizes. Play now at thegamenashville.com or the 1025 The Game app. Silly underdog picks is presented by Volunteer Hose and Gasket and Superbook Sports, voted the #1 sportsbook in Vegas. Download their app today.
185! Every team needs a quarterback. 185! That's why we have
Hasselbeck, bootleg, rollout, toss, touchdown.
Tim. ESPN NFL analyst Tim Hasselbeck gives his expertise on all things NFL.
How that team is built, I think there's a lot to like about them.
Every Tuesday at noon, Tim with Chase, Willie, and D-Mace. Presented by Red Spirit and Wine in Bellevue on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm Fox 17 Code Red meteorologist Greg Bobus. Our forecast here for you today, leading us into the upper 60s to near 70. Rain dying down a little in toward the afternoon, but still pockets of sprinkles and light rain will remain throughout the afternoon into the upcoming evening.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
There's no gift that's more beautiful, more versatile, or more meaningful than a beautiful piece of jewelry gifted from the heart. And there's no better place to find that gift than Genesis Diamonds. At Genesis, making memorable moments is our specialty. This holiday season, we put together our most impressive selection of can't-miss gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, bands from $100 to $250,000. And now through December 12th, we're offering 5 years, zero-interest financing on any holiday purchase with absolutely nothing down. So the beautiful Eternity Band is just $50 a month. Or that 2-carat pair of diamond stud earrings, just $100 a month. Everything's included in this amazing offer. Even our huge selection of hand-picked GIA-certified diamonds and our luxury pre-owned Rolex watches. Make it a Christmas to remember with something special, something timeless, and something beautiful from Genesis Diamonds. Get 5 years, zero-interest financing with zero down now through December 12th. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Men, are you asking yourself questions like, why am I gaining fat? Why is my energy or sex drive down and maybe haven't been getting the exercise you need? If you want to get back to the man you used to be, but just don't have that youthful energy, that edge you once had, you very well might have low testosterone. Low T causes all kinds of issues, from a reduced libido, lower drive, and bad sleep patterns to problems with muscle gain, bone density, and more. It may even contribute to erectile dysfunction, and if this sounds like you, it's probably time to get treated for your low T. At the Tennessee Men's Clinic, we've treated thousands of men for low T. We've seen them put on muscle, add to their energy, improve their sex lives, get better sleep, and just feel better. Plus, if you're like most men, you'll see results in only a few weeks. So make an appointment today and experience how testosterone therapy can truly change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 with results in minutes. Call today, 615-208-9090, or go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Visit our website to learn more, including side effects, treatments, extra results vary.
Informative.
They played a lot of power play time together back in the day.
Insightful.
It's a great addition to this team.
And just three guys being dudes.
On the sideline in shorts and a t-shirt. Hanging out, watching the game.
Chase, Willie, and D-Mace. Weekdays from 10 to 2.
No such thing as bad press.
On Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Tom notes it. Much as there are misses, there are plenty of hits for John Robinson, both in the draft, free agency, undrafted free agency, elsewhere. This is a team with a lot of talent, and that's why, Andrew, I know that there are many folks, because we've heard from them both in the agent world and also in other front offices right now, who are absolutely blown away by this, and we keep hearing the same thing. Nah, there's got to be something else. There's got to be something else.
Okay, so I want to try something. I see your loaded phones. I want to get to it. Ian, be careful with this. I've connected my phone to the board because I think this is what we're looking for. This may play, this may not play. Apparently, this was Adam Schefter on NFL Live, and again, we are trying to connect my phone to the board. We've never done this before.
Gird your loins.
This was very surprising. Again,
Here we go. This is Adam Schefter. I got to turn this up more. This is Adam Schefter just now on NFL Live.
For 6 seasons, the worst record that John Robinson and the Titans ever have had during his 6 seasons there was 9-7. But this is a situation where the owner was not particularly happy with John Robinson, and she decided to make a change this morning. And so she fired John Robinson a year
We know,
after
Adam,
she
get
gave
to
him
it.
a long-term contract extension. He's got 4 years after this year on his contract. Now, a lot of people around the league have called up and asked all day long, wondering if there's something more to this, if something happened. And I've been told that that's not the case, that this is a simple decision of the owner wanting to go in a different direction. I think everybody remembers the A.J. Brown trade. They saw the Eagles this weekend, and A.J. Brown lit up the Tennessee Titans. But the fact of the matter is, I think... Yeah, well, that doesn't help
Shut
the situation, RC. But I think that the owner was not entirely happy about not being included in a lot of conversations. And I think she felt like she wanted to go in a different direction. And so they've appointed Ryan Cowden as the interim GM, and they'll wind up being in the GM market after this season.
Yeah, really interesting.
Okay, so did I hear that right in between whatever moron that was that wouldn't shut up?
Ryan Clark.
Did I hear that right? That she wasn't included in the AJ? Did he say that?
That's what it sounds like. That
Hold on,
she wasn't involved in conversations.
All right, let's go back 15 seconds.
Okay.
Again, this is my phone.
Was not entirely happy about not being included in a lot of conversations. And I think she felt like she wanted to go in a different direction. And so they've appointed Ryan Cowden.
Okay, so
he didn't explicitly say AJ. He didn't explicitly say AJ, but if she wasn't included on big decisions, 2 days after one of those big decisions just beat you. I mean, I can probably assume one of those big decisions is probably AJ. I mean, I don't think she's too bent out of shape about not being consulted about signing Mario Edwards. No disrespect, Mario Edwards.
There's no way they didn't talk to the owner before they traded A.J. Brown.
Okay, but 2 things. Adam Schefter says in that clip, I'm told that there's nothing more going on behind the scenes. Well, of course, Amy's camp is probably not going to want to go, sharing the dirty laundry. She doesn't want anybody else to think that there's more going on behind the curtain, that there's more going on with the organization. So, of course, she's going to say, oh, no, nothing else is going on.
So, I mean, Schefter is known for capping to sources.
100%. He carries water. His career is built on carrying water.
He capped water for Deshaun Watson last week. So that tells you how deep down the pants Adam Schefter will go.
Not a good analogy when you're talking about Deshaun Watson.
Fair point. Shouldn't have said that. That shows you how in the satchel Adam Schefter can be. That being said, I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that they did not include the owner, and he didn't explicitly say in that cut, which again came from my phone, he did not explicitly say that Amy Adams Strunk wasn't included in the A.J. Brown trade,
but
he heavily alluded to it. I cannot imagine that they did not talk to the owner before trading A.J. Brown. You don't that unless they're really that stupid. And if Robinson didn't talk to Amy Adams Strunk and traded A.J. Brown, then he probably does deserve to be fired. But I can't imagine that he didn't do it. She owns the friggin' team.
But also, why now then? Even if he didn't, let's say John Robinson and Adam Schefter's reporting is correct. John Robinson didn't talk to Amy Adams Strunk before trading AJ. Why 6 months, 7 months after the trade is he being reprimanded for it?
I mean, I think that would go hand in hand with the game AJ had Sunday.
But what if the Titans win? Then is Amy just chill with not being, discussed with about big trades like that?
Like the idea of if the Titans were to have won, which a lot of things would have had to change in order for that game to have been won by the Titans.
But let's say the Titans do win. And
Let's say the Titans won.
Had, 4 catches for 22 yards. Then is she like, oh, no, I'm good. You don't have to talk to me about big trades
lifetime
in the future.
contract because you were right about the AJ trade.
Like John Robinson's job security was dependent on one game? No way.
I've also seen far too many times in sports in general for there to look like there's a winner on one day, and then a year later, the other side looks like the winner. So I'll use Barry Trotz and the Predators as an example, in which, the Predators go to the Stanley Cup final in 2017, and it's like, it was a great decision to move on from Barry Trotz and put in Peter Laviolette. And then the next year, Barry Trotz wins the Stanley Cup with the Capitals. And it's like, well, it looks like it was good for Barry that he got Alexander Ovechkin and he went on and he won the cup. And so as much as as easy as it is to say today that the Titans lost that trade and that A.J. Brown, that the Titans are never going to be good again because of A.J. Brown, it's impossible to know that. It is impossible to know that Treylon Burks can't be that guy. And so to have that just one decision that day, just done, see ya, goodbye. I'm not there. I do not think that a grown person who I think is less reactive than me, especially when it comes to the Titans, would sit there and make a more reactive decision based upon their heart than I would. I cannot imagine that.
Yeah, I still don't buy it. I don't buy there's nothing more going on within the organization. Nobody wants people to think that there's more going on within the organization, that there was more dirty laundry that was uncovered by an NFL investigation. Of course not.
But isn't that going to come out?
I mean, maybe eventually. But if you are speaking with a reporter, are you going to tell them, yeah, you know what? The NFL did an investigation on the plane coming back from Green Bay, and they also found X, Y, and Z. Really not a good look for us, so we had to part ways with John Robinson.
No, I don't think you do that.
Of course you're not going to say that. Of course you're not. Of course you're going to say, this is simply a business decision. We thought this was the best thing to part ways with John Robinson. And if more things come out, then so be it.
I don't even know what to make of what Schefter said there. I mean, about whether or not that was actually a scoop or whether that, again, what Schefter said, the one thing Schefter said that does stand out here is that there was nothing more from what he is being told.
I don't believe it.
You don't buy it.
I don't believe that.
Ian, do you believe that there is nothing more as Adam Schefter reported?
They just strictly wanted to move in a different direction with the team and nothing crazy happened?
Correct.
I mean, I want to say I kind of buy it because I'm not sure what kind of shenanigans could really be going down, to get him fired in the middle of the season. That wouldn't be, pretty bad and, that
like Ime Udoka.
I don't really want to, have to go down that road. But so part of me is hopeful that he is true.
Well, didn't we know, and let's use Ime Udoka, the coach of the Celtics, as the example here. Mm-hmm. Didn't we kind of know that there was some major shenanigans about 5 minutes after he got fired?
Yes.
And so Robinson's been fired for about 4 hours now, and we have not heard one peep of shenanigans. And Adam Schefter just reported that there was no shenanigans.
But, what if that's shenanigans that was deep, deep, deep within the vault that the NFL found in their investigation that nobody else would really find out?
Which is hey, we're firing you. Don't ask, don't tell, and then we can get you another job somewhere.
Like the Ime Udoka thing, he was having a relationship with somebody else within the organization.
And apparently who was married to somebody else who was
found
in the organization.
And who found evidence of them cheating. That's all that stuff is going to come out.
And they told him to not do it anymore. And then apparently, word on the street, I'm not reporting here, I'm not saying, I just heard that there's a Ring camera that was involved after they told Ime Udoka to stop. And then Ime Udoka showed up and was on the Ring camera. And that is the replay booth would say, that is indisputable visual evidence. And so I guess make of that what you will. Okay, I threatened your phones, and then we got that we heard that Adam Schefter said something, and then we played it. Ian, what do you like about? Do you like me playing sound off my phone?
Overall, sounded pretty good. You know,
sound good.
I'd like to, proofread it a little bit, just knowing, but in general, it sounded pretty good.
So no playing Pat McAfee off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. Since, Ian's the one in charge around here now. 615-737-1025 is our number. I've threatened your phones. We're right back to him next. FanDuel Sportsbook is my official sportsbook app. I love the FanDuel Sportsbook app. It is fantastic. Now is the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. Just sign up with the promo code JGM. FanDuel has all of your favorite bets, from the money line to point spreads to player props, and you can combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payout with a same-game parlay. With live betting, you'll get updated odds on games that have already started. I actually need to check this. I saw the number was 3.5 for the Titans against the Jags. Surely it's not 3.5 anymore. Who knows? All on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. And I'll just find out by pulling up the FanDuel Sportsbook app. So sign up today with the promo code JGM and get your no-sweat first bet. That's promo code JGM, and make every moment more this season with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and older and present in Tennessee. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789.
You love the game.
Tennessee touchdown! Middle Tennessee gets the score.
We live the game.
Just work on the little things every day.
They think the coaches are just coaches. We are.
Branch City scores!
On both sides of the ball.
One big possession.
Touchdown, Middle Tennessee.
The game. Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and the Game Nashville app.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Attention all fire and safety line experts. Middle Tennessee's fastest growing fire protection company is looking for experienced service technicians, designers, and sprinkler system experts like you. Tired of working for a large corporate employer? Work for a company where you're more than just a number. Jarrett Fire Protection is owned and operated by Nashville natives and wants to invite you to grow with their amazing team.
Hi, I'm Jason Jarrett, owner of Jarrett Companies. I'm looking to hire experienced sprinkler experts and will offer a sign-on bonus of up to $5,000 for certified professionals. In addition to our great benefits that include a 401k match, PTO, and top pay with annual bonuses, we will also provide you with the top-of-the-line tools, trucks, and equipment that you need to grow your career. Our customer base is large and business is booming with many opportunities for advancement. Give us a call or go online to jarrettfire.com and apply today to become a member of our family and protect our community. That's JARRETT fire.com. Jarrett Companies, where we are above and beyond industry standards.
PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money. Easy to learn, easy to use. Small business software tailored just for you. With PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money.
When joint pains cause you to sit out on everyday activities, it's time to make an appointment with Dr. Matthew Beal at Houston Clinic Orthopedics. Dr. Beal can diagnose your problem and treat the joint pain for both surgical and non-surgical matters. Board certified and fellowship trained, Dr. Beal specializes in hip, knee, joint replacement, and adult joint reconstruction. Visit tn.houston.com to learn more about Dr. Beal and to book an appointment online. Houston Clinic Orthopedics, when experience matters.
These are battles, these are grinds. We don't panic, we don't freak out. That's how we're built. 1, 2, 3,
This is the Drive to the Playoffs, brought to you by Coleman Tractor on Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
The Tennessee Titans have fired their general manager, John Robinson, after 7 seasons within the organization. Now, Vice President of Player Personnel, Ryan Cowden, will take the lead for the remainder of the 2022 regular season. The Titans will search for their new GM, with Amy Adams Strunk releasing the following statement after firing John Robinson. Since becoming controlling owner in 2015, my goal has been to raise the standard for what is expected in all facets of our organization. I believe we have made significant progress both on and off the field. through investments in leadership, personnel, and new ideas. I am proud of what we have accomplished in my 8 seasons of ownership, but I believe there is more to be done and higher aspirations to be met. After the announcement, Teron Davenport, ESPN NFL Nation reporter, joined Chase, Willie, and D-Mace and discussed if there was a power struggle within the Titans organization.
Listen, I think it's possible because I know how much AJ not being, and but they understood that it's a business, right? But that definitely didn't sit well.
This report has been brought to you by Coleman Tractor Company.
Live from the Game Nashville studios. WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne. Broadcasting on Alexa.
I appreciate that.
And other smart speakers. 102.5 and 106.3.
1, 2, 3.
I think it was a good game. Had a couple of big plays.
Oh, man, Yoshi scores!
The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury.
He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda J. Gentry. The Titans, earlier today, fired general manager John Robinson. We figured there was something more to it. The moves have not been great lately, we know, and A.J. Brown dominated them on Sunday. But we figured there was something more to it than just the owner was unhappy and decided to fire the general manager. Adam Schefter just reported on ESPN, and we just played the cut in the last segment. But to summarize for you, because Adam throws a bunch of extra words in there that we don't
matter.
Adam Schefter says it is nothing more than the owner being unhappy with the general manager. She felt like there were major decisions that were being made in which she wasn't consulted, and that the team will be in the GM market at the end of the season. That coming from Adam Schefter. Now, we also know that Adam Schefter is not always the most reliable when it comes to the narrative. If that's the case, and I promised phones, and we're right to him in a second. If that's the case, if Schefter's right, and there's nothing extra other than Amy felt like Robinson wasn't consulting with her enough, why would you make the move 5 weeks before the playoffs where your team is absolutely going to make the playoffs, and now you're telling the team that you think that they suck? Because that is what you're doing. If there is no HR reason why Robinson got fired or nothing extra to it, that he and Vrabel, let's say he and Vrabel got in a fight. I mean, at that point, you can't have them both on the staff together. And you're going to have to pick
You're going to have
one.
to make a decision.
But Adam Schefter says none of that happened. If that's the case, then that is totally what we said yesterday, that's the kind of game that gets people fired, and it got somebody fired. And I don't think that's how well-run franchises work.
And it also, you have to ask yourself the question, do we believe Adam Schefter or not? And if you do, then fine. Then that really simply what it was Amy Adams-Strunk was fed up with not being in the loop about big decisions. She saw that come to fruition on Sunday, one of the most massive decisions that this organization has made in probably quite some time. And if she was not consulted on it, she saw it blow up in their faces on Sunday, and she's like, no, you're out. I'm pissed. No moving forward. Okay, then fine. I, however, have decided that I do not believe Adam Schefter, because I don't think that's the kind of move that you make, such a rash decision, which was what I think it would be if it's simply based off of the Eagles game, such a rash decision with 5 weeks left of the regular season and almost a guaranteed bid to the playoffs.
Ian, you buying what Schefter's selling?
I mean, I don't know. The success of the team, over the past few years is what's really confusing about the situation. It's not like the team is terrible. They're in first place. Like, how many teams have done this before? Just fired their GM in the middle of the season for performance when the team is been
They're
successful.
Win their third straight division.
Yeah. I don't know. A part of me believes it, but it still doesn't quite add up.
So I think I'm with you guys. The thing that I can't get over is the timing. I can't get over the fact that they did it with the playoffs a month away.
Because if they fired John Robinson at the end of the season, I still would have been shocked, but I would have understood it.
Sure.
Okay, all of these moves, the A.J. Brown trade kind of blew up in your face, clean slate, move on, let's go. I would have understood it more, but I still would have been surprised. But in the middle of the season?
I mean, it can't help the team.
No, of course not. But what is John Robinson realistically going to do from now until the end of the season?
Yeah, there's no major decision to make that she wouldn't have been a part of that he could make.
No.
And if that's the case, I don't know.
And when do draft interviews start? Is that part of it in here too?
And Schefter reported that he's got 4 years after this year.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
they are going to pay him for 4 years after this year.
He got a contract extension this February.
For 5 years?
For 5 years.
Ay. Phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Adam in Portland's been waiting patiently. You all have. I promise we will get to you. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things, man. I hear people talking about the list of things that he's done. I would say I called you guys at least probably 20 times last year and complained that we're playing the whole season without a tight end. Like, that kind of negligence right there was John Robinson. Like, you could have saw some – and I think you just answered your own question, Jared, when you were like, hey, why are we doing it right now? Well, I mean, what influence does he have over the rest of the way? That you might as well – if she feels like something has been done or that's either undermined her or she wasn't in the know with something, then she's like, well, I'll just go ahead and fire him, and if we need to do something.
But why do you fire your general manager? Under that logic, why would you fire your general manager?
What if something else had to be done right? Let me just include this because I haven't heard anybody saying this yet. So you said something about Mike Vrabel potentially taking both spots. Please don't let that happen, Amy,
I agree.
if you're listening to this show, because you've seen what happens when Vrabel gets any input on roster guys like Stephen Gostkowski and Jadeveon Clowney. He's too attached to it still to make logical decisions.
I'm pro Stephen Gostkowski. Thank you for your call, Adam. I would say that I want to go back to the first part about the why now. If you're firing your general manager because of performance, then that is that you believe that your team sucks. So you fire your general manager because your team sucks. That's it. If you are firing him right there on the spot for performance, you think your team sucks. So you fire him. You're basically telling your team that they suck. That you're basically, let me take the word sucks out of this. If you don't believe in your general manager, it is that you don't believe in the team that he's put together. So now you fire him. If you fire him, you're telling the team that you don't believe in these players. Deion Sanders just walked into Colorado, told the entire team to hit the bricks and get in the transfer portal because they stink. Well, they know that the reason that Deion got hired is because the team's not good enough. But that season is over, and they know they're bad. This is a team that is going to be competing for the Super Bowl. I mean, you're telling the team that you don't believe in them by making this move, if that's the only reason that you made this move. And there are still 5 games left, 4 of which are incredibly winnable. Chargers, Jags twice, and the freaking Texans. And then you get a home playoff game. I mean, we just saw the Jets beat the Bills 3 weeks ago. It's all possible. That's why you don't make that move then, if that's why the timing doesn't make. I understand the idea of if you own the team and you make the decision that I'm done with the coach and I'm done with the general manager, do it. Except that the distraction that it causes, the message that it sends, doesn't add up with where the team is right now. It doesn't make any sense.
Unless it was Robinson's decision. And he and Amy had a discussion, and she said we are looking to move on at the end of the year. And John Robinson just said, okay, fine, I'm out. I'm leaving now.
I mean, if I had 5 years left on a contract, I go back to this. If
But
it's
knowing that you're going to get fired at the end of the year anyway.
Right, but think about this. You've got 5 years left on the deal, and I'm the owner.
Yep.
If I'm going to fire you, I'll wait until the end of the season and then tell you I'm going to fire you. I'm not going to tell you today, hey, in 3 weeks I'm going to fire you.
We're firing you in a few months.
Right, I'm not going to do that. So I have a hard time believing that she went to him and said, hey, I'm going to fire you at the end of the year, with wanting to keep him in place.
Mm-hmm.
And so then if Robinson says, well, if you're going to fire me, do it now. Even at that point, she can go, no, I'm not doing it because I don't want to send the message to our team that we don't believe in them. And then if she fires him, or if he's like, well, then I quit, then she doesn't have to pay him for the next.
She's paying him.
Right. And you know that Robinson's not walking away from the free money.
Absolutely. For 4 years?
If she said to John Robinson, hey, I'm firing you at the end of the year. And Robinson said, well, then I don't want to be here anymore. And she said, okay, well, I'm not going to pay you if you don't finish out the year and pretend like nothing's up. He would pretend like nothing's up, even though it would kill him every day. He would pretend like nothing is up, and he would go about his business for really 2 reasons. The first reason is because he wants the money. The second reason is, what if they win the Super Bowl? You gonna fire the general manager after they win the Super Bowl?
No.
So, no. And he would mind his P's and Q's, and he'd show up at 11, and he'd eat all the free snacks, and he'd take advantage of the position for the end of the year, and then he'd get fired, and he'd go off on his island.
He quiet quits.
Right. Not fired like it was today. Okay, phones, promise, write to them. 615-737-1025, Stillman and Company, 1025-1063 The Game.
Every Wednesday at 2:45.
Sanders for the touchdown, 48 yards.
Former NFL wide receiver Chris Sanders joins Stillman and Company to give his thoughts on all things Titans and NFL. Fueled by Parman Energy, now hiring fuel drivers. Apply now at ParmanEnergy.com on 1025 and 1063 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Over the years, more men have started to seek help for hormonal deficiencies and imbalances. And Dr. Jeffrey Lodge and wife Daphne, along with their experienced staff, give men the treatment required to improve your quality of life, improve your immune system, energy level, cognitive function, and more. There's no better time to achieve a healthy lifestyle. What are you waiting for? Give Cool Springs MD a call today for an appointment at 615-486-3458 or visit our website at coolspringsmd.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Have some family or friends in town for the holidays? Show them a good time. Great scratch food and even better scenic views at Twin Peaks. With plenty of shareable things on the menu, this is your place for holiday gatherings. Contact your favorite location for more info today.
Need cash for the holidays or to pay off credit cards right now? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. This is great. You can keep your low mortgage rate and still get cash out. That's right. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low rate. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will come your way, and it only costs you around $300 a month. Use that money to pay off whatever bills you have, credit cards, consolidate other debt, or start a home improvement project. With Loan Pronto, you can access up to 95% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need the appraisal. Even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Do it now before the holidays. Call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
Hal Gill here for my friends at Dunkin'. Everyone celebrates the holidays in their own special way, but you go twice as hard as everyone else. So does Dunkin', which is why they've created 2 espresso-rich holiday signature lattes. The minty, cocoa-dusted peppermint mocha and creamy cinnamon sugary toasted white chocolate lattes are handcrafted with bold espresso and topped with whipped cream to help you do the most this year. So swing by the newly remodeled Dunkin' on Bradley Parkway in Nashville, or the new Dunkin' in Mount Juliet, and grab one today on the double.
Christmas shopping is in full swing at Electronic Express. Come into our convenient locations for great deals on all of your favorite brands like Samsung, Microsoft, LG, Sony, Apple, and more. Electronic Express has huge savings in every department. 4K TVs, computers, appliances, smart home, headphones, gaming, and more. Save up to 40% with up to 48 months free financing. Shop in-store or online at electronicexpress.com and get free express delivery on most items. Electronic Express. We make Christmas happen.
Never miss a moment of the show. What is this? Check it out. Subscribe to the Stillman and Company podcast on iTunes, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
For 6 seasons, the worst record that John Robinson and the Titans ever have had during his 6 seasons there was 9-7. But this is a situation where the owner was not particularly happy with John Robinson. And she decided to make a change this morning. And so she fired John Robinson a year
We know,
after
Adam,
she
get
gave
to
him
it.
a long-term contract extension. He's got 4 years after this year on his contract. Now, a lot of people around the league have called up and asked all day long, wondering if there's something more to this, if something happened. And I've been told that that's not the case, that this is a simple decision of the owner wanting to go in a different direction. I think everybody remembers the A.J. Brown trade. They saw the Eagles this weekend, and A.J. Brown lit up the Tennessee Titans. But I think that the owner was not entirely happy about not being included in a lot of conversations. And I think she felt like she wanted to go in a different direction. And so they've appointed Ryan Cowden as the interim GM, and they'll wind up being in the GM market after this season.
There you go, Schefter on NFL Live. I promised phones, 615-737-1025. Our phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHonda.com. Ben is up next here on Stillman and Company. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. And first thing when I saw this on NFL Live was I just got to give props to J-Rob, if you're listening, for having the biggest set of cojones in Davidson County. If this is true, and he did not ask Miss Amy at all draft night before trading A.J. Brown, just the thought of him doing that on draft night in the NFL, going up against a billion-dollar owner, and Miss Amy is a killer. Like, she has shown that she is a killer, and she will fire people. Like, if this report is true, it's mind-boggling to me that John Robinson has the stones for that. And two, and you've been talking about it for a couple hours, and the timing, the questions on why now, I think this answers it. I think it would be personal for Miss Amy. The week after that A.J. Brown.
I can't run a team like that, though, Ben. And I appreciate your call. I mean, I want to go back to the first point. I did not pick up from the Schefter, even though he kind of hinted at it. I did not pick up from the Schefter cut that she was left in the dark on A.J. Brown.
You didn't pick up on that?
I didn't think that. I mean, he was talking about she felt like she wasn't included on big decisions. But it wasn't like he said that she wasn't included on the A.J. decision.
He didn't explicitly say the A.J. decision, but what other big decisions could she be left in the dark about?
I don't know, but I cannot imagine that they left the owner in the dark on this one.
I mean, if he did leave the owner in the dark, you think he'd get fired for it?
I think he'd get fired the next day for it.
But that's the other thing. I always go back to every single justification that I could see for John Robinson to get fired. Totally fair. But not now.
Well, and if we got that Vrabel cut from when they made the trade, because the narrative is out there that Vrabel was 100% opposed to the A.J. trade because of his reaction on the draft room telecast or whatever. But this is what Vrabel said right after the trade, after it was made. And this goes back to the idea that, they didn't talk about it and he didn't talk to Amy Adams Strunk about it. This is what Vrabel said on draft night.
How did this kind of go down from your standpoint?
The same exact way it went with John. Our offices are, we share a wall, so really comfortable with how everything went down. And we've been in lockstep throughout this whole process, and then we move forward and we're able to get picks that we both agreed on at that time. So feel real good about it.
Okay. So either Vrabel is just totally sucking it up and taking one for the team, which we know that Mike Vrabel is not good at.
But he's also done it in the past.
In the heat of battle?
Just lying.
No, but lying's one thing. But, when Vrabel wants you to know something,
he'll let you know.
He makes sure, especially right when he's emotional when it happens. That's why Vrabel after a game as opposed to Vrabel on a Monday are two totally different things. Remember Vrabel last year after the Bengals game? As long as I'm the coach, which will be a long time, and then on Monday, I didn't mean anything by that. I just really enjoyed doing it, and that's it. And so Vrabel right there is like, oh, we share a wall. We were lockstep on this. We were right there with it. And now I'm supposed to believe that the owner wasn't included in the discussion?
What other big decisions, though?
I mean, it could be anything like she was unhappy that when they restructured Derrick Henry's contract that she wasn't a part of it.
Would you get fired for that?
I don't know what she considers a big decision.
That is true. But, I mean, restructuring Derrick Henry's contract, don't you have to get the owner's blessing for that?
You have to.
That's her money.
You have to believe. I am saying that you personally, Caroline, have to believe that if you don't believe Schefter to begin with, then you can't believe the left Amy in the dark on the A.J. trade.
Why?
because you don't believe him to begin with. So if you don't believe his premise that there isn't something extra that is there that led to this firing in season the way it went down, which you don't believe, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then what Schefter is saying about why they fired him is true.
Maybe it's not the entire reason.
So you're saying you can not believe the first part, but believe the second part.
I mean, I don't fully believe the second part. I'm just trying to justify what he's saying. I mean, I hear you. Is it crazy for me to think that there might be something bigger going on? I've thought that from the very first second that I learned the news.
The whole thing's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. That's the problem here. Is it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that you would extend your general manager for 5 years who has never had a losing season, that you would extend him for 5 years. It doesn't make sense, and then turn around and fire him in the middle of the season when you're leading your division and you're going to go to the playoffs and you're telling your team and your fans that your team sucks. That doesn't make any sense.
And also, think about all of the bad moves that John Robinson has made that we've been citing all throughout the day. Caleb Farley pick, Dylan Radin's pick, Julio acquisition. All of that happened pre-extension.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all those things that I say, yeah, I would use that as reason why John Robinson get fired. Actually, I take that all back now. I'll throw that out the door.
Because you're endorsing it.
Because, well, he got extended after all of those moves happened. So what happened between February and December 6th that went completely awry? AJ.
David's up next. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. What you got, David?
So my thing is, I think it's the Colts. And to expand on that, the only thing that makes sense with everything that you guys have brought up, why she would fire Robinson midseason, in my opinion, is if Vrabel has shown any frustration, or even if he hasn't, but just with the decisions, the Colts need a head coach. And they got a roster that is minimal, really just quarterback away probably. And imagine being Amy Sunday night, waking up in a nightmare after AJ just embarrassed you, but she has a nightmare that Vrabel just won the Super Bowl, but not for you, the Colts.
Yeah, except for the fact that they've got Vrabel's rights for the next 5 years. So, I mean, unless
they fire him.
Yeah, unless they, which I'm not ruling that out. Thank you for your call, David. Unless Indy wants to offer the Titans like 5 first-round picks, he's not going to be the coach of the Colts.
Even still.
Oh, I'd take 5 first-round picks for the coach.
For Vrabel?
5 first-round picks?
I know, but...
I mean, for the coach? Yes.
And now maybe the controller of the franchise.
The chief football executive, CFE. BDE, CFE, same thing. CTE. Josh is up next. Thank you for calling. What you got, Josh?
Hey, Jared, I've got to give you props. I think you're a good person, man. I really do. I remember you didn't love the Malarkey firing, and is that correct?
I did not.
Yeah, I remember, and I thought, man, he's a good dude. And I think you're a good dude now. But let's look at this. All right, so if the Titans are playing in the AFC East, they're not going to the playoffs. They're not beating the Bills. They're not beating the Dolphins. If they're playing in the AFC West, they're not beating the Chiefs. And I don't think they're beating the Chargers. They're definitely going to beat the Chiefs. AFC North, they're not beating the Ravens. They lost to the Bengals. They're not going to the playoffs if they're not in the AFC South.
Okay, so what's your point? They are in the AFC South.
So here's my point. The trope that, why do you get rid of this guy? Why do you get rid of Robinson when we're going to the playoffs? Man, we're going to be one and done. We're going to be two and done.
This is not basketball. This is not a best-of-7 series, Josh.
You're a good person. I appreciate you. But the Tennessee Titans are not going far in the playoffs. And I
don't disagree with you. Like, I'm not betting my house. Thank you for your call, Josh. I'm not betting my house on the idea that the Titans are going to the Super Bowl. I'm not. But none of us this time in 2019 thought the Tennessee Titans were going to be up 17-7 in the second quarter of the AFC Championship game. None of us. And if you get, again, 17-7, and I know the Chiefs came back and won that game, but you are one Patrick Mahomes tip pass away from falling in the arms of a defender and you win. Because if you're up 24-7 or whatever, they're not coming back in that game. You are one play away at that point from the Super Bowl. And nobody would have thought that in December of 2019. So to sit there and act like Ben Roethlisberger didn't take the Steelers from the 6th seed to the Super Bowl, Eli Manning twice took the Giants from the 6th seed to the Super Bowl, nobody thought that they'd go on the road to Lambeau Field and win the 2 games that they won, and nobody thought that they would beat the unbeaten Patriots in the Super Bowl, but it happened. And what did the Giants have when they did it? A great pass rush and a great defensive line. And when Danico Autry gets back, what will the Titans' biggest strength be?
Pass rush.
Defensive line. You can't act like the owner is going to sit there and make the assumption that the team is not good. You can't do that because the owner has been around long enough to know that the 3 times this team has had the number 1 seed, they've been one and done every time. It's hard, even when you're the 1 seed. The Packers were unstoppable last season, got beat by Jimmy Garoppolo. It happens. And Amy knows that, and I know that, and Vrabel knows that, and everybody knows that. So to sit there and be like, well, if we were in the AFC East, we wouldn't be any good. Who gives a rat's ass? You're not in the AFC East.
I mean, that's just kind of how it works.
I think it's a bad argument.
But if the Titans were in the AFC South and they wouldn't make the playoffs?
Yeah, just like, fire them today. Who cares about the playoffs?
The Bucs are 6-6, but they're going to the playoffs because they play in a truly awful division. That's just football.
And guess who they will get in the first round? Because they'll be the last division winner and the first wild card. They're going to get the Dallas Cowboys. And if I was a Cowboy fan,
I'd be terrified.
Terrified of Tom Brady. Terrified. And that Bucs team, cheeks. But I would be terrified of Tom Brady in the playoffs. And I guarantee you that's what the Bucs are saying internally. And again, that team stinks. But that's what they're saying internally is, hey, we just get to the dance. We got the GOAT. On we go. I know it. 615-737-1025. There is one thing about the Titans that's starting to happen that's really starting to bother me. And it's not just this, but it's a lot of things like this. We'll get to that coming up next, and then we're right back to your phones. Stillman and Company, 615-737-1025. Let me tell you about the postgame show. That's right. Boy, I bet this is going to be a weird game Sunday against Jacksonville. Not that I want to spend too much time talking about Jacksonville or Sunday. But this Sunday, following the Titans game, tune into the postgame show with Jonathan Hutton and Chad Withrow, live from the Superbook Lounge and Landshark Bar and Grill Margaritaville on Broadway. The postgame show is brought to you by Renters Warehouse, 2 Rivers Ford, now with a huge inventory of in-stock vehicles to choose from, and Superbook Sports, voted the #1 sportsbook in Vegas. Download their app today.
ESPN Titans NFL Nation reporter Teron Davenport brings knowledge.
3 touchdowns. He was processing, getting rid of the ball quickly.
Passion.
Make no mistake about it. He absolutely has to hit the ground running.
And expertise on the two-tone blue and the NFL. Join TD every Monday at 11, Thursdays at 3, and Friday morning at 8 for all the latest on your favorite team. Teron Davenport is presented by Craneworks on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Welcome to Smashville, home of the biggest hits in hockey and the loudest parties on Broadway. Join us at Bridgestone Arena Saturday, December 10th for a special Star Wars-themed game as your Nashville Predators take on the Ottawa Senators. Purchase your Star Wars-themed tickets at NashvillePredators.com/tickets to receive a limited edition Philip Forsberg bobblehead. That's NashvillePredators.com/tickets. NashvillePredators.com/tickets. And we'll see you at Bridgestone Arena. May the Force be with you, and let's go Preds.
Hey, Teron Davenport here for Superbook Sports. When it comes to sports, it's all happening right now. Football, basketball, hockey, and soon enough, the World Cup. And there's no better place to wager on all of it than Superbook Sports. When you sign up, deposit, and wager in the same day, Superbook will give you a bonus up to $1,000. Yes, $1,000. When the sports world is busy, it's time to get busy winning some money. So download the Superbook Sports app or visit superbook.com to wager and win today. Visit superbook.com for terms and conditions. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-889-9789.
College football season is here finally. It's me, Caroline Fenton, and you already know that I am pumped up for college football season. And Southeastern Carolines, you know that 312 Pizza Company is my favorite place in town. 312 Pizza Company is a family-owned restaurant located in the heart of Germantown, serving up authentic Chicago-style eats right here in Music City. You can catch every down of the college football season at 312 Pizza Company. From week 1 to the national championship, 312 Pizza Company is your home for college football season.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GAS11 for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GAS11. Use code GAS11 for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The Sports Talk doesn't end on Friday. Join Michelle Knezovic and Junie Riddle for Michelle and Junie.
Have they truly been tested yet?
I really want this to be a good game. Michelle and Junie, every Saturday morning at 9. Presented by Superbook Sports and the Nashville Gem Company.
I think Junie and I are going to go hit breakfast/brunch there after the show.
On 102.5 and 106.3, The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey, Nashville, this is Dan Lebitard. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5, The Game.
He had 5 years to get this right. And for all intents and purposes, he did get it right. He put this franchise back on track. Now, has he made decisions that were questionable? I think every GM does. But to the level that you end up firing him. Even though I'm thinking I'm surprised, they did the same damn thing to Malarkey. They fired Malarkey after going to the playoffs.
Yep.
They got rid of him. So I'm sure we shouldn't be that surprised in a sense of we saw a coach take a team to the playoffs. Seemed like the team was heading in the right direction, and they end up firing him. And I'm sure that came from above. They had to get the okay from above. They do it again where they fire their GM with 5 games left in the season.
That was Derek earlier today. There's a trend with the Titans I'm starting to not like. It is becoming a backstabbing organization. Now, we don't know the specifics of what went down behind the scenes with Robinson, even though Adam Schefter said there is nothing behind the scenes, but I don't believe that. But, I mean, going back, Jeff Fisher stabbed Floyd Reese in the back. We all remember that. And it was an unmitigated disaster for the franchise. And then Mike Reinfeldt comes in as general manager. He was terrible. Then they make Rustin Webster the general manager after Bud Adams gets mad that Mike Reinfeldt doesn't go after Peyton Manning. And so Rustin Webster's the general manager with Mike Munchak as the coach. Bud Adams dies. Tommy Smith, his son-in-law, takes over. And Tommy Smith stabs Rustin Webster in the back by hiring Ken Wisenhunt and putting Ken Wisenhunt in charge. Then they stab Tommy Smith in the back by bringing Steve Underwood back in and the whole controlling owner thing. And so Tommy Smith's out and Amy's in. And they stab Tommy Smith in the back. And so he and Susie Adams Smith pack up and they go away because they got stabbed in the back. And then they stab Wisenhunt in the back. Immediately he's out, though he had to go. I mean, I'm not going to, we'll take Wisenhunt out. Wisenhunt's out. Then they hire John Robinson and Mike Malarkey. Then they stab Malarkey in the back after making the playoffs and winning a playoff game. And then after 7 winning seasons, 3 division titles, because this one counts, 3 division titles, 5 trips to the playoffs, an AFC championship game, John Robinson gets stabbed in the back, and I think we all think it came from Mike Vrabel, right?
That's what it seems like.
It is a stab you in the back organization. Now, maybe it's all like that across sports and politics, where everybody always feels like they get stabbed in the back or something. But it does feel like Malarkey got stabbed in the back. They came out after the Chiefs playoff game and said he was the coach going forward. And they made it sound like he was the coach going forward into next year. And then he was fired right after the playoff game the next week when they lost.
And is it getting stabbed in the back, or is it you just got to make really difficult moves in order to win football games?
I contend that Malarkey got stabbed in the back. Now, it worked out because Vrabel's a good coach. But I believe that Malarkey got stabbed in the back. I will always believe that. Mike Malarkey was a good coach. And Mike Malarkey's a good man. And the fact that Mike Malarkey is not gloating today on this tells you that he's a good man. Because, boy, I bet he was drinking some tea today. He was drinking a little bit of that Todd Downing juice on the plane.
But doing it responsibly, I'm
Responsibly. Sure. With John Robinson getting
called
fired
a lift
after John Robinson stabbed him in the back. So make of that what you will. And if it's Vrabel that's stabbing Robinson in the back.
But can you blame Vrabel if that is the case?
Yes.
Vrabel, why?
John Robinson hired him. But they were supposed to be a team.
But if you're a team, you got to pull your own weight. And I don't blame Vrabel for thinking, look, there's only so much I can do. There's only so many games I can win when you don't give me the tools to win and you trade away one of our biggest weapons.
I know this. I've been in a lot of partnerships in my life, and I know that there wouldn't have been any backstabbing between me and Floyd. And I don't anticipate there's any backstabbing between me and you.
No.
And, I think that to say that and to really know it, that takes like a certain level of respect and trust. And so, I remember when Floyd left and he got cancer and he didn't tell anybody about it and nobody knew about it. And I knew about it because his daughter-in-law told me, but I wasn't supposed to know and I wasn't allowed to know. And, all of a sudden Floyd decided he was going to resign and just text Ryan about it and not talk to anybody. And all of a sudden our bosses are like, what the hell's going on? And we're talking to him. And I said to one of our bosses, I was like, the one thing that is never going to happen is that I do not want Floyd or the Reese family to think of me like they think of Jeff Fisher. That was you think that like that wasn't a joke. Like that's how I felt. I did not want that level of respect that we had. If Vrabel stabbed Robinson in the back, which I find to be infinitely more likely than Adam Schefter just saying, the GM wasn't happy with the direction of the team, it does feel like there's a little knife in the back syndrome around here. William Shakespeare.
There has to be a little bit of Caesar and Brutus going on.
King Lear.
All of the above.
All of them.
All the stories. But,
Macbeth.
But also, to your point about you and me and you and Floyd, what if you felt like I wasn't giving you what you needed in order for this show to succeed? That I have my job and you have your job, but I wasn't doing my job, so your job got more difficult.
Well, hang on. Let's just say that I felt like this wasn't going to work out.
Uh-huh.
That I just thought that you weren't good enough or that you were whatever it may be. I probably wouldn't have done it like right in the middle of the season. And this is a talk show. And we don't really control the team.
We don't really have seasons.
We don't control the team. Yeah, so, even when it came to hiring you, it wasn't like Floyd retired right around Thanksgiving of 2020 and that we turned around and hired somebody the next week. That was after the football season, after the everything else.
But if it was so bad, so bad that you couldn't coexist and it would hurt the football team, I don't think it could have gotten to that point where it was so bad that Robinson had to leave, or else this football team was just going to spontaneously, explode. But I don't know.
Joe wants to clarify that Malarkey knew he was getting fired before the Kansas City playoff game, except that he then won that game, and they said that he was the coach going forward. And then I asked Malarkey if everything was good with the organization on the record, and he said yes. So I don't think he was expecting to get fired after the Patriots game. But boy, did he. Dean is up next. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. What you got, Dean?
Hey, Jared and Caroline. I love your show.
Thank
you. Just wanted to say that I think Amy's the architect of the crossroads, obviously, that Vrabel was talking about. Such a critical position that even, JR, as good as he was with Jeffrey Simmons and King Henry, he was horrible with his number one pick, Isaiah Thomas, and of course the AJ debacle. I think Amy's looking to cash in on the GM market going into the off season. I believe she's, kind of stepping over $1 to pick up $10. I know it's not $1; it's 5 seasons, but in other words, I think she believes that we have players in place right now that, with the right GM and the right picks, we could actually win a Super Bowl.
Dean, who do you think they're going to hire as GM? Do you think she knows who they're going to hire?
That might be possible, and it could be why she's going to wait until the very last, part of the season. But I think obviously being number one out there with a really good team already, a playoff, caliber team, that it would attract a lot of interest in the GM.
Yep. Thank you for the call, Dean. If she knows who she's going to hire, I already know who it is.
Who?
Mike Vrabel.
How
convenient? Very convenient.
Vrabel is going to be running the team. I right now, I guarantee you. I guarantee that Mike Vrabel will be the chief football decision maker for the Tennessee Titans. Let it be known that from this day forward, thank you, let it be known to all ye of the court that as of this day forward, all decisions will be made by Michael Richard Vrabel. His friends call him Dick. All of them will be made going forward in the kingdom. Guarantee it.
But they're going to name a new GM. How do we know if Vrabel's making all the decisions? If he's the puppet pulling all the strings?
Pete Carroll's in charge of the Seahawks. Even though John Schneider's the general manager, Pete Carroll's in charge of the Seahawks, whereas that Nathaniel Hackett is not in charge of the Broncos.
But that's also two totally different things. How long has Pete Carroll been in Seattle? Since what, 2005?
2011.
Really?
Yeah, but I hear your point.
2011?
Yeah.
Huh.
But I hear your point. I understand what you're saying, that the established guys like Andy Reid or Bill Belichick, it's obvious that they're
natural.
doing it. But everybody knew that Matt Rule was in charge of Carolina.
Yeah, but that owner's stupid.
I know, but we know that Arthur Smith's not in charge of the Falcons.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. Is that we're going to know Mike Vrabel's going to be in charge.
That scares me.
Tell the court. Let everybody know. 615-737-1025. We're right back to your phones next. Stillman & Company, 102.5-106.3 The Game.
Every Wednesday at noon.
No matter the down and distance and no matter the score, they're going to give him the football.
Outkick 360's Jonathan Hutton joins Chase, Willie, and D-Mace to talk all things Titans and NFL.
I hope that they're not throwing flags simply because the league wants to see more of them.
He's got opinions and insights on the two-tone blue.
They are not as good at wide receiver and the playmaking department.
Catch Hutton every Wednesday at noon. Presented by Blend Bar with Davidoff Cigars and by Edley's Barbecue on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
Our rainy pattern will continue as we head into the evening hours tonight. Can't rule out a few thunderstorms, maybe a stray strong one to the northwest. Otherwise, look for more showers on the way Wednesday. For Fox 17, I'm Chief Meteorologist Katie Morgan.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
How to say I love you without words and make your money go further this year? A beautiful piece of jewelry from Genesis Diamonds. And we're making it easy with zero interest financing. That's right. While interest rates are on the rise everywhere else, at Genesis Diamonds, we're lowering rates all the way down to 0% with zero down. This is in addition to Genesis' amazing, unbeatable value prices. How about a 5-carat diamond bracelet for only $85 a month? Or a luxury pre-owned Rolex Submariner or Datejust? Pay nothing down and spread the cost over 5 years. Everything's included in this amazing holiday offer, but this is only through December 12th, so shop early. Unique designer jewelry, colored gemstones, classic diamond studs, handcrafted engagement rings starting as low as $35 a month with zero down. Even our GIA certified diamonds are included. Let Genesis help you find that remarkable gift for the season and enjoy low payments and 0% financing for 5 years with no money down. Merry Christmas from Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Need cash for the holidays or to pay off credit cards right now? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. This is great. You can keep your low mortgage rate and still get cash out. That's right. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low rate. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will come your way, and it only costs you around $300 a month. Use that money to pay off whatever bills you have, credit cards, consolidate other debt, or start a home improvement project. With Loan Pronto, you can access up to 95% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need the appraisal. Even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Do it now before the holidays. Call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Robbie Stanley.
They get a lead in that game and just totally close the door.
Joe Rexrode.
If he plays next year, it's disastrous.
Robbie and Rexrode. Mornings from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game, and on the Game Nashville app.
What did John Robinson do? Let's take our guesses. What did he do, AJ?
I mean, there's so many possibilities. I guess it's just probably just some minor disagreements that have kind of continued to happen throughout the season. I guess that's all it might be.
Okay, so you're saying pissed off Vrabel?
No, I just say I don't know. He probably has disagreements with the front office as well. I would imagine the ownership, and everybody there.
So pissed off the owner.
Yeah, obviously,
Okay.
if the owner's firing you, they're not happy.
Okay, so you're saying he pissed off the owner.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he did to piss off the owner, but yeah, that's what I'm.
This is your guess. My guess, pissed off Vrabel. Okay? Your guess?
Him and the OC were having a power hour on the back of the plane.
Okay. Might have got caught on tape.
Might have got caught on tape.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good point. That's the direction I was going as well.
Tone?
Yeah, it's something unfootball related.
Okay. I mean, that's.
It has nothing to do with disagreements
What does
with
that mean?
the ownership or Vrabel or a trade he made. This guy is
Talking more-
into some stuff, okay?
Tone.
There you go, the Pat McAfee Show. They're trying to figure out what Vrabel did. Robinson. McAfee says pissed off Vrabel. AJ Hawk says pissed off the owner, which is obvious.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, you don't get fired if you don't piss off the owner.
I am starting to believe the two things that I think are legit. One, I think something went down on that plane from Green Bay. That the investigation that the NFL did, that something went down there. Two, I think there was a confrontation. Like a confrontation where the Titans didn't have a choice. Whether it was Robinson, whether it was the owner upset with Robinson about the AJ trade after the game and Robinson, saying F you to the owner.
Or Vrabel.
Or a confrontation between them where, like, they can't work together anymore. It was something.
Or a confrontation from the league.
Well, I think that comes down from
Goes from the plane.
Yeah, that's just plane related. LD's up next. Thank you for calling. What you got, LD?
Man, I can't believe I'm going to agree with Jared, but, they always say that the head coach is the CEO of the company. Well, we're about to find out if that CEO can run this company. But what I was calling is the whole backstabbing happens all the time, especially in large companies, when there's always something to gain or something to lose. So I fully believe that's going on, and I like your story there, what you said about Jeff and the GM there. Also, as far I have no beef with it being an emotional firing. I think it might have been a build-up because it happens a lot, especially in large companies, where your owner, in this case, or a president of a company, isn't told what happens. They buy a GM or a plant manager, ops manager, whatever. They bring somebody in, get rid of somebody. The owner didn't like it. Sure, I can see it being emotional. And also, you mentioned it being a Debbie Downer to the team. I just don't get that. I mean, I feel like that they're smart players that in private think, man, we got so many deficiencies. This GM is not doing us a service. And I think the owners, putting their foot down saying, look, if you're not going to do it, somebody else is going to.
I'm sure, LD, Aaron Brewer is just oozing with confidence after they fired the general manager that showed faith in him. Good call, LD. I mean, that I struggle with. Okay, this is the thing that I'm not there. I'm not willing to believe that Amy Adams Strunk was kept in the dark on the A.J. Brown trade, which is what Adam Schefter alluded to. If we can get that Schefter cut again, this is Adam Schefter alluding to the idea that John Robinson, after he gets all of his, gives you all the backstory on Robinson, Ian, if there's any way that we can get into the middle of this, where he basically alludes to the fact that Robinson didn't tell her about the A.J. trade before it happened.
He's got 4 years after this year on his contract. Now, a lot of people around the league have called up and asked all day long, wondering if there's something more to this, if something happened. And I've been told that that's not the case, that this is a simple decision of the owner wanting to go in a different direction. I think everybody remembers the A.J. Brown trade. They saw the Eagles this weekend, and A.J. Brown lit up the Tennessee Titans. But I think that the owner was not entirely happy about not being included in a lot of conversations. And I think she felt like she wanted to go in a different direction. And so they've appointed Ryan Cowden as the interim GM, and they'll wind up being in the GM market after this season.
To me, I don't hear that and think that he didn't tell her about AJ before they traded AJ.
But, he talks about the A.J. Brown trade, how A.J. Brown lit up the Titans on Sunday. Mm-hmm. She was upset about not being involved in big decisions. That's not something I don't believe Adam Schefter when he says there was nothing else going on within the organization, because what good would it do for Amy Adams Strunk or anybody within the Titans organization to admit the fact that there was something going on within the organization? Why would they tell him that? But it doesn't make sense for them to say that she was upset with not being involved in big decisions if that's not true.
Are we just finding this out today, though, if that's actually what happened? If the owner didn't know about the AJ trade before the AJ trade, how are we just finding out about it today?
And why fire John Robinson for it today?
And why, if you're going to tell Adam Schefter that's what it was, why, which, again, Schefter didn't say it. He hinted at it. If you're going to tell Schefter that's what it was, why not just say it? If they were to come out and say that the Titans decided to fire John Robinson, funny story, they made the trade on draft night of A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks, and they didn't tell the owner. Well, I think a lot of people would say, got it.
Yep, understood.
Figures, makes sense.
But what other big decisions? And what other decisions that have been made since February would be considered big decisions? Signing Robert Woods, probably.
Trading for Woods, signing Hooper.
But even, Hooper wouldn't make me upset, but still, if she's upset with not being involved in the conversation,
not getting a right tackle,
not addressing the offensive line, trading A.J. Brown.
Releasing Roger Saffold.
Allen's all of those things happened a long time ago.
I agree. If we want to get mad about the Julio trade, that happened before they signed him. Allen is up next. Thank you for calling. What's up, Allen?
Yeah, hey, guys. Love the show. Listen to you guys every day on my drive home from work, and love it. I think this is totally about – I think it's a combination of things, but I think what was the catalyst for this was Sunday, they all go up to Philly, they get housed, and A.J. Brown is peacocking around and absolutely dominating the Titans, which never should have happened. They never should have traded him, and she knows it, and enough was enough, and she's looking around the room going, why do I need this guy? He traded A.J. Brown. We didn't want to do that. Did it anyway. Here we go up to Philly. We're in the playoffs, and our best player, one of our best players on the team, is playing for the other team. I think it's an absolute joke, and I support it.
Okay, so I appreciate your call. If that's the case, then I'm really scared as a Titans fan what that means for the organization that I root for, that the owner would make such a crass move off of an emotional reaction to what happened on Sunday.
Channeling her inner Bud.
That is there was a video where Bum Phillips is the best coach in the history of the Oilers. And Bud Adams got mad at Bum Phillips or something. I don't know. They fired Bum Phillips. And there was a video when Amy first took over of Mike Keith interviewing her. And she was like, I know Dad was very upset about firing Bum. And because Bum Phillips was the coach of the Love You Blue era. Mm-hmm. And she was like, I remember the Bum years, and I remember how excited Daddy was with Bum, and, he wishes he could do it again. She's got sense. She is not one of these crazies like the guy in Cleveland. She's got sense. At least I thought she did. So if it's just simply, I'm not happy with the job the guy's doing, wait until the season is over. Just wait.
Because the job that he was doing, I don't think, at least from the outside looking in, was so egregious and so bad that it deserved being fired in the middle of the season.
And again, the
Titans are going to win the division and go to the playoffs.
The message it sends to your team. The message it sends to the players. We're not good enough. That's what it is. And you can couch it however you want. That's what you're saying today. Unless there's something else to it. We got a bunch of your phones to get to. 615-737-1025. Again, we'll reset the news of the day. John Robinson, relieved of his duties by the Titans. Zero context included. Zero leakage from Robinson, which I find to be fascinating. We'll get to that. Stillman and Company, 102.5-106.3 The Game.
You love the game.
The doors on the board. Touchdown TSU.
We live the game.
Going up against that defense, he can make some plays and take that next step.
We are
A gunny performance.
Do your job.
And the Tigers regain the lead.
The Game. Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And the Game Nashville app.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Achieve hero status this year. The woman in your life will love this unique and thoughtful gift. Always in style, always fits, always appreciated. Choose your budget, and whether you spend a little or go lavish, she can choose from 10 different services, all under one roof at a Moment's Peace Salon and Day Spa. Gift cards can be printed directly from the website, or they can be beautifully wrapped for a stunning presentation and even paired with other gifts like robes, candles, and all sorts of fun finds from the Gift Boutique. Learn more about this at amomentspeace.com/Christmas.
This holiday season, tee it up at Edwin Watts Golf Shops for the hottest gifts from Titleist and Bushnell. Elevate your performance with Titleist TSR drivers designed to maximize distance. While you're there, grab a dozen Pro V1 or Pro V1X golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. We also have gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Joe Rexrode here for OrderGreen.com. Listen, to do the job I do, got to stay on the move at all times. Lots of travel, early mornings. Sometimes it can catch up with you, and when it does, I always enjoy natural and enjoyable ways to de-stress my mind and body. That's why I use a high-quality, wide selection of THC and CBD products from OrderGreen.com. It's not just me. Lots of my friends are on the bandwagon here, including a sick family friend of ours who has gotten great benefits. OrderGreen.com. You subscribe, you save 25% off shipments of gummies, or use promo code JOE20 for 20% off your first purchase. OrderGreen.com.
They say a good craftsman never blames their tools, and the best always choose the right one for the job. For the builders and makers of this world, nothing beats knowing you've got what you need to get the project done. Northern Tool is a problem solver's paradise. And with savings of up to 50% off and great new deals dropping every week, we've got the perfect gift for all the solvers on your list. We're made for this. Come see us in store or shop online at northerntool.com.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Live from the Game Nashville studios. WPRT-FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne. Nashville's exclusive home for the Nashville Predators. 102.5 and 106.3.
A gunny performance. Do your job.
And the Tigers regain the lead.
The Game.
A Cromwell Media Station.
where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury.
He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, 102.5, 106.3 The Game. Streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda J. Gentry. The Titans have fired general manager John Robinson. That happened at, I want to say, 11:07 this morning. Or maybe
11:11, I believe.
So 11:07 was when we found out.
Yes.
Okay. So at 11:11 this morning, they fired John Robinson. And they put out a generic statement that doesn't say anything about anything. And there's been almost no context given to why the Titans did what they did. And for every single either defense of Robinson or every single offense committed by Robinson, I feel like there's a yeah, but on the other side. So, for instance, I can say, John Robinson's never had a losing season as the general manager. Yeah, but the guy can't draft in the first round. I mean, look at all the mistakes they've made. And whether it's a guy like Corey Davis who never lived up to the billing of the 5th overall pick, or whether it was Isaiah Wilson or whatever it may be, the drafting hasn't been good enough. And I can say, yeah, but Derrick Henry, Jack Conklin, Kevin Byard, A.J. Brown, Jeffrey Simmons, a 4th-round pick for Ryan Tannehill. I mean, you act like this guy can't put together a team, but here he is drafting Pro Bowlers and All Pros and
I could say
people's careers. And
I could say, yeah, but it's been a few years since he's hit on drafts like that.
And I can say that they had the number 1 seed in the AFC last year, and they didn't lose because of him.
No, they lost because of Ryan Tannehill, but you could say, okay, yeah, but that was more so Mike Vrabel's doing than it was John Robinson's.
Okay, yeah, but he was the general manager. You talk about the 91 guys they used on a team. He's the one who found Deontay Foreman. He's the one. So to me, this is one of the wildest situations I've ever seen. When Ken Whisenhunt got fired on a Tuesday in the middle of the season, that made sense. This is crazy. And I'm not arguing for or against it. I guess I lean more against it. But the biggest issue that I have is what the message is to the team. The message to the team, doing it in the middle of the season with 5 games left, is we fired our general manager because we think our team sucks. And the team is sitting there thinking, you think we suck? Yes. But we're going to make the playoffs and win the division. Yes. And so do you want us to win these playoff games? Yes. Do you want fans to buy tickets to these playoff games?
Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, that's a completely mixed message. AJ dominated them on Sunday. That was a bad look. But firing the general manager with 5 weeks to go after they extended him for 5 seasons in January? I don't understand it. So then it makes me think that there has to be something else there, right?
Yes.
Adam Schefter
has to be.
Adam Schefter says no. Now, Adam Schefter defended Deshaun Watson last week, so make of that what you will. But Adam Schefter says no. There's not something more there. Whether it was a confrontation with the owner, whether it was a confrontation between he and Vrabel, a power struggle between he and Vrabel, which probably, again, if it was an in-season firing, would lead to some sort of confrontation.
But pretty heated confrontation to elicit being fired in the middle of the season.
Oh, yeah. To be fired in the middle of the season, it's like punches thrown.
Dang.
Where do we think Schefter's getting this?
Well, that's the other thing. I've heard no leakage, like real leakage. And I don't know where Amy would leak her info to. And Robinson is a CAA client, as is Schefter. But I've never heard Schefter really break a lot of news surrounding the Titans. And so Robinson, I struggle with Robinson.
But it was
leaking it to Schefter.
But it sounded like a pretty Amy apologist report from Adam Schefter.
Except
she doesn't like not being involved in the conversation.
And that is true. Maybe you're right. I was thinking that if it's Robinson, the one big takeaway from what Schefter said, for me, The report of Adam Schefter saying that there wasn't anything bigger to it, behind it, anything extra. The one thing that I kind of take away from that is if you're another team, you're probably looking at John Robinson's tenure and saying, this guy won 7 years in a row and you fired him? This guy got the number one seed this guy ended up in an AFC Championship game with Ryan Tannehill as his quarterback. I mean, that's like Steve DeBerg going to the AFC Championship game. That's like Steve Grogan, in a Super Bowl, or Tony Eason, or like these Rex Grossman. Like he took a team with Ryan Tannehill to the AFC Championship game. He's won 3 straight divisions since then, and they fired him. Why? And then the other teams would want to know, was it something there? There was something there?
But no, nothing was there.
But then the word on the street is no, nothing there. Then it's like, yeah, we can go ahead and hire him.
But I think Amy would want the same thing to be kind of portrayed, is that there's nothing going on inside. Don't worry about the Titans. We're fine. We're good. I don't think anybody, Robinson, Vrabel, Amy, any of them involved, would want to leak that there was something more.
Maybe.
That looks poorly on Amy and John Robinson.
Well, think about when Ed Orgeron got fired at LSU as an example. Mm-hmm. And then all the stories about him behind the scenes and, with women and all that kind of stuff.
Because that makes Ed Orgeron look bad. Right. It doesn't make the administration or the athletic department look bad.
I know, but why would LSU want to leak that out there?
Because they wanted to know it, like they wanted to show everything that was going on.
So then
it was an Ed Orgeron problem and not an LSU problem.
So if Robinson was doing something wrong behind the scenes, wouldn't the Titans want to leak that out there so that people would think it's a Robinson problem and not a Titans problem?
Unless it is a Titans problem.
What would be a Titans problem that would result in Robinson fired that they don't want? Just a power struggle with Vrabel?
A power struggle with Vrabel, or anything that happened on the plane coming back from Green Bay. Of like there was some pretty dirty laundry that the NFL found that neither Vrabel or neither Amy Adams Strunk nor John Robinson wants out there because it looks poorly on both.
I'm not ruling out that plane in Green Bay. I think there's something to that plane in Green Bay. What I am not doing is I am not endorsing the Adam Schefter notion of there's nothing more to it. Adam Schefter said so. Close the book, the end. I'm not doing that. Phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, 615-737-1025. And again, I will remember John Robinson as a good general manager of the Titans because they won. And I have seen a lot of losing. I've seen two good general managers of the Titans. They won. I saw Rustin Webster and Mike Reinfeldt. They lost. Let's go to Josh, who's been waiting patiently and is up next on Stillman and Company. Thank you for calling. What's up, Josh?
Hey, guys. Look, I love John Robinson. I've supported him since he's been here. He did an unbelievable. I don't think you're going to find anyone that will ever say anything negative personally about John Robinson. I just think that
Mike Mularkey, Josh probably has something negative to say about John Robinson.
Well, Mularkey was a terrible coach. I know he was a good guy. He was a bad coach.
How is a guy who took over the worst team in the league? How can a guy who took over the worst team in the league, two guys, Robinson and Mularkey, and I'll let you finish, Josh, but how can they take over the worst team in the NFL and immediately, not couple seasons, turn around and have a winning record 2 years in a row, and you're telling me that the coach and the general manager are bad?
No, I think John Robinson is a good general manager, and I think he traded away that first pick and got some good returns for it, and he was able to put together a roster that even Mike Mularkey could get to past the first round of the playoffs. Mularkey's record speaks for itself. Go and look at his coaching history previous to the Titans. And listen, I watched this team meticulously. They were disorganized. They had Terry Robisky. Mularkey was a terrible hirer of other coaches. But anyway, I'm not here to talk about Mularkey. Listen, I appreciate John Robinson for everything he did. I just think that AJ was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. But I think what really led up to this was John Robinson's reliance on hurt players, injured players at key positions.
Pissed me off.
So, yeah, he constantly drafted players coming off of ACL injuries and back injuries, and then he constantly signed players at key positions like pass rusher and wide receiver, and Taylor Lewan coming off an ACL. It's GM malpractice to rely on Taylor Lewan coming off of an ACL injury to protect for Ryan and a 30-pound undersized left guard in Aaron Brewer. You mentioned Aaron Brewer. He shouldn't feel comfortable. He's not a starting level left guard.
So that bothers me more than the Lewan thing, Josh.
I know.
But I do understand what you're saying about the injured players. Josh, hush!
The straw that
Josh, hush!
Back,
Thank you for your call. My goodness. We got it. We got your call. We got your point. The injured players is something that is seriously a problem. Yeah. screw it. Porth had this take that basically Porth texted me and said that, the Titans draft picks and moves were never the same since Floyd got sick. And I'll take it a step further and say since COVID, that everything, and not every move was bad, but a lot of them were. And I do not think that's an accident. I know Julio Jones would have never happened if Floyd was healthy. And when that went down, never would that have happened. Because he would have picked up the phone, called John, and been like, whoa now. No, don't be doing that. And I've always talked about Floyd, about how he wasn't racist, he wasn't sexist, he wasn't really anything-ist, except he was an injurist. And if you were injured, he didn't like you. And John Robinson was the exact opposite. He loved injured players, and I think that it has been more of a detriment to the team in the instance of Corey Davis or Caleb Farley or Robert Woods or whatever than it has been a positive, Bud Dupree, than it has been a positive with Jeffrey Simmons. Because that's the only, every time they would draft a hurt player or sign a hurt player, it would be like, well, but Simmons. And it's like Caleb Farley just had major back surgery. That is different than a torn ACL.
And an ACL. And also, Caleb Farley was not a certified baller at that position. He was a wide receiver turned corner who, was good in college. Jeffrey Simmons was one of the best players coming into that draft.
Yeah.
Caleb Farley was not a household name.
Although they did say that Farley would have been picked ahead of Patrick Surtain II and Asante Samuel Jr. I always get it mixed up, like who's junior and who's the second. That he would have been one pick. That he would have been the top corner ahead of Surtain and Asante Samuel Jr., which is freaking
coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Laughable. The idea that he would have gone ahead of Patrick Surtain, but that was what the gurus said. Back to your phones next. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company, 1025-1063 The Game.
College football.
Touchdown, Georgia. Nice catch and move by Holden. Touchdown.
Lives here. Don't miss every exciting play each Saturday.
Into the end zone. Touchdown to the freshman, Dane Key.
It's all presented by Twin Peaks, your home of 20-degree drafts and wall-to-wall sports, and by Superbook Sports on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
There's no gift that's more beautiful, more versatile, or more meaningful than a beautiful piece of jewelry gifted from the heart. And there's no better place to find that gift than Genesis Diamonds. At Genesis, making memorable moments is our specialty. This holiday season, we put together our most impressive selection of can't-miss gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, bands from $100 to $250,000. And now through December 12th, we're offering 5 years, zero-interest financing on any holiday purchase with absolutely nothing down. So the beautiful Eternity Band is just $50 a month. Or that 2-carat pair of diamond stud earrings, just $100 a month. Everything's included in this amazing offer. Even our huge selection of hand-picked GIA-certified diamonds and our luxury pre-owned Rolex watches. Make it a Christmas to remember with something special, something timeless, and something beautiful from Genesis Diamonds. Get 5 years, zero-interest financing with zero down now through December 12th. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It's on, it's happening. Remember, you can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter.
Get out of the way, I'm watching a game.
Presented by the law offices of Amanda Gentry. You're listening listening to Stillman and Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
He's got 4 years after this year on his contract. Now, a lot of people around the league have called up and asked all day long, wondering if there's something more to this, if something happened. And I've been told that that's not the case, that this is a simple decision of the owner wanting to go in a different direction. I think everybody remembers the A.J. Brown trade. They saw the Eagles this weekend, and A.J. Brown lit up the Tennessee Titans. But I think that the owner was not entirely happy about not being included in a lot of conversations. And I think she felt like she wanted to go in a different direction. And so they've appointed Ryan Cowden as the interim GM, and they'll wind up being in the GM market after this season.
Did you notice one thing Adam Schefter did not say in that cut?
What?
2 words that were not mentioned by Adam Schefter in that cut.
Is one of them division?
No. Ian, did you notice 2 words that were not mentioned by Adam Schefter in that cut right there as really the only real reporting that we've had on this Robinson, Titans, other than wild speculation? That is the closest we have to a report. Did you notice 2 words that were not mentioned in what Adam Schefter said there?
Not quite sure what you're alluding to there.
Is one of them Mike?
What's the other one?
Vrabel?
No mention of Mike Vrabel. So everybody assumes there's a power struggle because that's what happens around here, right?
Yeah.
Jeff Fisher won the power struggle over Floyd Reese. John Robinson won the power struggle over Mike Mularkey. So we just assume that's what happened here. And I assume it too.
But it would even take the history of the Titans organization away from it.
Vrabel.
Doesn't it feel like that's what's going on here?
Vrabel, it feels like Vrabel wants to be in charge. That's what it feels like. Like the idea of, I'm the best coach in the league. This guy's holding me back.
And I do wonder, because so many people have cited Mike Vrabel's reaction on draft night, Mike Vrabel's reaction when they decided to trade A.J. Brown. If Mike Vrabel internally said, and this is complete speculation, if he said, I am not in favor of this trade, but John makes the decisions, but just remember this, I'm not in favor of this trade. And then, fast forward to now, A.J. burns the Titans. The Eagles embarrass the Titans, and John Robinson goes to Amy and say, look, I told you so. I didn't want to make this move. I should be in charge of the transactions on this team. Because I don't think it's crazy to think that Mike Vrabel was anti this trade, A.J. Brown trade.
I don't think it's crazy to think that Mike Vrabel wasn't anti-John Robinson getting fired.
Oh, I think that he absolutely adored that idea. John Robinson's out of the way. Mike Vrabel gets to make the decisions for this football team.
Well, Ryan Cowden is the one making the decisions.
Excuse me. Ryan Cowden and Mike Vrabel are making the decisions for this football team?
From this day forward, the Titans will be referred to as the Vrabel administration because that is what this is now.
The VA.
The VA. The Vrabel administration. They have, I think the best is the Schefter report. It has nothing to do with Vrabel, which makes me wonder if the Schefter report came from Vrabel.
Well, you know who Vrabel's going to if he has tea.
Who?
Not Schefter.
Who would Vrabel go to with his tea?
Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
Something of this magnitude, maybe to Schefter.
This feels like a Schefter.
But the Schefter report of Amy Adams Strunk was upset with not being in the loop on big decisions. That sounds like Amy.
But it could also come from Vrabel.
True. It could.
Especially if Vrabel wants to be as distanced as possible from this, then the number one thing that Adam Schefter doesn't talk about is Mike Vrabel. Again, it's also, Schefter, to me, Schefter created more questions than he answered with his report.
Absolutely. Well, I have a billion questions.
Phil is up next here on the program. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting patiently. Go ahead, Phil.
Appreciate it, guys. I just have heard people all day talking about draft picks and Farley and Isaiah Wilson and all that kind of stuff. Y'all hit on it. None of it matters. February to now is what matters. And I went back and looked at the statement that Amy Adams put out during that February announcement, and she specifically says these guys, she announced them at the same time, right? And she said one of the things, I don't have the statement in front of me, but you should pull it up if you haven't already. She says they work well together as one of the reasons why they were both getting extended. And, whether it's AJ, whether it's something with the plane ride, like you mentioned, from Green Bay, there's just no doubt in my mind that there was an issue between those two, not seeing eye to eye. And because to me, the statement she made in February, what about that has changed? It's them working well together. I can't find out anything
here's
else,
what's crazy to me.
Gotten worse.
That's what's crazy to me, Phil. Good call. That's what's crazy to me is that I felt like when she extended them both together, that I felt like, to me, there was kind of a hidden message in that to me, which was...
They're a pair. They're a team.
Right. The days of Floyd Reese versus Jeff Fisher and John Robinson versus Mike Mularkey are over. The coach and the general manager are together, and I treat them the same, and they're right on the same level. You know, it's me, and then if there was an organizational flow chart, them. And ultimately, somebody has to be higher than the other one just because... when it comes down to who's trading A.J. Brown, somebody has to make the decision on that. But that they were together and they were lockstep and that's how she wanted it. So even if there was some fighting in the sandbox, those two had to know, hey, if Amy's going to fire one of us, Amy's going to fire both of us. And obviously that's not the case. But that's what I interpreted it as. I don't know. Like, Vrabel, how much did Vrabel... I remember Jared versus Joe last week when I talked about the game plan and how I think the game plan, that the AJ thing is going to affect the Philadelphia game plan, and I think it's going to affect the Titan game plan. And it is obvious that AJ, his drama, affected the Philly game plan because their game plan was to give him the ball. I mean, they choreographed a whole spanking the goalpost together as a team. You know, like they choreographed that. I don't even know if AJ normally has a towel around his waist, but he made sure to have a towel around his waist. I'm surprised AJ didn't take his belt off his pants and smack the goalpost with it.
But hey, it hurt me more than it hurt you.
Yeah. You and Joe acted like I was crazy last week.
No. Let's not play revisionist history here. You said that should be the plan no matter what, just to stick it to AJ. Joe and I both
shut
agreed.
AJ down.
Joe and I both agreed. If that's the best path to victory, then fine. But that cannot be your game plan just to prove a point to AJ Brown.
So if I'm the general manager today, you think John Robinson wishes that the game plan would have been to shut down AJ Brown on Sunday?
Well, yeah, because AJ Brown had 119 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns.
And
he spanked the goalpost with his towel.
And then 2 days later,
he gets fired.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's how this league works. I said yesterday on the program, I said that's the kind of game that gets people fired.
But if the game plan is shut down A.J. Brown at all costs, and if Devontae Smith and Miles Sanders beat you by 100, then fine. So be it. No, that's a silly game plan.
Much better. By the way, word on the street is that the Schefter thing probably didn't come from Vrabel.
Word on the street meaning?
Just word on the street is that what I have been told is that the Schefter report probably did not come from Mike Vrabel. That's what I've been told.
That makes sense.
Slick is up next. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting patiently. Go ahead, Slick.
Hey, guys. Do you think that it could have made Amy fire J-Rob today if, let's say, she felt like she was lied to or maybe slightly deceived as far as the AJ trade negotiations went down? Because I'm sure she was probably told, well, he's cut off all communications with the team, Amy, and, he keeps asking for more money, and she probably trusted J-Rob to handle it the best that he saw fit. And then if she sees AJ talking after the game that I wanted to retire a Titan, I wanted to be there. It's not my fault that I'm not there anymore. I mean, is that enough to make her maybe say, so you mean to tell me the guy wanted to be here and $2 million more a year, and he could still be here balling out for us like that? I'll hang up and listen to your answer. Thanks.
Thank you for your call, Slick. So there is one thing that we haven't brought to the table, which is a conspiracy that I had after the Titans fired Mike Mularkey, which was, there's a big rivalry between the Colts and the Patriots because the Patriots would beat the Colts and the Manning-Brady stuff, and then when Manning went away, it was really a one-sided rivalry. But the Colts, every year it was always, it was like Ohio State and Michigan for like an 8-year period between the Colts and the Patriots. And then after Manning left, the Patriots stopped caring about the Colts, but the Colts still kept looking up to the Patriots. Mm-hmm. And the Colts were the ones that turned them in for underinflating the footballs. And the Patriots thought that was ridiculous. And I kind of side with the Patriots on this, but the Patriots thought that was ridiculous. And so they took it personally. And they really shoved it up the Colts' behinds afterwards. And then the Josh McDaniels thing went down, where McDaniels was going to be hired by the Colts, and then at the last second, McDaniels pulled out, and they'd already hired a coaching staff, and it was a complete mess. And the Titans were in the playoffs with Mike Mularkey as their coach, and they go to New England, where John Robinson's from, and Amy Adams Strunk had already said that week that Mike Mularkey was the coach going forward, and then all of a sudden they go to New England, they get beat, they come back, they fire the coach and hire Vrabel. And so the Colts that they were going to do a U-turn with McDaniels on the Colts as a shove it up the Colts tush, as like, hey, McDaniels was really never going there, but we just wanted to drag him along and screw him up. And that now, if you don't hire Mike Vrabel right now, you'll never hire Mike Vrabel. And so I wonder what was said behind the scenes in Foxborough in 2018 that then made its way back to the Titans. That did that play a role in their decision to fire Mularkey when they did? Because I thought Mularkey had earned at least another year. Could have something been said in Philadelphia that led to this move today? That AJ said something to somebody, or that what Amy thought AJ had originally said, AJ didn't necessarily say, or that word had gotten back to Vrabel, and I don't know.
But I'll always go back to why now? Like, did Amy feel so betrayed? Let's say you're right. That there was, somebody had a loose lip, something got back to Amy that really made her frustrated with John Robinson. Was it so bad and so egregious that she said 2 days later, you're done? Maybe. But how bad could it have been?
Maybe.
Like, did John Robinson blatantly lie to Amy Adams Strunk's face? And she found out in Philadelphia that wasn't the case? And she said, oh, I would have been on board to make this move, and we still could have had AJ. And you lied to me? Maybe.
But how? See, here's where I struggle with this too, though. AJ's been talking about this since the second it happened. TD called it that night.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like, sources close to AJ Brown. It was AJ Brown said. So it's not like if anything new were to come up from these negotiations that AJ would have already spouted it off to everybody about it.
Unless it wasn't about negotiations?
I cannot take... right now my brain is like fried of all these Titan conspiracy theories that we've had to unhatch over the last 3.5 hours, because I seriously don't know. I don't know what's what. None of this makes sense. The timing of it doesn't make sense.
It all makes sense, yet nothing makes sense.
None of it makes sense.
But everything combined with the AJ trade and the Eagles game and the offensive line not getting addressed and trading AJ away because he wanted $22 million, but bringing in Robert Woods for $10 million, even though Robert Woods is getting paid half as much as AJ, but not producing half as much as AJ. All of those things combined makes sense, but the timing doesn't make sense. And the way that it's all shaking out doesn't make sense. The fact that Adam Schefter is saying nothing else happened inside, that Ada Adams Strunk is just frustrated for not being in the loop. Well, about what? What decisions is she not in the loop about? So it all makes sense, but none of it makes sense.
The Titans, at worst, are probably going to be 11-6 this season.
At worst.
At worst.
And I predicted them to go 10-7 at the beginning of the season.
So they're going to go at worst 11-6. They're going to win their division. And you fired the general manager 5 weeks before the playoffs?
That doesn't make sense.
So there's something to this. I have to believe it. 615-737-1025. Again, we'll be right back to your phones on this. 615-737-1025. Plus, I do have one tiny conspiracy theory that I do want to get to.
Yay.
We'll get to that at some point, but I do promise phones. Edley's Barbecue. I love Edley's Barbecue. That's right. Edley's Barbecue has been voted Nashville's best barbecue 4 years in a row. It is a winning pick. That's right. They've got pickup, delivery, full-service catering options as well. With those full-service caterings, they've got full bar packages and bartending services, which is great for corporate meetings, box lunches, team gatherings, special occasions, including weddings and rehearsal dinners. So call your neighborhood Edley's or order online at edleysbbq.com. If you're tailgating, hand off the tailgate prep to Edley's Barbecue and get your smoked wings and easy 25 and 50 count platters. Easily take smoked pulled pork, brisket, turkey, and scratch-made sides family style. Edley's is perfect for game day at home or at the stadium, so call your neighborhood Edley's or order online at edleysbbq.com.
Want a chance to win tickets to an upcoming Preds game?
Yes.
Tune in to Robbie and Rexroad every weekday Preds game day at 8:45 for Preds Pick to Click. Guess a goal scorer and win.
I'll take Roman Yost.
Matt Duchene. Pick to Click is brought to you by TJ Anderson Homes of Benchmark Realty. Visit tjandersonhomes.com to see why they are referred so often. And by Superbook Sports, voted #1 sportsbook in Vegas. Download their app today.
Preds Pick to Click.
We are 102.5 and 106.3. The Game.
At the law office of Amanda J. Gentry, we are committed to defending your rights. We have a team committed to helping you navigate the court system, whether you've been accused of a crime or you're going through a messy divorce and custody. Call our team to help you navigate this system. We are here to protect your rights, to demand your rights, to enforce your rights. 615-604-6263. 615-604-6263. AmandaJGentry.com.
If you own a house, you've got a huge asset, and everyone's looking at it. With Wall Street investors buying up homes in Nashville and renting them out like never before, you have to wonder, what do they see in your big asset that you don't? If you sell your home instead of renting it, you can kiss your asset goodbye. The best way to save your asset is to rent it out. Go to renterswarehouse.com to book your free home rental price analysis or call 615-398-9550. Renters Warehouse. You can't buy happiness, but you can rent it.
Hey, Robbie Stanley here. Now's the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000. That's free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. All you got to do is sign up with promo code ROB. The Titans and the Jags coming up on Sunday. I'll take the Titans on the money line. I'll take Derrick Henry as an anytime touchdown scorer, but you can take it any way you want to take it. Just make sure you do it on FanDuel Sportsbook, all in an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. They've got great live betting options every single day, and when you win, you'll get your winnings quickly as well. So sign up today with promo code ROB for your no-sweat first bet. Once again, that promo code is ROB. You can make every moment more this season with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or older and present in Tennessee. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Got a gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-9789.
Guys, we got breaking news.
The Titans have fired general manager John Robinson
with 5 games left in the season. That's irrational to me. That's a terrible move.
Vice President of Player Personnel Ryan Cowden will take over for the rest of the season. What is next for the two-tone blue?
Yes, you can do better. You can also do worse. This is the gamble that they want to take.
Keep it locked to 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey, it's ESPN NFL analyst Tim Hasselbeck on Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Yeah, let's focus on the A.J. Brown part of this, because that's really the one thing that you could look at. Again, Andrew, you noted from a timing standpoint, and definitely a miscalculation by the entire Titans organization, though indications are that Mike Vrabel definitely wanted to hold on to A.J. Brown, and John Robinson was willing to part with him relatively quickly. It's not like this was something that was bubbling behind the scenes for months and they had to convince him to trade him away. No, he traded him away and then wound up doing a deal that was in line with basically where he should be paid. It wasn't top of the market. It was dressed up as $25 million per year, but it actually came in south of that. Like, I don't know what else you would have expected. I know they said that, he didn't quite fit the budget, but I don't know what else you would have expected to be able to pay a guy of his caliber. He got what he was worth. So that was the miscalculation there. But Tom notes it. Much as there are misses, there are plenty of hits for John Robinson, both in the draft, free agency, undrafted free agency, elsewhere. This is a team with a lot of talent, and that's why, Andrew, I know that there are many folks, because we've heard from them both in the agent world and also in other front offices right now, who are absolutely blown away by this, and we keep hearing the same thing. Nah, there's got to be something else. There's got to be something else.
There you go. That was Mike Garafolo on NFL Network. Phone lines driven by WilsonCountyHunter.com. Paul has been waiting patiently and is up next. Again, the Titans have fired John Robinson. By the way, I heard our promo there. I'm not knocking the promo because it is technically correct, where they said Ryan Cowden is taking over. Vrabel is taking over. Just saying. Paul, go ahead.
Hey guys, I don't have a wild conspiracy on the timing. It's weird to me as well. But as far as Vrabel wanting to be in charge of everything, is it possible that Vrabel is mostly upset because John Robinson doesn't do press conferences? He doesn't have to deal with that. Vrabel's the one that's got to go and answer every week, and he's being asked constantly about firing Todd Downing and all of these issues, and he knows that he probably can't fire Todd Downing because Todd Downing's looking at him and saying, how can I have a productive offense without a right tackle? How can I have a productive offense without a tight end last year? He knows he's hamstringed, and that's handcuffing Vrabel, and he's the one that's got to play with a deck missing half the cards, and it's year after year.
So there's no doubt, thank you for your call, in my opinion, there's no doubt that Vrabel is looking at the roster like, this team sucks and I'm getting the best out of it, in my opinion. There's no doubt that he looks at it like, I don't have a right tackle, I don't have a left guard, I hate my tight end because I never play him and I play Jeff Swaim all the time. I hate my receivers. I have nickel and dime to pass rush up. Like, there's no doubt. There is no doubt in my mind that Vrabel thinks that, especially after today. That Vrabel thinks that I am the king of why we win so much. Not that I needed a source on that. I don't have a source on that. Common sense tells me I know Mike Vrabel well enough to know that Mike Vrabel thinks that he is the reason why the Titans are good. That I agree with. The part, though, about why would you do that now? The only thing I can come to, and I like Amy Adams-Strunk, and I think she's a good owner, but what I think that, like, I am struggling with, are the Titans one of these joke franchises? Because the idea of, well, we're not happy with the direction of the team, even though you just extended the coach and you just gave him a 5-year extension, or the GM, and you just gave him a 5-year extension, and now because of one trade, you're mad. So the one trade happens, and word on the street is Amy was not so down on it after the fact. But so you make this one trade, you get embarrassed on Sunday, and you just fly home and say, fire him? That's what bad teams do. Am I supposed to believe that this is a bad organization? Because there is no Amy flipped out about the Eagles game, and that made her mad enough to fire her general manager, who's never had a losing season, who has had going to win his 3rd straight division title, of a team that's got an above 500 record, that is going to go to the playoffs, the timing of doing it, like, none of that adds up if there's not something extra to it. So if there's not, and we are to believe Adam Schefter, and we are to believe that it's as simple as Vrabel went to her and is like, my team sucks, what do you want me to do with this? And so she fired the general manager because she got mad about the Eagles game, then the Titans are a poorly run franchise. There is no way that they are not a poorly run franchise if that is exactly what happened. It's not possible. Those things are mutually exclusive. And I know Amy well enough to know that this is not a bad franchise.
But that's assuming that there's not more to the story that we don't know.
That's why there has to be more.
There has to be. Because before today, I never thought that the Titans were a poorly run franchise. And there have been a lot of decisions that have been made.
Like, it makes sense when Bud Adams dies and Tommy Smith gets put in charge. And Tommy Smith doesn't know if the football is pumped or stuffed. And he ends up hiring Ken Wisenhunt as his coach without ever having met the guy. And he hires him to be the head coach of the team, and it's an unmitigated disaster. That is easy to see point A to point B.
Absolutely.
That makes sense. And then they run Tommy Smith out of there. Got it. But it doesn't make any sense to see how this franchise is run and then just envision the owner, getting off the plane and going to the Eagles game and really excited about this game, and the Titans throw a ball to Treylon Burks, so he gets knocked out, and it's 7-7, and then all of a sudden, by the 4th quarter, for the owner to be so disgusted that she then decides to fire the general manager right then and there, and that there's nobody around her that said, hey, like, I know John's kind of stinking it up with some of these draft picks, and, like, look, I'm a fan. I don't own the team, but Isaiah Wilson, that thing pissed me off. How did you not know that guy was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs?
He got extended after the Isaiah Wilson pick.
Caleb Farley ain't worth a damn. And they didn't know that.
After that.
But they didn't know until this year that he'd sucked.
But, didn't we know?
No. Remember, Joe thought he and Roger McCreary were battling it out for a starting spot. at training camp.
Well,
once it was obvious they were not.
I didn't think that they were battling it out for a training.
I mean, I thought going into training camp that they probably were.
But also, I mean, okay, fine. Then no Caleb Farley pick. Dylan Radins. I think we all knew that he sucked.
That
was a pick that was made before he was
they
extended
him. Julio trade was made before he was extended.
Before he extended him.
And so, if it is as it seems, then this is a poorly run franchise. And I am really upset about it. Like, it really hurts my heart to think that.
Two things. AJ trade in the plane.
To me, the plane represents something else. If something went down on the Green Bay plane and there's like a video of it, or the league, investigated, and the league sat down and did interviews, and they found out that John Robinson was throwing, nips of vodka and whiskey back into the plane, and it was like these baseball locker rooms or clubhouses after they win the World Series,
and they're just popping
got the champagne all over we beat the crap ass Packers, woo! And it was something like that. That to me is something else. Like when I'm like, there's more to it than it seems. If the plane is involved, then to me that is more to it than it seems about what we know right now.
If the plane is involved, I don't think it's about AJ.
Right.
It would be about the plane.
Right.
And I don't really think it's fair to add in AJ into the equation.
Like back when...
But the timing feels so AJ-centric.
Like back when players were paid in order to... were not allowed to be paid in college sports. And it came out that somebody paid somebody, and they fired that coach right then and there. Ole Miss didn't fire Hugh Freeze because he called prostitutes. They didn't fire Hugh Freeze because he lost games. They fired Hugh Freeze because he was paying the players and he wasn't allowed to. That's why they fired him. That's how.
But the prostitutes weren't a good look.
No, but if Robinson broke a rule by NFL standards, or if Robinson lied, which sometimes lying can get you in just as much trouble as anything else, to me that represents something else, and not so much the idea of just, we were unhappy with the direction of the football team. Because the direction of the football team narrative doesn't make sense when you just extended him and when you are in the middle of a season in which you are going to make the playoffs. This is not a 2-9 team. This team is going to make the playoffs. And now if it's just we don't like the direction of the team, so you don't like the direction of headed to the playoffs? Because that is the direction of where you are. And do not think that these things are equal. When it's like, Jared, you get mad at the Predators for making the playoffs. And the NBA and the NHL are different than football. It's a different sport. The playoffs are structured differently. More teams make the playoffs in basketball and hockey. It's different. And so it's like, it's different. And I just don't see winning general managers who have never had a losing season get fired. 615-737-1025. I will bust out my one tiny little mini conspiracy theory, and then we're right back to your phones. Stillman and Company, 1025-1063 The Game.
The college football season never stops. ESPN college football analyst Trevor Manich joins Stillman and Company every Tuesday at 4:30.
They've got to do what Nick Saban in Alabama has done so successfully over the last 10 years.
Presented by Houston Clinic Orthopedics on Nashville's best sports talk, 1025 and 1063 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
Our rainy pattern will continue as we head into the evening hours tonight. Can't rule out a few thunderstorms, maybe a stray strong one to the northwest. Otherwise, look for more showers on the way Wednesday. For Fox 17, I'm Chief Meteorologist Katie Morgan.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face truck today.
Christmas shopping is in full swing at Electronic Express. Come into our convenient locations for great deals on all of your favorite brands like Samsung, Microsoft, LG, Sony, Apple, and more. Electronic Express has huge savings in every department. 4K TVs, computers, appliances, smart home, headphones, gaming, and more. Save up to 40% with up to 48 months free financing. Shop in-store or online at electronicexpress.com and get free express delivery on most items. Electronic Express, we make Christmas happen.
How to say I love you without words and make your money go further this year? A beautiful piece of jewelry from Genesis Diamonds. And we're making it easy with 0 interest financing. That's right. While interest rates are on the rise everywhere else, at Genesis Diamonds, we're lowering rates all the way down to 0% with zero down. This is in addition to Genesis' amazing, unbeatable value prices. How about a 5-carat diamond bracelet for only $85 a month? Or a luxury pre-owned Rolex Submariner or Datejust? Pay nothing down and spread the cost over 5 years. Everything's included in this amazing holiday offer, but this is only through December 12th, so shop early. Unique designer jewelry, colored gemstones, classic diamond studs, handcrafted engagement rings starting as low as $35 a month with zero down. Even our GIA certified diamonds are included. Let Genesis help you find that remarkable gift for the season and enjoy low payments and 0% financing for 5 years with no money down. Merry Christmas from Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Hey, it's Chase McCabe, and every season is screwball season in my house. No matter the time of year, that rich, smooth taste just hits the spot. Y'all know Screwball. It's made with real whiskey, peanuts, and peanut butter, and it's just flat out delicious. It's my favorite. However you take it, as a shot, in an espresso martini, or a peanut butter old-fashioned, make it a Screwball peanut butter whiskey. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2022 Screwball Spirits, LLC, San Diego, California. Whiskey with natural flavors, 35% alcohol by volume.
Robbie Stanley.
To avoid non-contact injuries and not repeat last year,
Joe Rexrode.
just wait until next year's national TV schedule comes out.
Robbie and Rexrode. Mornings from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk. ESPN 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
What did John Robinson do? Let's take our guesses. What did he do, AJ?
I mean, there's so many possibilities. I guess it's just probably just some minor disagreements that have kind of continued to happen throughout the season. I guess that's all it might be.
Okay, so you're saying pissed off Vrabel?
No, I just say I don't know. He probably has disagreements with the front office as well. I would imagine the ownership, and everybody there.
So pissed off the owner?
Yeah, obviously, if the owner's firing you, they're not happy.
Okay, so you're saying he pissed off the owner?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he did to piss off the owner, but yeah, that's what I'm
This is your guess. My guess, pissed off Vrabel. Okay? Your guess?
Him and the OC were having a power hour on the back of the plane.
Okay. Might have got caught on tape.
Might have got caught on tape.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good point. That's the direction I was going as well.
Tone?
Yeah, it's something unfootball related.
Okay. I mean, that's...
It has nothing to do with disagreements with the ownership or Vrabel or a trade he made. This guy is into some stuff, okay?
Tone. How could the McAfee show have that kind of discussion and not say a curse word is beyond me. But I like the idea of going around and saying, what do you think John Robinson did to get fired? Because I don't just believe this was football related no matter what Adam Schefter says. I have one quick little conspiracy theory, and then we're right back to the phones. By the way, a bonus hour of Stillman and Company coming up at 6 o'clock. Kind of big day today. So, what if Vrabel wanted Tom Brady after the 2019 season when it was Brady versus Tannehill, and John Robinson stumped for Tannehill, and just like I have never let it go because it's Tom friggin' Brady, and Vrabel, obviously if he wanted to tamper with Brady, we know he could have tampered with Brady, and so he stumps for Brady, and the owner ends up making the call, and the owner goes with the general manager, and now Amy Adams Strunk has decided that what my team would have been like for the last 3 years with Tom Brady, and that because Tom Brady is for sure going to be a free agent and he is for sure not going back to Tampa Bay this year, that my best chance to get Tom Brady this offseason is without John Robinson.
I don't know.
It's out there.
I don't know if I can go that far. But also, like...
I'm entertaining any idea now.
That's what I was going to say. Is I've been thrown out a fair bit of conspiracy theories, and I think anything is on the table at this point. We just have no information. The only inkling of a peek behind the curtain is an Adam Schefter report that I don't even know if I believe, that said it has nothing to do with anything more, and it's all about Amy Adams Strunk feeling like she was out of the loop. And I don't know if I can fully believe that. So, I mean, anything's on the table.
Let's go to your phones. Dylan is up next. Been waiting patiently. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, guys. So, yeah, I've been listening pretty much all day. And, you know, it really doesn't make sense for Amy Adams Strunk to make this move mid-season, seeing as she's really never done anything like that. The franchise doesn't appear to be a bad one, I think. But Mike Vrabel's words are pretty ominous yesterday when he said he was at the crossroads. It makes you think there you are, a road, there's a left, there's a right. He says, you can go this way, but I'm not going with you if you go with him. So I think he may have put her in a position. He may have used Joe's Ohio State article, who knows, or some sort of leverage to say, I want to be here, but I have to be in charge of the personnel, and that's kind of how it's going to be going forward. And you remember,
oh my God, if I own the team, go ahead, Dylan. What was that?
No, I was just going to say one more thing. You remember, he would always give her a game ball, and when Floyd was on the show, he would laugh. He loved it. He said, oh, yeah, you got to give her a game ball. So I don't know. Maybe there's a little colluding going on. It's just so bizarre. None of it makes sense. But anyways, I'll take your comments off here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dylan. See, this is why the second point bothers me, because I forgot what I was going to say. What was his first point?
About the Ohio State article?
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's ridiculous. Joe's article, in and of itself, I'm not going to say it was ridiculous, but it was total bullcrap. It was total what we would do.
It's total opinion.
Yeah,
it is
it's
total
speculation.
How wild would this be if that happened? I mean, it's not the craziest idea. I mean, I was very intrigued by Joe's article. To think that Mike Vrabel, a guy who loves to recruit, apparently, there might be an open job if Ohio State gets fed up with Ryan Day, always losing to Michigan and getting to the playoff and not winning the playoff, that they might want to hire Mike Vrabel. I mean, maybe out there, but maybe. But to think that Joe's opinion piece drove a NFL multi-billionaire owner of an NFL franchise to fire her general manager mere months after getting an extension when the Titans are going to the playoffs and now have a winning record is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
I think I like my Tom Brady take more.
Of course you do.
I mean, look, if Tom Brady's the quarterback of the Titans, I'll accept whatever. But if Vrabel, I'm not convinced Vrabel wants to go back to college. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I'm not convinced of it. But if Mike Vrabel were to go to the owner and say, I don't want to work with John Robinson anymore, then the option is, okay, well then go to college. And if Vrabel wants to go to college, if I owned the team and Vrabel was threatening to go to college, I'd let him go to college. I would. I'd be like, fine, you really want to go to college? I'd call his bluff because I don't think he does. I'd let him go.
I mean, it's getting so much more difficult to win in college, and it's getting so much more difficult to just keep your roster intact in college. And I don't know how much money Mike Vrabel is making with the Titans. I don't know how much Ohio State would be willing to throw at Mike Vrabel.
I bet Vrabel's making about $7 or $8 million.
I was going to say 8 or 9. And Ohio State would probably, the going rate for a head coach is 10 by 10, 10 years, $10 million. Ohio State would probably offer him 11 or 12.
By the way, if John Robinson let's say John Robinson makes $5 million, which...
Okay.
If John Robinson's making $5 million and he's got 4 years after this year left on his deal, that is $20 million straight up.
Yeah.
Fire me.
I mean, I think in sports, a coach getting fired or GM getting fired is kind of the best deal out there.
The one thing I would disagree with is that these guys didn't get to where they were by laying on the beach drinking out of a coconut. And most of those
they're
guys,
addicted to the grind. They want to be in foot. I know.
They're not addicted to the grind. They're addicted to the power that comes with being the general manager.
The only rebuttal I will give to you is Ed Orgeron.
Yeah, but
Ed Orgeron, he's totally fine with his buyout.
Ed Orgeron never, he knew that Joe Burrow was his franchise and that his franchise was up. Nathan is up next. Been waiting patiently. What you got, Nathan?
Hey, Jared, how you doing today?
Good.
Hey, I got a quick question for you. I am very confused as to why they fired J-Rob today, but I'm even more confused as to why you were so shocked by it, because ever since that game, you have been on the radio screaming and shouting about how embarrassing the loss that was, how embarrassing it was.
Which one, the one on Sunday?
AJ, yeah, the loss of the Eagles. For them to have destroyed the Titans that way, specifically for A.J. Brown to do what he did, and that people had to be held accountable. Ownership should be pissed off. Amy Adams Strunk should be pissed off. And then today, when it happens, now you're all shocked that it happened when you have been fanning that flame ever since they lost. I thought for sure you'd be on the radio today telling everybody how you're the only person in Nashville that was saying those things, and here it happened. But instead, you're all surprised about it.
Nathan, I appreciate your call. Boy, our topics yesterday, not to go over yesterday's show grid, our topics yesterday were freaking on the money.
On point.
On the money. I'm shocked because they did it. Like, I wouldn't have done it. Was I embarrassed? Sure. But you want to know when else I was embarrassed? When Bleedy Ray Wilson played corner for the Titans. I was embarrassed when the Titans played Cincinnati, and I was on the radio in Louisville, and so I got to watch the Titans game on my TV because they were playing the Bengals, and the Bengals absolutely housed them, including a play in which Bleedy Ray Wilson had the choice of either knocking out Andy Dalton or of intercepting a pass and running it back for a pick six, and he chose neither, and Andy Dalton caught a pass for a touchdown. Like, that is, like, I remember how embarrassing this was when this team freaking sucked. And I am so scared for this team to go back to the days of them freaking sucking. Like, I am so worried of that. And so I didn't think the Titans were going to do it. I mean, I didn't even think it was on the table. And here we are today. More of your phones. A bonus hour of Stillman and Company. 615-737-1025. We will reset again the story of the day. John Robinson fired. The story of the year. John Robinson fired as Titans general manager. 615-737-1025. And why it truly makes no sense. Stillman and Company, 1025-1063 The Game.
Stuck at work without a radio?
Wait a minute. Disastrous.
I hate that.
It's got to be there.
That's okay. Download the Game Nashville app or go to theGameNashville.com and listen live. We are Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Attention all fire and safety line experts. Middle Tennessee's fastest growing fire protection company is looking for experienced service technicians, designers, and sprinkler system experts like you. Tired of working for a large corporate employer? Work for a company where you're more than just a number. Jarrett Fire Protection is owned and operated by Nashville natives and wants to invite you to grow with their amazing team.
Hi, I'm Jason Jarrett, owner of Jarrett Companies. I'm looking to hire experienced sprinkler experts and will offer a sign-on bonus of up to $5,000 for certified professionals. In addition to our great benefits that include a 401k match, PTO, and top pay with annual bonuses, we will also provide you with the top-of-the-line tools, trucks, and equipment that you need to grow your career. Our customer base is large and business is booming with many opportunities for advancement. Give us a call or go online to jarrettfire.com and apply today to become a member of our family and protect our community. That's JARRETT fire.com. Jarrett Companies, where we are above and beyond industry standards.
Need cash for the holidays or to pay off credit cards right now? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. This is great. You can keep your low mortgage rate and still get cash out. That's right. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low rate. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will come your way, and it only costs you around $300 a month. Use that money to pay off whatever bills you have, credit cards, consolidate other debt, or start a home improvement project. With Loan Pronto, you can access up to 95% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need the appraisal. Even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Do it now before the holidays. Call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
This holiday season, tee it up at Edwin Watts Golf Shops for the hottest gifts from TaylorMade and Bushnell. Featuring the TaylorMade Stealth Carbon Woods with 60 layers of carbon for faster ball speeds. And while you're there, grab a dozen TP5 golf balls. And from Bushnell, save up to $75 on the Tour V5 and Tour V5 Shift rangefinders. There's also gift cards for those favorite golfers on your list. Don't miss these holiday gifts and more happening now at Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-917-1965. That's 1-800-917-1965. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-917-1965. That's 1-800-917-1965.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Live from the Game Nashville studios. WPRT FM Pegram, WPUC HD2 Laverne.
Robbie and Rex Road, Chase, Willie, and D-Mace.
Stillman and Company. Nashville's best sports talk. 102.5 and 106.3.
Rank City scores!
On both sides of the one big possession.
Touchdown, Middle Tennessee.
The Game.
A Cromwell media station.
Where you have a voice.
We're one play away from an injury.
He knows this. He's a study of the game.
And we have strong opinions.
He's been awful. I don't think they were trying, and that's why I feel the way I feel.
This is Stillman and Company with Jared Stillman and Caroline Fenton. Presented by TriStar Moving on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game. And on the Game Nashville app.
Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, 102.5, 106.3. The Game streaming live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Thanks to the law offices of Amanda J. Gentry. Bonus hour. The Titans have fired John Robinson. Here's what we know. John Robinson, 7 seasons as the general manager, never had a losing season. Made the playoffs 5 times. We're counting this year. They're going to make it. 3 straight division titles. Things that you never, ever, 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 ever fire a general manager for. Also, picked Isaiah Wilson, picked Caleb Farley, picked Dylan Radins, traded for Julio Jones.
All things he did before he got a contract extension.
Traded A.J. Brown.
He did that after the contract extension.
Didn't show up to training camp 2 years in a row with a right tackle. Didn't show up with a left guard this year after cutting Roger Saffold. A lot of questionable decisions that have blown up in their face. But he was given a contract extension in January of this year, which leads to what the hell happened? And why did they pick today in order to do this? We know that A.J. balled out on Sunday, and that was embarrassing. But again, a lot of people get embarrassed a lot of the time, and they don't just turn around and fire the general manager because of it. Jerry Jones doesn't do that. And so here we are. Now, Adam Schefter was on NFL Live on ESPN earlier today, and this is what Adam has heard and reported. Who knows if it's actually true, but this is what Adam Schefter said today.
He's got 4 years after this year on his contract. Now, a lot of people around the league have called up and asked all day long, wondering if there's something more to this, if something happened. And I've been told that that's not the case, that this is a simple decision of the owner wanting to go in a different direction. I think everybody remembers the A.J. Brown trade. They saw the Eagles this weekend, and A.J. Brown lit up the Tennessee Titans. But I think that the owner was not entirely happy about not being included in a lot of conversations, and I think she felt like she wanted to go in a different direction, and so they've appointed Ryan Cowden as the interim GM, and they'll wind up being in the GM market after this season.
Okay, so we have that, which leads me to this question. What do you think really happened? And we've mentioned all kinds of things that are on the table, whether it was the plane in Green Bay, whether it was a power struggle between him and Vrabel, whether it was Amy just losing her mind after that Eagles game on Sunday, whether it's John Robinson didn't consult with her before trading A.J. Brown, whatever it may be, it's all on the table. Why do you think John Robinson actually got fired? And now I am putting it to us.
Detectives.
Why did John Robinson get fired?
2 reasons why I think, and I'll tell you which one I believe more. One could be that John Robinson and Mike Vrabel had a serious power struggle. That Mike Vrabel got so fed up with John Robinson trading away good players, drafting bad players, that Mike Vrabel thought, I can't win with this team anymore because you're not giving me what it takes to win. So Mike Vrabel got so fed up with John Robinson, and over time, friction continued, and the Philadelphia game just set them over the edge, and there was a serious altercation, And Miss Amy was faced with Vrabel or Robinson, and she chose Vrabel. And it was so bad that they had to part ways right now.
So like a punch was thrown or an FU or...
Or maybe like an ultimatum from Vrabel, him or me. And Amy said, you. That's what I think is likely. But I more so believe, with the timing of everything, that the NFL launched an investigation into the plane coming back from Green Bay after Todd Downing's DUI, that the NFL may have found some evidence that was damning enough for the NFL to say, you need to get him out of here right away. And that's why he was fired in the middle of the season.
So you think it was the plane?
Yes. I lean planes ever so slightly just because the timing to me feels so strange that if there was friction between Vrabel and Robinson, they could have stuck it out another month and a half to save the team. But the timing with it being in the middle of the season, even though the Titans are going to make the playoffs, I felt like there was probably a little sense of urgency coming from the outside that they had to part ways with Robinson.
So you're going plain?
I'm going plain.
Okay. Ian, why do you think the Titans fired John Robinson today?
I'm going to not go with the plane theory. I do think, that's the theory that makes the most sense, as far as something happened outside, shenanigans, as we've mentioned before. I guess it has to do with Vrabel wanting more control of the roster. I guess that's either that, and I don't know why I mentioned this, but Ryan Cowden, maybe someone else in the front office, they don't want to risk losing, and they'd rather just promote them from within. It's either that or it's a Vrabel wanting more control of the roster, probably.
But isn't that something that could wait until after the Dolphins come in here and beat the Titans?
I would guess so, unless he has an issue with what he's given on a week-to-week right now, even though I guess Vrabel's probably still in charge of who's active on the 53. So there's probably, only so much they can do. I'm not really sure. I don't know.
Okay. Here's mine. I think she lost her cabanas in Philadelphia.
Her cabanas?
I was going to say something way worse, and then that was the word that came out.
Bananas.
That's not the way worse. I think she lost her freaking marbles on Sunday. Remember when I said that in other organizations, a game like that is something that gets a coach fired? Mm-hmm. Apparently the Titans are that organization. That I thought the Titans, and I love Amy Adams Strunk. I do. She's been nothing but good to me in my life. She put Floyd in the Hall of Fame when she found out that he was sick, and she called him and told him, so he knew. But I truly believe, just based on the evidence today, even though I want to believe the plane, I want to believe it's something other than just the roster because Robinson won too many friggin' games. But I can't.
And the timing.
I just think she lost her marbles. I want to believe that this is an organization that, thinks about firing the GM on Tuesdays. Like, wait a minute now. What are we telling our team? What are we telling our fans as we get ready for the playoffs? And we know we're going to be in the playoffs. And I just held the Titans to a higher standard. I did. I thought the Titans were, with Amy running it, were a respectable and well-run organization. And I'm not saying that I don't respect the Titans, because I do. But if you're doing the crazy stuff, then I have to look at you like I look at the Cleveland Browns or the Raiders, these crazy organizations. And I don't know why, because I want to believe there's more there. I'm voting marbles. She lost her marbles after AJ dominated on Sunday.
Do you think it was Amy Adams Strunk who lost her marbles, or could it have been Mike Vrabel that lost his marbles?
I don't think that you make that move if Vrabel lost his marbles. I think you tell Vrabel to hush his mouth until the end of the season, and then you can make a change.
Unless it was both of them.
That they both lost their marbles? Mm-hmm. So that, Amy went to Vrabel and was like, what the hell? And Vrabel was like, GM stinks. And she's like, I agree, GM stinks. And then Vrabel was like, if I had the power, then...
And Amy said, well, you know what? You do have the power.
But it's
John, you're fired.
It's still irrational at this point in the season.
Oh, of course it is.
And that goes back to what I'm saying about Well-run franchises are not in first place firing the general manager. We laughed at the Colts when they fired Frank Reich. We laughed at the Colts when they made Sam Ehlinger the quarterback. We laughed at the Colts when they fired Frank Reich and hired Jeff Saturday. And we still laugh at the Colts. And yet, who fires their general manager a month before the playoffs?
Which is why I'm giving the Titans a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt, that there has to be something forcing this move at this point.
I originally thought that today. I think I still kind of think that. When I say that I think, this does not mean that I 100% think. I mean, there's not even a 50% think that I think anything.
I think there are probably 250 different versions of this story that I could believe.
All I know is the players found out at about 11 a.m. this morning. And the news broke at like 11:15. And I don't know, but I did promise phones that we would get to them, and we will do that coming up next, right to your phone, 615-737-1025. What happened? Why? And the one thing that I absolutely positively don't want and am expecting, Stillman and Company, bonus hour, 1025, 1063 The Game.
At some point, it's a combination of who did you play and what does your skill set look like.
Get the best analysis of the big stories in the sports world with ESPN's Jason Fitz.
If you reach for a quarterback in the draft because you need one, you're going to set your franchise back 5 years.
Join Fitzy every Wednesday at 4:30. Presented by Blood Assurance. Jason Fitz.
I am 5'9.5"
on ESPN
1025 and 1063 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Happy holiday from Houston Clinic Orthopedics. Conveniently located where you live and work with various locations in and around the Nashville area. Houston's physicians specialize in spine, joint replacement, knee, hip, upper extremity, and many other orthopedic conditions. At Houston Clinic Orthopedics, they strictly adhere to all CDC guidelines for the patient's and staff's safety. To experience world-class orthopedic care and see a list of all Houston physicians and specialties, visit their website at tn.houston.com and book your appointment online today.
Hey, Robbie Stanley here, and you can give the gift of Preds hockey this holiday season with a Smashville stocking stuffer presented by 47 brand and Local IQ. This includes 2 hockey tickets, a Preds 47 brand hat, and a $20 food voucher, all starting at just $79. Visit NashvillePredators.com/stocking for more info, or check out the 5-game pick plan presented by Hattie B's. Pick any 5 games and select your seats, plus receive a Preds car flag and a $10 gift card to Hattie B's. Visit NashvillePredators.com/tickets for details.
How to say I love you without words and make your money go further this year? A beautiful piece of jewelry from Genesis Diamonds. And we're making it easy with 0 interest financing. That's right. While interest rates are on the rise everywhere else, at Genesis Diamonds, we're lowering rates all the way down to 0% with 0 down. This is in addition to Genesis' amazing, unbeatable value prices. How about a 5-carat diamond bracelet for only $85 a month? Or a luxury pre-owned Rolex Submariner or Datejust? Pay nothing down and spread the cost over 5 years. Everything's included in this amazing holiday offer, but this is only through December 12th, so shop early. Unique designer jewelry, colored gemstones, classic diamond studs, handcrafted engagement rings starting as low as $35 a month with 0 down. Even our GIA certified diamonds are included. Let Genesis help you find that remarkable gift for the season and enjoy low payments and 0% financing for 5 years with no money down. Merry Christmas from Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello,
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
We want to hear from you.
Thanks for taking the call.
Join the conversation. Call or text at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Sounds like this has been a game-changing day for all of us.
Presented by TriStar Moving on 1025 and 1063 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
Get back to John Robinson.
Yeah.
Something happened here.
Yeah.
Something happened here. This ain't
Need some inside sources. We got to call Vrabel, call somebody.
Amy Adams, yeah, you made good teams. We're number one team. With our coach, though,
yeah,
I think if we had a GM that was a little bit more aggressive and was able to make these bigger moves, and GM's probably like, are you guys giving me the money to do this? That's probably what he's going to say.
Sure.
Privately in the because everybody has somebody else. Okay, we've learned that in every business. There's always, you talk to the person that we think is to blame, they have their own story as well. Unless they're just owning being terrible at what they do. I assume John Robinson has his own story in this entire thing. I'm excited to maybe hear it. Probably won't, though, because that's how the NFL works, especially at the GM position. Who are they going to hire? They're going to try to get somebody aggressive? Is that what that sounded like to me?
Yeah, or just just do the Vrabel thing.
Yeah.
We've talked about how Vrabel's reached that level of head coach. Let's say, he's not that level to be the GM, too. And
Oh, no. Boston Connor on the Pat McAfee show. No. On Mike Vrabel being the head coach. Phone lines are driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Bonus hour edition of Stillman and Company. John Robinson fired. Caroline collecting tea, hopefully. Billy has been waiting patiently and is up next. Go ahead, Billy.
Hey, guys, I appreciate taking the call. Great show tonight. And the thing I want to say is, John Robinson's record's wonderful, but John Robinson carried an air of arrogance with him from the day he got here. I'm not dogging the man, but in the corporate setting, arrogance and stubbornness doesn't get you very far. And if with the with the bad draft picks and looking to the future with what we have coming and what's transpired, I too am worried to death that I'll be sitting there paying $2,500 a year looking at a 2 and whatever team. Those were some very, very hard times. I'm a season ticket.
Hard times.
And,
it was depressing.
I just really think there's something else. Adam Schefter doesn't come up with just garbage. You guys are on target. There is an underlying argument that's apparently gone on for a long time, and I think it's that arrogance that gave him the see you later. Anyways, I'm off. I appreciate you. God bless.
Yep, thank you, Billy. Let me tell you something. If arrogance is getting somebody fired, it ain't Robinson who's getting fired around here.
Yeah, I mean, let's be so for real about the arrogance in this organization. And the arrogance of Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this.
But also, it's what makes me appreciate Mike Vrabel. And I there was a texter in the text line earlier that said...
First text today.
Oh, yeah. At 6:19. Wow. A new record. But that said, they appreciated John Robinson because he wasn't afraid to make a decision. But some of those same decisions that he wasn't afraid to make got him fired.
Hey, look, I'll tell you this right now. I think that is the name of the game, where there's a risk, you take the risk doesn't work out, there are ramifications.
That's how this league works.
And Julio was a risk. I didn't believe in the Julio risk.
It was a stupid risk.
I didn't buy in it. I believed in the AJ trade. I was for it. And I supported the referendum after it happened. So I can't tell you that I would have done the same thing, though I don't know if I would have done the same thing. But I supported that decision when it came down. And Robinson took some risks. The problem is all of the mistakes that John Robinson made, I know them. Like when you call in and you say things like Isaiah Wilson, who, by the way, doesn't get talked about enough in terms of the Robinson mistakes. I think people view that as like number 5 on the list. To me, that is like number 1. The fact, the incompetence.
Worse than Julio?
Oh, yeah. The fact, like there was a chance Julio was going to be good. Wasn't a good chance. But there was a chance. But with Isaiah Wilson, how did you not know the guy was crazy? That's what all these meetings are for.
But, I mean, with Caleb Farley, how did you not know that he was going to be broken?
That was...
Because he came in broken.
But it's not as bad as Wilson. Like, Wilson is all psychoanalysis, which is 95% of any CEO's job is psychoanalysis of high-ranking, high-level employees. Is this person a hard worker? Is this person motivated? Is this person responsible? Can we delegate this? Can we do that? That is the job, and that's why they have these meetings at the Combine where it's, we ask Des Bryant if his mom is a whore. Like, that's why they have those meetings, is because they try to figure these things out, and they couldn't do it. They had no idea that this guy from day one was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, to me, that is,
I don't know.
That was a bad one. But I know about all those moves that didn't work out. I know about all of them. And all of them combined would get a GM fired if he didn't win as much as Robinson has won. That's the problem with this. Robinson wins too much. There's too much winning going on here. And you would say, well, Vrabel's responsible for the winning. Except that the winning happened before Vrabel got here. So you can't say that it's just because of Vrabel. And that's where it's like, you know, Robinson did not have, in my opinion, I did not think Robinson was the best BSer when he would do press conferences and things like that. And he tried to, you know, I don't want to say he tried to act like Belichick because he was a lot more endearing, in my opinion, than Belichick is. But he just didn't have the smoothness of being able to talk to people and tell them something and then feel like Robinson wasn't just brushing everything off. Vrabel has an unbelievable sense of talking to people. Listen to him when he goes on like the Pat McAfee show. Vrabel can talk to those guys for 30, 40 minutes and not say a single thing that is usable on this show. And so Robinson wasn't very good at that. But as far as like the actual arrogance, what do you expect the man to say after they trade A.J. Brown? You expect him to get up there and say, yeah, A.J.'s a great player and will never be the same without him because he was so good.
He probably felt that.
No, he's not going to say that. He's going to say,
a certain
no,
ounce of him that felt that.
How is Treylon Burks supposed to feel today? With the fact that everyone's saying, oh, the A.J. trade was so bad and that game Sunday was so bad that they had to fire the general manager. And here's Treylon Burks, and he's like, I had one target. It was a 25-yard catch. I hung on to the ball and got concussed. And you all fired a man because you think that I stink?
It's not about Treylon Burks.
Is it not?
No.
If Treylon Burks was having the rookie season Randy Moss was having, would we be talking about, if he was having the rookie season Justin Jefferson had,
no, I know.
Would we be talking about John Robinson being fired today?
And that was the framework for this trade was Vikings and Bills, was trading Stephon Diggs to the Bills and the Vikings drafting Justin Jefferson, which looks like a chef's kiss genius move for both teams.
Even though that general manager did just get fired.
Well, maybe
Rick
John
Spielman in
Robinson.
Minnesota.
Maybe John Robinson wasn't safe, but to that point, you know, it looks brilliant for the Eagles, and right now for the Titans, it doesn't look stupid. I don't think, but it definitely looks like, what are you doing?
Well, it just got the GM fired, supposedly,
and that's making an assumption that it was because of the AJ trade. But I keep going back to timing of why now. And it's really suspect that it happened 2 days after the Eagles game. So how do you ignore that? How do you ignore the recency bias of you just got spanked by a team that's now the number one team in the league because you gave them the one key that they were missing to go from bounced in the wild card round of the playoffs to now top team in the league?
I believe that. I believe
it's hard to not believe that.
To look at the standings last year and look at the standings this year and say, wait a minute. That was like a 25-point swing in the opposite direction for both teams.
It's hard to not believe that if you don't have belief in Amy Adams-Strunk.
Wait a minute, say that again.
It's hard. It's easy to believe that the Eagles game was the reason why John Robinson got fired. If you don't have belief in Amy Adams-Strunk,
that's the hard part for me.
Yeah.
I think she's a good owner. A good owner does not react to one game and fire a general manager.
Rash decision.
That is what the Cleveland Browns do. Caleb is up next and has been waiting patiently on the program. What you got, Caleb?
All right, so if the reports are true and Amy didn't have any inkling that A.J. Brown was going to get traded, after A.J. Brown destroyed the Titans on Sunday, could it be that she's freaking out that Simmons now could be lost, and she wanted to get somebody else in here so that we could get a Simmons contract worked out? I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. Here's where I struggle with literally every part of that call. First off, I must be deaf because I do not hear that John Robinson didn't talk to Amy Adams-Strunk about the A.J. Brown trade, even from the Adam Schefter dance around about bringing up the A.J. Brown trade and then saying that there were big decisions that she did not feel apprised of. That, I did not interpret that as John Robinson didn't tell Amy Adams-Strunk about the A.J. trade. I don't buy it.
Maybe there were details of the AJ trade that weren't disclosed to Amy.
That could be the case. I don't buy that John Robinson did not tell Amy Adams Strunk about the AJ trade ahead of time.
If that was the case, he probably would have gotten fired on spot.
Absolutely. Here's the other part, too, about the Simmons thing. The idea that people are worried, oh, he screwed up the AJ thing, so maybe he's going to screw up the Simmons thing. I own the Titans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's my phone.
Okay.
Yep. Do not let Jeffrey Simmons get away. Goodbye.
Got it.
Now it's
Message
gonna
heard
happen.
loud and clear.
So you don't fire somebody over the fear that Aaron Rodgers walked into the Green Bay president's office and wanted the general manager fired, and Green Bay said no to Aaron Rodgers. So you're going to fire your general manager, who honestly is probably better than the Green Bay general manager? Let's see how Green Bay does without Aaron Rodgers, who the Green Bay general manager didn't draft. Like, do you think that all of a sudden the Titans are going to cave in over Jeffrey Simmons or A.J. Brown when the Green Bay Packers are not going to cave into Aaron Rodgers?
No, and also it's a pretty simple fix with Jeffrey Simmons. What do players want?
Money.
What is Amy Adams Strunk, I'm sure, willing to give?
Money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to worry fear about losing a player.
If the owner calls the general
Give them what
manager
they want.
and says, give him the money, then the general manager gives them
then
the
the
money.
deal is done.
Like, I don't think Andrew Berry gave Deshaun Watson $230 million fully guaranteed.
No.
That was Jimmy Haslam.
Yes.
Jason is up next. Thank you for waiting patiently. What you got, Jason?
Yeah, I think that Grable has been offered another job, and the only way Amy can keep him is she give him full power. I think he sees which direction his team's going in, and he ain't got nothing he can do about it right now because he's just the coach.
But what job do you think he got offered?
There's probably plenty of people out there to see that he's going the direction that team's going in, knows he's wanting to win, and they'll offer him. I don't know which
So why
job
don't the Titans just offer Aaron Rodgers a contract right now, or Tom Brady?
Because they probably don't have the money.
No, it's because they're under contract with another team. Thank you for the call, Jason. They're under contract with another team. So unless Mike Vrabel wants to go to college or the Arena League, if that still exists, or the XFL or whatever, he can't just go up to Amy Adams Strunk and say, yeah, I want to go to the Texans. You can't do that. That is against the rules. He is under contract. That's why he has a contract. 50 people have brought up the idea of Vrabel wanted out. So unless Vrabel wanted to go to the XFL or the USFL, Vrabel's not leaving.
And he also told us he's going to be here a long time.
Oh, as long as I'm the coach, which, guess what?
It's going to be a while. No, we don't have any tea.
So we got tea some tea?
We got tea teased.
So we got tea some tea, and now the purveyor of tea is backing down off their tea?
Off their tea platform, yes.
Okay.
No tea.
We will investigate that one as well. More of your phones. 615-737-1025 is the phone number. And here's something that I haven't even thought about today until just now in the bonus hour. Do we feel better about the Titans today? We have not even discussed this. Do we feel better now that John Robinson's fired? We'll get to that. Stillman and Company, 102.5-106.3 The Game.
Hey, I'm Matthias Ekholm, and this is Smashville.
Ekholm, his shot, he scores! Matthias Ekholm gets the Predators' third of the night.
You're listening to the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Give the gift of luxury this holiday season. Nothing is more elegant than a trip to the Omni Nashville Hotel. Gift cards from Bob's Steakhouse or Mocara Day Spa make wonderful gifts for any occasion, especially during the holidays. The foodie in your life will enjoy an evening of fine dining from the award-winning Bob's Steakhouse. Bob's Steakhouse specializes in serving big, flavorful steaks next to Texas-sized portions of delicious sides. The special person in your life will be comforted with the gift of relaxation and rejuvenation when they receive a gift card to Mocara Day Spa. Let the spoiling begin with a soothing facial, hot stone massage, body treatment, salon service, or mani-pedi. Bob's Steakhouse and Mocara Day Spa in the luxurious Omni Nashville Hotel. Purchase your gift cards today.
With
PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. I began paying employees in 1988. I would handwrite checks and say, here you go, don't cash it until Tuesday. But a teenage employee said his dad wanted to see his pay stub. Pay stub? We don't have pay stubs. Get back to work. He said,
Dad works for the government, and state law requires that I receive a pay stub.
Crud! Now I'm supposed to be an expert on withholding payroll taxes and create pay stubs? That's why I created Patriot Software, to help employers with 1 to 100 employees do their payroll correctly with pay stubs. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
PatriotSoftware.com. Accounting and payroll. Keep your time and money.
Do Tennesseans know every word to Rocky Top? Well, the construction industry doesn't call our area rock country for no reason. Harmon Tractor and Equipment is your tractor and equipment solution and Middle Tennessee's employee-owned Link Belt and Takeuchi dealer. So if you hit rock, need a breaker, and it's time to dig, give them a call. Rent a track loader, an excavator of any size for landscaping, building a pool, construction, utilities, or more. Visit ParmanTractor.com, providing totally outrageous customer service.
Hey, it's Hutton. Interest rates are rising, but not at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. Replace your old unit fast before new regulations increase prices up to 20%. Get a new unit today at today's price and receive up to $1,500 off, or get 18 months of no payments, so the first payment is not until spring of 2024. At Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, all new systems come with a 10-year parts and labor warranty. Schedule your appointment now at springhillac.com. That's springhillac.com.
Jonathan Hutton.
You have to put the ball in his hands in that moment.
And Chad Withrow.
My kicker's making no decisions on a football team.
Are in the game. Join them for NFL postgame after every Titans home game. Live from Landshark Bar and Grill in Margaritaville on Broadway. They'll break down that day's game and look ahead to the next one. NFL postgame is presented by Two Rivers Ford, Renter's Warehouse, and Superbook Sports on 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey, this is Matthias Ekholm. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Just back in February, the Titans gave long-term contract extensions to both Coach Mike Vrabel and their general manager, John Robinson. Just 10 months later, Robinson is out as GM, and Ryan Cowden, a longtime executive and scout who's been with the organization, takes over on an interim basis. My understanding is what was communicated to Robinson was that ownership was not happy about the direction of the roster that he had assembled, even though at this point, as you mentioned, the Titans are 7-5, and they've got a more than 3-game lead in the AFC South Division. Certainly, as you look through Robinson's drafts, he's had some big hits. He drafted Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown. He drafted Harold Landry. He also had some high-profile misses, including the likes of Isaiah Wilson and most recently Caleb Farley, who has struggled to be on the field. If you go back about a month or so ago, Mike Vrabel spoke in a press conference and was asked about the offense, and he said, if you haven't figured it out yet, this is how we're going to have to play. That was a sign that there was frustration about what they lacked at the wide receiver position, in particular on that offense. Of course, the trade of A.J. Brown back in April to the Eagles did net them a promising young receiver in Treylon Burks, but he too has had some injury issues and has not stayed on the field. Just 2 days after that game, and A.J. Brown having more touchdowns and receptions and receiving yards than all the Titans wide receivers combined, the guy who drafted him and traded him, John Robinson, is out in Tennessee.
There you go. That was Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. Ian, can you go back to that day after the Colts game, the second Colts game, I believe, where Robinson said Vrabel said that's the way we're going to have to win? I want to hear that quote again, because for Pelissero to drag that out of his rear end today and not even know Treylon Burks' name is stunning. Somebody set him up with that. Like, somebody told him, like, hey, Vrabel decided he was done with Robinson when he said that they had to win games like that before he went on TV and started talking about it, because there's no way that Pelissero would have remembered that quote and thought about it when I
we
didn't think about that quote.
But I think the more obvious quote is Vrabel only a couple days ago saying we are at a crossroads.
Oh, the doom and gloom after the game?
Doom and gloom and the full-on foreshadowing of something to come.
Yeah.
I just didn't know the crossroads would involve John Robinson.
I couldn't believe that. Remember yesterday, I thought it was crazy, the idea that that's how media people talk. That's not how football people talk. Football people talk like, okay, Jacksonville this week, we better win the Jacksonville game and focus on Jacksonville. And, like, that's how football people talk. Media people talk about, are they contenders? Is the season at a crossroads? Not football. Football people talk like that.
I don't think Mike Vrabel even came up with that.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
I don't either. I'm going to be completely honest with you. My brain is in a pretzel.
I feel that way, too.
I'm going down like every single possible conspiracy.
Kurt's up next, 615-737-1025. What you got, Kurt?
Man, I'm glad you mentioned conspiracy theory. I'm that guy. I'm wondering, the roster has been the same for several years now. That hasn't really changed dramatically, and I'm wondering if behind the scenes this is tied back to the Todd Downing thing somehow. And that was my thought. I wanted to see what you guys thought. Obviously, as the public, we'll never actually hear the whole truth, but it's interesting to see if anybody else wonders that.
Kurt, if something came from that plane, good call. If something came from that plane, whether it was a video, whether it was testimony, and I don't mean like real testimony, but league testimony, whether it was him lying to Amy Adams Strunk. If Amy Adams Strunk said to John Robinson when all the Todd Downing stuff went down, did you condone the idea of having liquor on the plane? And John Robinson said, absolutely not, ma'am. I would never do that. I know the rules. And then she sees a text message from John Robinson being like, who's got the Busch Light? And then all of a sudden, if he lied to her, I could see her being like, enough. You lied to me. I saw the email. The league found it. You're out. You know what I mean?
Imagine losing your job over Busch Light.
If it comes out that John Robinson got fired over that plane, whatever went down or didn't go down or lied or whatever, that if John Robinson got fired over what happened on that plane, I will be the first person to go, I knew it. Because I'm the first person that brought it up, like at noon today.
And I had a hard time getting on board with it, thinking it was something that was just simply Amy motivated. But you bring the league into it.
League investigated.
When the league starts making it a little uncomfortable for the owner, she has no other option but to part ways.
So Tom Pelissero, in that cut we played coming back from break, Tom Pelissero said that there was a quote from Vrabel, which I think was after the second Colts game, in which Vrabel talked about how they have to win. And the fact that that was highlighted to Pelissero raises huge eyebrows with me. Because I remember the quote, and it's like a good quote to return on the day after the game in a segment, but I didn't think of it anything more than that. And I think we all know if there's anybody out there who's going to investigate every little nook and cranny of what comes out of Mike Vrabel's mouth, it's me. And so this is what Vrabel said after that Colts game that Pelissero highlighted today when talking about Robinson being fired.
Mike, on a day where offense struggled maybe a little bit, nice to get
I don't know, it's good defense.
Turnovers.
It's great. It's great to get turnovers and, for the most part, take care of the football. That's going to be the formula. If you guys haven't figured that out, that's how we're going to have to play. But, it's a battle. It's a good defense. It's a very good defense. So we were close on some things, and we'll have to continue to look and work. But I'm just extremely proud of these guys. I'm proud of all three faces.
There was nothing there.
Yeah, that's going to be how we have to win football games. You're right, John. That's how you've been winning football games.
Good defense, running the ball?
Yeah. And very narrow wins.
So where's Pelissero coming with this? Mike Vrabel said a couple of weeks ago about that's how his frustrations with the offense. I didn't hear the frustrations about the offense there.
If you would like to interpret frustrations with the offense, I guess you probably could. You know what? We're just going to have to win games that way. We're going to have to win games by running the ball because we ain't got anybody else to throw to. We've got no other weapons offensively. I guess you could interpret that. But I feel like when Mike Vrabel is frustrated, you can sense it in his voice.
Oh, yeah, when he's pissed about something?
You can tell when he's pissed. I didn't sense frustration there. I sensed Can you just get me off this podium? I'm done talking to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, that was the first, hey, good defense right there, Teresa. It's about the offense. Defense. How about the defense? It's like Mills Lane back in the day with the videos they used to show on the Jumbotron. Defense, let's get it on. It's like he wanted to highlight that. Steve is up next here on the program's bonus hour of Stillman & Company. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this whole conversation. I think y'all are hitting on both sides of it. I suspect that there probably is some kind of power struggle going on between Vrabel and John Robinson. Maybe Vrabel's talking about another job. Who knows? You're right. He's under contract, but he could go to college and make $12 million. I think he makes $9 million right now. But my other comment is very simple. If the whole booze on the airplane thing was brought in the hands of the NFL and they told him to fire, that's firing with causes. So he don't owe $4 million. They get to negotiate at that point, and they can pay him 1 year instead of 4 years.
So we haven't heard anything leaked from the Robinson camp, and I'm wondering if that's why they didn't fire him for cause. If that is, in fact, what happened, because it's like, hey, a lot of times it's easier to fire without cause and just pay the money. Good call, Steve. Just pay the money and let it go away.
Especially knowing that John Robinson isn't the only guilty party in that situation.
Yes. Just make it go away. Here's your money. Here's your non-disclosure agreement. Mm-hmm. See ya. Never want to talk to you again.
Enjoy New England.
I do think John Robinson is headed towards New England. You think John Robinson will get in the Titans Ring of Honor with his...
No.
He did a good job.
I don't think so.
He did a good job.
Ring of Honor? He did a good job, yeah. But Ring of Honor?
7 winning seasons.
Like, that's...
This team was the absolute crap of the NFL. Like, the crap. We laugh at all these bad teams. You were the Texans. Like, I want people to remember this, that you were, in fact, the Texans. You were as dysfunctional as the Texans. This is what happened. The owner died for the Texans. His son took over, ran it into the ground. They were up 24-0 in a playoff game in the divisional round of the playoffs, and 4 games into the next season fired their coach because they let Bill O'Brien, who's a nobody from nowhere, take over that entire organization, which is the number one reason why I don't want Vrabel to be the head football executive, which I'm scared to death he's going to be. You were the Texans at one point. What the Texans are now. You were that. And when John Robinson took the team over, you haven't had a losing season since then. Do you think the Texans would take 9-7 next season?
In a heartbeat.
That's what happened. I'm telling you, that's what happened. I do think John goes back to New England, though. 615-737-1025. One more glorious segment of your phone calls. And the one thing that we haven't gotten to yet, Caroline will summarize the text line today. How many texts do you think we've gotten today?
Probably around 250.
Okay, we will summarize your text messages today. We will do that next. Stillman & Company, 102.5, 106.3 The Game.
The Sports Talk doesn't end on Friday. Join Michelle Knezovic and Junie Riddle for Michelle and Junie.
Have they truly been tested yet?
I really want this to be a good game. Michelle and Junie, every Saturday morning at 9. Presented by Superbook Sports and the Nashville Jam Company.
I think Junie and I are going to go hit breakfast/brunch there after the show.
On 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
The choice is yours. Wednesdays at 8:45. Brought to you by Jarrett Companies. Now hiring experienced sprinkler experts. Go to jarrettfire.com. JARRETT fire.com. Jarrett Companies, a company above and beyond industry standards.
Need cash for the holidays or to pay off credit cards right now? Loan Pronto's all-new Express Equity Line of Credit program is just what you need. This is great. You can keep your low mortgage rate and still get cash out. That's right. You don't have to do a full home refi. You can tap a small portion of the equity you have and enjoy a super low rate. With Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line, you can close in 7 to 10 days, and a $50,000 loan will come your way, and it only costs you around $300 a month. Use that money to pay off whatever bills you have, credit cards, consolidate other debt, or start a home improvement project. With Loan Pronto, you can access up to 95% of your home's equity, and 9 out of 10 homeowners won't even need the appraisal. Even if you did a total refi recently or just bought your home, you can tap the equity with this fast, easy program. Do it now before the holidays. Call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Signs First, Nashville's leading locally owned and operated sign and physical media company, has been supporting local community organizations for over 30 years. Signs First offers a 10% discount to all churches, nonprofits, and charities. Go to sfnash.com.
There's no gift that's more beautiful, more versatile, or more meaningful than a beautiful piece of jewelry gifted from the heart. And there's no better place to find that gift than Genesis Diamonds. At Genesis, making memorable moments is our specialty. This holiday season, we put together our most impressive selection of can't-miss gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, bands from $100 to $250,000. And now through December 12th, we're offering 5 years, zero-interest financing on any holiday purchase with absolutely nothing down. So that beautiful Eternity band is just $50 a month. Or that 2-carat pair of diamond stud earrings, just $100 a month. Everything's included in this amazing offer. Even our huge selection of hand-picked GIA-certified diamonds and our luxury pre-owned Rolex watches. Make it a Christmas to remember with something special, something timeless, and something beautiful from Genesis Diamonds. Get 5 years, zero-interest financing with zero down now through December 12th. Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs on approved credit.
Open Sundays till Christmas.
Robbie Stanley.
It really doesn't matter until the pads come on and you have to hit each other, you have to block.
Joe Rexrode.
Reliable, go out and make some plays for you. Solid player.
Get your morning started with Robbie and Rexrode every weekday from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk, 102.5 and 106.3 The Game and the Game Nashville app. You're listening to Stillman and Company.
Presented by TriStar Moving.
102.5 and 106.3 The Game and on the Game Nashville app.
What did John Robinson do? Let's take our guesses. What did he do, AJ?
I mean, there's so many possibilities. I guess it's just probably just some minor disagreements that have kind of continued to happen throughout the season. I guess that's all it might be.
Okay, so you're saying pissed off Vrabel?
No, I just say I don't know. He probably has disagreements with the front office as well. I would imagine the ownership, and everybody there.
So pissed off the owner.
Yeah, obviously,
Okay.
if the owner's firing you, they're not happy.
Okay, so you're saying he pissed off the owner.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he did to piss off the owner, but yeah, that's what I'm.
This is your guess. My guess, pissed off Vrabel. Okay? Your guess?
Him and the OC were having a power hour on the back of the plane.
Okay. Might have got caught on tape.
Might have got caught on tape.
Yeah. Oh.
Good point. That's the direction I was going as well.
Tone?
Yeah, it's something unfootball related.
Okay. I mean, that's.
It has nothing to do with disagreements with the ownership or Vrabel or a trade he made. This guy is into some stuff, okay?
Tone.
There you go. That was the Pat McAfee Show. Again, we don't totally know what did or didn't happen. The text line today, Caroline, give me all the different theories that you can summarize from the massive amount of text that we received today.
How much
It's
time
like fan mail.
do we have? One theory that I keep
7 minutes.
seeing is the Ohio State theory that Vrabel got interest from Ohio State, and he told Amy that I got an offer, a soft offer from Ohio State, and I want more control with the Titans in order to stay with the Titans. We've got a lot of plain stuff where it was just.
So let's start on the Ohio State thing.
Okay.
Joe Rexrode writes the article that this was last week, if Ohio State were to fire Ryan Day, they should hire Mike Vrabel. That was Joe's speculation, right?
Yes, that's a speculation. And
Okay.
if Amy Adams Strunk fires her general manager over opinion piece written by Joe Rexrode, she is a Nimrod. And I don't believe that Amy Adams Strunk is a Nimrod.
So we're taking that out as a possibility.
I think that's ridiculous. Ohio State's not firing their coach. They're in the playoff.
Like, even though they probably shouldn't be, they are, in fact, in the playoff. And so the idea that they're going to fire the coach today is ridiculous. I think that is a hot take. I am dismissing that. I think there's a better chance that they had strippers on that plane coming back from Green Bay, or that they were smoking pot on
Are
the
strippers
plane.
illegal? Like, is that against league rules? You can't have a stripper on the plane?
Yeah, if I was the general man, if I was the owner and that you were putting strippers on that plane, I wouldn't be very
It's
happy.
probably immoral, but
Again,
illegal, no.
but for the owner to fire you, they can do it. They can fire
That's
you for
true.
whatever reason.
This is the
And
National
I don't,
Football League.
I don't think that happened. I'm just saying
I
I
don't
think
either.
there's a better chance that happened. That Joe's Ohio State article is why John Robinson got fired today.
But hey, if Joe was able to get John Robinson fired, if he had that much pull from an opinion piece, then hey, hats off to you, Joe Rexrode.
What do I have to do to get Joe Rexrode to write Jared Stillman should be the next general manager? in order to make that happen.
Tough sell.
What's the next theory from the text line?
A lot of theories about the plane, about alcohol on the plane, about how, whatever happens on the league plane falls on John Robinson. And either Amy Adams Strunk said no more, or the league said, hey, you gotta part ways with whoever was in charge.
You know what we haven't thought about with the plane? We haven't brought this up. What if something they did on the plane? What if there was liquor on the plane coming back from Philadelphia? And it was like,
seriously?
Guys!
Like, are you kidding me?
John,
yeah.
We literally just went through this. Seriously? You're fired.
Maybe.
I mean, again,
But I don't really know if there's much cause for celebration coming back from Philadelphia.
If you have, no, but that doesn't mean that,
doesn't mean there's no alcohol on the plane,
sometimes
no.
people drink when they're sad.
Well, which is very sad. But I hear you.
I wonder, too, if I'm just going to say it like this. Plane is its own topic. Whatever happened on the plane or whatever possibly could have happened on the plane.
And we're not going to know.
Right. No. They'll pay a non-disclosure agreement and pay that full contract in order to keep everybody from knowing. What's the next line of theory?
Bad drafting, bad free agent signings.
So just bad GMing.
Just bad GMing overall.
Today, it doesn't make any sense with the playoffs being 5 weeks away. It's not like firing a coach where it's like, let's bring in a new coach to get these guys motivated and get them ready to play. John Robinson's not a coach. He's the GM. So even if you don't like his general managing skills, there are no real general manager decisions to be made. Today they released Sam Okawanu and Torrey Carter. You think John Robinson was really willing to lose his job over Torrey Carter? You think he was really going to Vrabel and the owner and saying, no, I will not release Torrey Carter today unless you fire me? And so they fired him? Of course not.
Over a below-average fullback?
Yeah, no. That did not
miss
happen.
me.
So I don't think that could be it. The timing doesn't make any sense. They're going to be in the playoffs. And the way the playoffs work is literally anything can happen in the NFL playoffs. And the Titans are not a team that is so bad that there's no way the Titans could get hot. I know teams that are bad, like the Tim Tebow Broncos. There was no way that team was going to win a Super Bowl. But this Titans team, there's no way they're going to win a Super Bowl. Are they great? No. But could this team get hot at the right time with that pass rush and launch themselves into contention and do what Cincinnati did last year?
Maybe.
Absolutely they could. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, we thought this team was a legitimate contender. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but look what's happened.
They almost beat the Bengals. I mean, they were right there
but
with
they
the Bengals.
didn't beat the Bengals.
I know they didn't, but they were right there. The blowout was Sunday. Any other theories?
A few theories. Kind of stemming from your Brady theory is the Rodgers theory.
That he didn't go after Rodgers, and so
Yes.
she did to him what her father did to Mike Reinfeldt for not going after Peyton Manning.
But again, why in December?
Well, Aaron didn't want to come here.
And also, do you really
Why
want
this
Aaron
week?
right now?
And then when it comes out that you fired him over going after Aaron Rodgers, it's bad enough right now that Traylon Burks is probably sitting at home thinking, man, they hate me. Like, I mean, now
Poor
you got
thing.
Tannehill sitting there at home thinking, man, they hate me too.
Poor thing.
I feel bad for Tannehill. And this is where the owner putting out a statement, this is where it's unfair to the team. Because tomorrow Ryan Tannehill talks to the media. And Ryan Tannehill didn't have anything to do with this. This had nothing to do with Ryan Tannehill. Kevin, quickly, thank you for calling. What you got, Kevin?
Yeah, so this is either really explosive and it's something we don't know happened, right? Or I think the press release that you quoted earlier was like, it was really simple decision or whatever. My question is do you think like J-Rob can be a little smug? Like, do you remember that situation with Charles Davis that he was like a preseason game?
Yeah, where he bounced
like,
out of
up and
the
left
booth or whatever.
Yeah, and like in his interviews and stuff, like from I don't know, like
who's the most smug guy in
like
Nashville?
Emotional intelligence, they don't know, but like
Kevin, who's the most smug guy in Nashville?
What?
Who's the most smug guy in Nashville?
The most fun guy in Nashville?
Smug.
Oh, smug. That's a good question.
I don't know why I
Who
asked
do
this
you
question.
think?
It's the coach.
It's Mike Vrabel.
Thank you, Kevin. It's the coach. And so if smugness is going to get you fired, Vrabel, pack it up, babe, because you're next.
But one interesting vibe that I haven't gotten in the text line, and maybe there's been one or two texts among the hundreds, one I haven't gotten is nobody's against the firing of John Robinson.
And that's exactly what I wanted to get to right now. John Robinson was a good general manager. However you want to slice it, whether you're mad about, a draft pick or the AJ trade or the Julio thing, John Robinson was a good general manager. 7 winning seasons, 3 division titles, 5 playoffs. Took you from the worst team in the NFL, the embarrassing laughingstock that you were with Zach Mettenberger as at quarterback and Will Sweeve-Tech starting on the offensive line, to what you are today, where you are a team that is respected. Even after you get embarrassed on TV, people still respect you. He did that. And I'm not going to forget that. And I'm not kicking on John Robinson today, though. I want to know what happened. That's it for us for the bonus hour of Stillman and Company. ESPN Radio's up next.